Medew Netcher. You see? Maybe in the future we need to know some Medewitic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. In Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.
All right. ETM Hotep. Welcome to the Sesh channel. Welcome in peace. This is your brother Wujau Min Ib Eri Ma'at. And you are tuned in live to the Sesh channel. And really appreciate anybody who's already tuned in, who is waiting. I want to apologize for the delayed start. Things happen. So, but yet, we're here, you're here, really appreciate it. And I hope you all have your thinking caps on, critical thinking caps, pens and paper, ready for those who are interested in this. What's been a very long and drawn out topic, and very much so unnecessarily drawn out, as we're going to see tonight as we build on the different claims, statements, and charges that were made against the Shemsu Heru research team, which includes myself, Wujau, the brother Asar Imhotep, and the brother Sanjeti. And then also on behalf of Sanjeti, Sanjeti, I know most people haven't seen the brother Sanjeti on the live streams lately, as of recent. But yeah, the brother gives a shout out to everybody. I spoke to him and everything, and he's about to fire it up and get into the mix of it all. So you will be seeing more of the brother Sanjeti. All right. But again, so let me introduce my co-panelist early, so that we can establish some intros and things of that nature, and then get busy. Kind of talk about what you all have come to listen to us talk about and watch our demonstration of everything. So I want to welcome to the panel the brother Lord Have Mercy. So peace to the brother Lord Have Mercy. If you want to introduce yourself.
Peace and blessings, fam. This is your brother, Lord Have Mercy, aka Asar Imhotep, aka brother who starts ish on the internet, aka I want all the smoke. And I'm just here to say peace and love to everyone. Of course, this is going to be an educational conversation without all the hoopla. So have your notes ready. And just a quick suggestion. Any of you who has our text, a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet, can you please pull it out? Because we're going to be referencing certain pages, and I want y'all to have it in hand to make sure that when I pull it up on our screen, that we didn't just make it up. We just didn't type it right before the show, because you have accusers of just making up arguments out of the ether, and we don't want to give them no wiggle room. So let's go.
All right. So let me just kind of give you all the outline of how this conversation is going to go. So, and to catch you all up to date. So myself and the brother Asar Imhotep, we have been playing rebroadcasts of our 3-year-old going on 4-year-old videos addressing this topic. And I have to give y'all a very brief summary chronological timeline of the events. And so, um, first things first, and I think I'll just start with what kicked this recent chain of events off was a teaching moment slash debate slash conversation between the brother Nether and the brother Asari Motep, and it was on the meaning of the place name Kemet, etc. et al. All right, and that took place first, and so you all have to go backwards in time and check that out. The video itself is on the brother Asari Motep's channel, and we rebroadcast it here on the Seshu channel recently. So that was the first thing I would say in this chain of events that kicked it off. So that happened. So Netaneb begged Asar to debate him. Asar accepted the challenge, and in order to make it a teaching moment, he accepted the challenge to go ahead and explain the issues. Now, during that conversation, Netaneb failed his attempt to prevail in a debate. And so then after that, the brother Reggie, realizing the failure, stepped in and gave his chime in his 2 cents on the argument on related to the topic. Now, when Reggie presented his presentation, he gave a full presentation, and I believe that took place on the Amun Ra Squad channel originally. All right, and so that was the next thing in the chain of events. And so he gave a full presentation. We listened to it tentatively, and he start to finish, it was good to go. Reggie, at failing at his attempt to prevail at any arguments, and mainly his failure was due to the non-focus on the toponym, which is our research question. The place name Kemet, and then many other areas. So upon failing with that, the next event occurred. Reggie seeks out and consults with Dr. Mario Beatty. All right, and so as a favor, possibly as a favor, at the tail end of a ongoing ASCAT conference, Reggie was able to convince Dr. Beatty to add some time to have a discussion, which was being called a debate, but it wasn't a debate, a discussion at the ASCAT conference. And so when was that? What year is that? Or what time was that? Do you remember?
My bad,
Yeah,
I'm mute.
Right.
Of the ASCAT conference?
Yeah, the ASCAT conference. You know about what?
Yeah, it was the 2019. Or are you talking about the one previous?
Beatty, the Beatty, the one Reggie set up.
Oh yeah, that was 2019.
Okay. So that's the next order of events, and so Dr. Beatty, and so now that video is also available, and we replayed that video where Dr. Beatty gives a presentation, Asari Motep gives a presentation, and so that was replayed. And in fact, we actually gave a commentary response video to everything that Dr. Beatty had claimed during his presentation. And so that was recently aired on Asari Motep's channel. I believe it's 3 parts, so definitely go to his channel and check it out if you haven't done so already. Now, the Dr. Beatty, being misinformed and uninformed of the issues because of not reading our material, not understanding our arguments, he basically committed several logical fallacies by misconstruing our arguments, putting us in a category with other scholars that argue other things that we're not arguing, et cetera, et cetera. So it moves from there to Reggie still addressing the issue in an article he wrote that was eventually published in a journal that still fails to address the actual research questions at hand. Um, then after that, the brother Jonathan Owens, Smash, steps in and chimes in on the conversation, um, to have these different discussions. And so there's a lot of videos out there that's floating around. This brings us up to today. So now, as last night, uh, Smash had replayed part of the video that itself was a replay from Asari Imhotep's channel, which was the video of us giving commentary on Dr. Mario's BD's presentation. Okay, so how it's going to go down today in our discussion tonight is that I'm going to play Jonathan's or Smash's video from last night. Now his video ended up being 9 hours long. Okay, so I'm definitely not going to play his entire video. But he was live streamed. He was live for approximately 4 hours prior to me joining the panel, and I say approximately, give or take. And so I joined the panel once I realized he was live, and I listened for about 5-10 minutes of what was being said, and then I jumped on the panel. Okay, and so what I want to do tonight is I want to play, scrub through the video. I'm not gonna play the whole video, of course, but I'm gonna scrub through the video and really, really clarify and clear up a lot of the confusion that was caused because of a lack of comprehension and several straw man, strong Wizard of Oz type straw man arguments being levied and charged against myself, the brother Asari Imhotep, etc. So that's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna try to make this as clear as possible, and set everyone straight who is listening and watching us right now. All right. So with that, I think a good thing to start off with would be a reminder of what our actual issues are. And this is something that the opposing adversarial side of people, they never do. They never quote our research question. They never quote our stance and why that we clearly outline in our text. So we're going to start there, as to lay a foundation for everybody watching, so that everybody can understand what our position is and why. Okay, so let's go ahead and kick that off. So Sarah, I think you want to go ahead and kick that off. And you're muted if you're speaking.
My bad. There we go. So can the page be seen clearly?
Yep, it's big.
Alrighty. So again, peace and blessings, everyone. This is your brother Asari Imhotep, aka Lot of Mercy, and I'm going to be reading from chapter 1 of a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet that was published in 2019, which was published in an anticipation of just this very thing that has been going on online. And as stated countless times, the reason why we published the text, we put together our notes in a week's time to put together the text, is because Netcher and Reggie and Mario Beatty, and now you can add Smash and everybody else in the universe, misconstrue arguments, and they add information that is not brought about by any one of us, or arguments that are brought about by any one of us, claims. And so we wrote this for the intelligent folks who are serious about trying to understand the nature of the conversation, those who are actually going to read. And so I keep hearing, I was just, browsing YouTube as I do, and I saw that the pseudo killers were live. And I'm sitting here listening to their panel, and they keep saying that they don't understand what the nature of the argument is and what is our position and why we have the conversation that we're having today. And I'm like, how? When some of you even claim to have our text, what is it that is confusing to you? If you read our text, it should not be confusing because we put it in a very simple manner. And as you can see, this is again from chapter 1 of our starts on page, I don't know what page that is. So that's 13, 14, page 15, right? So in the introduction part of the text, let me make this just slightly bigger. Let me 140. Is that good? Can y'all see that well? Alrighty. So in the introduction of the text, we state of this chapter, I state the principal purpose of this chapter is to discuss and to delineate. That means to demarcate, to draw the lines, the methodology needed to answer the question. So this particular chapter is focused on methodology. And so what I discussed at the 2019 conference is discussed in this chapter and expanded. Let me read again. The principal purpose of this chapter is to discuss and delineate the methodology needed to answer the question, what is the etymology and the meaning of the place name Kemet in the ancient Egyptian language? So I state to you what the research question is. So there should be no confusion on what is the actual research question. That's how I start off the discussion. So you know what the research question is. As discussed in the introduction, the debate on the meaning of Kemet has been prolonged due to a lack of a systematic analysis of the hypotheses presented by various scholars over the years. Many arguments have been presented accompanied by unproven assumptions. It is these assumptions that have altered the trajectory of the researcher, veering him off course from the path of the truth. This chapter is aimed at the young researcher who may be interested in answering similar research questions in the near future and are looking for tools of analysis to help them solve their etymological problems. So, like every good research thesis, there's always, when you read anybody's PhD or master's thesis or journal articles, you'll see a section in there called the statement of the problem. And this is the section where you outline exactly what the fundamental issues are that you hope that your essay or text is going to solve. So for those who have our text and claim that they don't know what the issues are, have not read the text. And if they read the text, they did not understand. So what I want to do is I want to survey those of you who are in the chat after I read this, and those of you who already have the text already, if you can go to chapter 1 after the introduction and go to this section and read along, and y'all tell me if y'all have a problem with how this is worded in relation to your understanding of exactly what the fundamental issues are. And I'm not asking this to try to throw shade on anyone. I'm seriously asking so that I can look at this over and reword it to try to make it more clear, you know, for those coming later when I publish the upcoming book, right? So y'all help me out with this. So here is the statement of the problem. The place name Kemet is a toponym of obscure meaning. So there's the fact that you're even debating about its meaning shows that it is not clear exactly what it means. Due to its similarity in form to a word Kim, which means black, researchers have assumed that the latter is the root of the former. talking about that the word Kim Black is the root for the word Kemet, the toponym. However, there are other words in the Egyptian language with the KM consonant sequence, therefore homographs, that are just as likely candidates to be the root of Kemet. These possibilities have not been explored historically. While there are a few researchers who have analyzed the use of the toponym in ancient Egyptian texts, for example, Golay and Nibi, there has not been a systematic, and I have this italicized for a reason, linguistic analysis of the term and its possible origin using the historical comparative method. The work of Imhotep 2019, I originally anticipated the larger work to come out that year, but as you can see, that did not happen. So when you see Imhotep 2019, that is the book that's coming out actually in 2023. All right. So that's the race and ethnicity in ancient Egypt, volume 1, towards an etymology of the place name Kemet. All right. So the work of Imhotep 2023 aims to solve this problem. This chapter, however, concerns itself with some of the considerations that went into the complete analysis on the subject discussed in Imhotep 2023. So I'm going to unshare and check the temperature. Is what I wrote difficult to understand? Please let me know in the chat if y'all have a difficult time understanding exactly what the statement of the problem is. What is the issue? And I know there's going to be a time delay, so I'm just going to give it a second. All right. So from what you heard or read, we're talking about the obscurity of the place name of Kemet and the fact that there are homographs of Kim that don't have anything to do with blackness, but there's an assumption that the word Kemet has to deal with blackness, but there are no texts of a systematic linguistic analysis that proves that that is the case. So what I have done in the 2023 work that is coming out, as well as you got a preview of it in Alluja Volume 2, is to do a full systematic linguistic analysis and comes to my conclusion based on the research. So is anyone confused on what the issue is? I have to come back and see. So Teti Ursula Atra says it's clear to him. See, Tony Macaroni says, to me, it sounds like you want to specify using the historical comparison method. Mika says no. I don't know if she's responding. Okay, Mika, what is unclear? What is unclear for you? And your rock Taraji says, what word in the Egyptian language been through the scrutiny you're asking for Kim Black? There are tons of words that have been done that. You're mainly only going to find them in journal articles, right? Like I have a book on the word for Ba, right? That just deals with the word Ba. Sat 12 says, sorry, the historical comparative method can use the same method to compare the glyphs and the homographs within Demotic, Hieratic, and Coptic, as well as the Ethiopic languages. I don't think so. The historical comparative method is for words and language. If you're talking about scripts, that's not what the historical comparative method is used for. Mika says you're clear. African Renaissance says right off the bat, I could think of Ankh Nefer, any. Miss Lamb is. Yeah, she said she was speaking on something else. So I'm going to scroll back down. So clear. Jazz D says it's a leading question, but carry on. Can you explain further what you mean by that? He says, I'm just not familiar. No worries. Nope. Everything is everything. Says nope. Martel McCoy says, just curious if Shaka Amos would agree with that. Would agree with what? We don't do rock. We don't do rocks over here. I don't know what that. Y'all having a different conversation in the chat. I can see. Let's see. I done scrolled all the way, so I think I'm beyond that point. So for the most part, most people said it is clear, and so he says it's all okay, but the Ethiopic languages are of the same river geography. There's there's hundreds of languages along the Nile River. And so the proximity to the Nile does not equal a close relationship to the language of Egyptian. So you always have to go through the historical comparative method process to establish the relationship. So that's the standard. And let's see, you can't disagree with the statement until I hear what you're trying to prove. I don't even know what that's not even a response to anything. Well, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say to Chaz D, the question is not to agree or disagree. The question is, what is the statement clear to you? Is it clear? Do you understand what the statement of the problem was, and is there any confusion? So it's not whether you agree or disagree with it. All right. So I want to make that clear. So I don't, we're gonna walk through this, y'all, and I know we have quite a few people watching, and I know that drama attracts and everything. And so I saw some people in the comments like, let's get it on, let's get to the good stuff and things like that. So listen, we're about to walk through and scrub through the video, and surprisingly, you all gonna be surprised how easy this is gonna be and how light work this is gonna be. And then we're gonna
if you could reshare my screen real quick.
Okay, let me do that.
From Monica. So here's the statement of the problem, Monica. I won't read it. You can just read it yourself. Look, yeah, you can keep going and talking.
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna walk through Smash's statements, claims, and charges, and try to address them. Now, mind you, again, his video ended up being 9 hours long. And he was already about 4 hours in before I even came on the panel. And I stayed on the panel until he ended it. Then the brother Shaka Ndugu Kemet came on the panel later, well before it ended. And then it was late, I understood. And I think Smash had to go and shut down his live stream. And so I had invited Shaka Ndugu Kemet over here on the Sesh channel, and he refused. So he fired up a live stream, and I joined him last night as well. So I was going strong for quite a while with both of the brothers, as well as the brother Reggie that was on the channel, on Smash's channel as well. So it was a very, very long conversation just with me. I pulled up on that channel, pulled up on Shaka and Ndugu Kemet channel, pulled up on the Pseudo Killers channel today, and I'll pull up on everybody's channel from here on out as well. So I'm not gonna play the full 9-hour video, so I'm gonna scrub through and get to the meat and potatoes of the claims that he's making, and then we're gonna straighten it out, and you're gonna see how easy this is and how much light work this is gonna be. And I say that in the spirit of making sure you all in the chat is clear. So I'm gonna do my best to monitor the chat. We have moderators that can help me out in terms of moderating the chat, in terms of making sure things are clear. Because the last thing I want to do is to add to the confusion. which I think these other brothers are doing, and they're doing it. At this point, it's a pattern. So at first, I thought it was accidental, but at this point, it's just a byproduct of the nature of how this social community operates. All right. So anyway, so let's dive in. So sorry, you
Hold on.
did you have anything else?
Just this one little small thing.
All
So
right.
what because so many years has passed, and the emotionals keep changing their position and adding new arguments. People keep forgetting what the original motivation of the need for the research question um, began. And so we stated this in the introduction in terms of the primary two competing hypotheses. And that is the hypothesis one, that Egypt means the Black Land. So I quoted James P. Allen in his Middle Egyptian and Introduction to Language and Culture of Hieroglyphs, where he says the word Kemet, Egypt, literally means black, referring to the soil of the Nile Valley. This is why Egyptian uses the preposition her on rather than in her Kemet, meaning literally on the black land, right? So in his introduction text to learning how to read and write ancient Egyptian, that's his statement. So that's just representative of the general uh, belief system of the Egyptologists. And so you have a second hypothesis that was introduced by Sheikh Amti Diop. And he makes the argument, he says that Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves. Kemet equals the Negroes, literally. In the Egyptian language, a word of assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting it in a feminine singular. Kemet from the adjective kim equals black. It therefore means strictly Negroes, or at very least black men. The term is a collective noun which thus describes the whole people of Pharaonic Egypt as black people. So you see these two competing arguments here. And I have other citations of Diop where he strictly is arguing against Egypt, or excuse me, Kemet means black land. He firmly believes that it means black people and black people only. So when Reggie starts talking about it, is referring to black cattle, or anybody starts talking about it, refers to both black land and black people in terms of describing their skin color or some other. These are other hypotheses that have yet to be proven, doing a systematic analysis. So it's from these two fundamental hypotheses that clash, because they can't be both correct at the same time. Now you understand the nature of the statement of the problem. So when going back and analyzing each of these hypotheses, you come to discover that there's no text whatsoever prior to my examination that does a full linguistic analysis in which proves what the meaning of the term is. They're making these assumptions in terms of its root, in terms of its meaning and application. And so when you have two opposite competing hypotheses, you have to start from scratch and do no assumptions, and you let the evidence speak for itself. So I hope that makes the statement problem even clearer in terms of what was said. Stop sharing now.
Alrighty. So let's get it in, and I do want to um, make a quick brief announcement before. Now during the 9 hour video, when I came on the panel, um, you know, in these kind of conversations, these things tend to get a little bit, what people would say, heated, or whatever the case is. And I'm sure everyone is used to that because it happens all the time. And so tonight, I am going to keep it very, very clear, very, very precise. Without, obviously, it's just myself and this brother Simotep on the panel right now, where we're just gonna get in and deal with the information. There will be no cutting anybody off, no over talking, and none of the filibustering and anything like that. that usually happens by nature. You know, it's just part of the environment of the various different platforms, and that is, in and of itself, can cause a problem and cause issues and confusion. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get it in. So let me make my screen bigger, and I want to reiterate. So we're gonna get started. So I want to reiterate the issues and the hypothesis. So again, the issue is an ongoing debate since the late, at least the 60s, on the meaning of the place name Kemet. This is a summary. So again, the hypotheses. Hypothesis one is that Kemet means black land, and we know there's a plethora of scholars that say that all day, every day. Hypothesis two is that Kemet means black people. And so note, and I'm repeating what Asar showed from our essay, our text. Note that both claims assume that the root of the place name Kemet is the word Kem, meaning black in Egyptian. All right, so hopefully that's clear by now to everyone. So with the hypothesis one, the example that's cited, which is one of many scholars, is James P. Allen. And Asar already read that, so I'm not going to read it again. But that was just invoking one scholar to represent all the myriad of scholars that say Egypt or Kemet is black land. All right. And then hypothesis two is the late great Sheikh Anta Diop, and he's been in support of the place name Kemet, meaning black people. So I don't think Asar read this one, so I'm going to read this one. This is quoting from Diop's African Origins of Civilizations, Myth and Reality, page 7. He says, and I quote, "In fact, we know that the Egyptians called their country Kemet, which means black in their language. The interpretation according to which Kemet designates the black soil of Egypt rather than the black man, and by extension the black race of the country of blacks, stems from a gratuitous distortion by minds aware of an exact interpretation of this word would apply, of what an exact interpretation of this word would imply." So hopefully that's clear to everyone. And then the other quote from Diop, Asar read, which is coming out of Great African Thinkers, edited by Ivan Van Sertima. All right. So I wanted to just summarize that once again so that everyone's clear on what these issues are. Now, here are general reminders of what's not in dispute. And mind you, everything I'm saying are things that we have been saying over the years. We have videos. We put it in the essay publication in 2019, and we've been saying this going all the way back to, I believe, 2014. So this stuff is we're saying it ad nauseum. So what's not in dispute? Does black exist as an adjective in ancient Egyptian? And for some reason, I get asked this question almost every day that this topic comes up. I don't know why, because we always keep saying that that's not in dispute. We know that this adjective exists. Number two, can we find cognates of the adjective black in related African languages? That's not in dispute. Clearly. Three, did the Egyptians use color terms to describe a person or a thing? Clearly. So that's not in dispute at all. And I want y'all to notice that a lot of these videos that are being done as of late, everybody is talking about what's not in dispute. You have people that are doing videos showing color terms, describing color of people, and so on and so forth, but that's not in dispute. Four, and last one, do classifiers or determinatives have to be present for every attestation of a word? None of these four things are in dispute, but yet you see these four things constantly coming up as arguments, which are technically straw man arguments, and that's primarily what we're dealing with as of late, and it's causing confusion, as we are going to see. All right, so getting that out the way, let's get to the video. Now, so I'm going to do my best to scrub through it because, like I said, so I'm going to have to scrub and skip bits. But by no means do I want to avoid the proper context of whatever it is that I play. So you all keep me, you all in the audience in the chat. I'm gonna do my best to monitor it, but you all let me know if I cut it too short of context for the conversations. All right, so I'm gonna do my best, but I'll take my cue from everybody because the point is I want everybody in the chat to be clear on everything. All right, so let me get this on my screen and see which one is the right one to play here. All right, we'll find out real quick. Is it this one? That one's not it. This one's it. All right, so this one should be it. All right, so let's get in. So again, so those of y'all just joining in, welcome ETM Hotel, welcome in peace. This is I'm replaying Brother Smash's video from last night, and we're just gonna play it straight and get it in. All right, so I'm gonna start it right here. So I'm at the 11:25 mark. I believe I can start here. If not, I'll scrub through. Now, I do need a favor from you all. When I hit play, let me know if y'all can hear it. All right, let me know if y'all can hear it.
About to go in. We're going to just chime in.
All right, I paused it again just now, so let me know if y'all can hear it. I need that feedback from the chat real quick. Can y'all hear it? Okay, I think yep. All right, so good. It's confirmed. Now it may get confusing, so listen up. See, Smash is replaying our video, and in this video I'm talking, right? And so my voice, obviously it's me, and my volume may be a little the same. So I don't want you all to get confused with me talking live with you all right now versus what I'm saying inside of the video. Okay, so I'm gonna do my best to make sure that you all are not confused about that. Okay, but keep that in mind because it may be, and plus Asar is also in this video talking as well. So just keep that in mind. So hopefully that doesn't trip anybody up. All right, so here we go. And matter of fact, every time I pause to talk in real time with you all here tonight, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna indicate that this, it's me real time. All right.
Towards the end of Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation, the whole presentation's online. Shout out to the brothers for uploading it. So we are here to discuss a threebus, Kim R. Hoot Hori Ib. These are some terms used over time to discuss a few things, particularly one, an area in Kemet, an area in Egypt. And I want to detail a lot of the folly that's happening here to where I don't know if it's all the way folly, it starts to look like Medew magic. Because when I know you know, I know you know, and you know I know you know, whatever, then I'll be like, okay.
This is me real time, y'all. I gotta pause it there because I don't know what that was. I know you know, I know you know, whatever. I thought that was funny. Because mind you all, in the beginning of this video, all the way up to 4 hours, I wasn't present. I jumped in about around the 4 hour mark, give or take. So I didn't see any of this last night. All right. And I didn't take time to watch it today. So you all are actually getting a real time responses from me and the brother Asar Motep. All right. So let's keep it moving. But just take note that he said magic, Medew magic and things of that nature, or whatever the case is. All right, but here we go. And I'm trying to get to the meat bits.
Do they think I'm not gonna say nothing? The fix is in. The fix is in. So I'm gonna lay out all the parameters of what we need to understand as we progress to this point in the conversation concerning Kemet, Kim, Medew. So those terms are taking us from an adjective, Kim, describing the color black, that some act like that didn't happen. We got past that. To then a toponym, Kemet, and us wondering if Medew, a derivative of that term, if it's a derivative of that term. And then we have some brothers here telling us something else, that it is a derivative of another term from another location called Kim et Eret, or Kim Er. Now, why dudes be doing this, yo? This is a lie. It's not a mistake. It's not an error. I've looked over enough of the data to see how you're using it. And I'm about to show people. People will be able to see that Dr. Mario Beatty was actually correct. And I'm not talking about in his overall assessment, overall conclusion. I'm talking about in what he illustrated that we tried to erroneously correct concerning something going on with the term Kemet at the time period suggested about the 5th, 6th dynasty, I think he said. So this lie about Kemet Eret, we're gonna body that. Messing up the text, messing up the material, and giving people bad information for some reason in order to, the goal is to make people understand that black people didn't have, not black people in general, but that the term Kemet didn't have nothing to do with black people. Which we ain't never even got all the way there yet, but some of the devices being used trying to get there make me say the fix is already in. So we about to talk all about it. And right now we about to just listen to a little bit of Mario Beatty. Let's start where he, I guess, I don't know how much of it they played, but you know, this should be good. So let's go to where he's starting to discuss Pepe.
I have to pause it right here. So this is me real time, y'all. I have to pause it right here because he said that he don't know how much of his video that we played. We played the entire video, and so we did a critique. So just in case you all are just joining us right now, we did replays of the 3-year-old video where we actually did a critique and analysis of Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation from the ASCAC. All right, so that we did a full thing. All right, so I'm gonna let it play. Now I'm playing Smash's whole intro so that you can see the build up and the setup and the things that he's been saying and outlining, and then I'm gonna scrub and try to get to the actual issues that I'm gonna address and everything like that. So just be patient right now. But things are gonna speed up. But I think it's important so you all can hear his lead up, his build up. All right.
Commit to you, copy, and then east. Next line. This is James Allen's translation of this. You shall stand at the 4 of the dual flagpole shrines as men you shall stand at the fore of those of black land as the apis. That is, that Allen is translating, because Allen is translating that as a Nesby adjective, and it's proper. That's what you see there. But it's an interesting parallel here in terms of what you see, because as Reggie said, there's a couple of points that Reggie is making very strong here. But as Reggie said, the Apis bull is not just a sacred bull, but it's a black bull. Yep. So when you see here, those of the black land as Apis, it's actually an emphasis on the fact that it's black. But the interesting thing is that with Pepi the First, we're in the 6th dynasty, and this is kind of what I want to talk about today, that we're in the 6th dynasty. The reference by Ogden Golay, which I'm coming to in a minute, in terms of the historical reference, this implies, Kemet to you implies a Kemet. But the problem is that we only see it in the pyramid text. But it implies an Old Kingdom origin point that's local, social, descriptive. Next slide. But the issue is that when we look at a text by Nigel Strudwick, text from the Pyramid Age, Nigel Strudwick, this is the most comprehensive compilation of texts in the English language that you can read of the Old Kingdom. And I've looked at every one of these texts. And
yes,
you can actually pause right there, because I don't know if you're going to play it ultimately later in the conversation, but the little I was able to catch, they were sitting here trying to argue that there was no Kemet in the Old Kingdom, right? In terms for there to be a commit to you. But what did he just say? If there's a commit to you, it implies a Kemet, because he understands the grammar rule for the plural Nesby, the masculine plural Nesby adjective. So there cannot be a commit to you without a Kemet. And so we're going to revisit that later.
All right. So hopefully everybody got that. Dr. Mario Beatty said that commit to you implies a Kemet. All right, it implies a Kemet. So we're gonna definitely come and revisit that.
Honestly, just because I'm being fair, I don't know why he cited that text here. We'll go over all of this on the show. All right, but let's keep going. So notice he talked about the text, but let's see why he cited it.
When you look at all of these texts, what you see is that Kemet is not a word that is used in the Old Kingdom to describe.
From my investigation, Kemet is not a word used in this text. Let's carry on.
Their land. And it's quite interesting. So that there is something that is going on. We can't fully see what is going on in the 2nd dynasty all the way up until the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. But there is something there. Next slide. Some of our conversation is actually, some of what I've seen is actually an engagement with the work of Ogden Golay here, and an article that he wrote, Kemet and Other Egyptian Terms for Their Land. And Ogden was a professor at New York University. I actually worked with him when I was scholar in residence here at NYU. And I actually have all of his files that were thrown away in the trash by NYU. That's another story. But Ogden, in this, next slide.
All you gotta do while we watching, if I make a claim, use the power of the internet to falsify my statements, and so that people can have right knowledge. I've had the ability to be able to watch this over and over and vet the material, and this is why I'm ready to speak on it. And so again, if we do find the section where they're discussing the use of Kemet in that old text that the brother cited, please, because he didn't put the page numbers or nothing, please let us know.
Well, before I come back to Ogden, I'm going to.
Okay, I want to pause it there and not to conflate the issue. And so what is needs to be addressed here is what Dr. Beatty was saying when it came to the pyramid text. All right. And he made a reference to the brother Reggie and some points that the brother Reggie made as well. And so let's offer clarification for our good brothers, both brother.
Let me pause it before he go in. And I apologize, I didn't start early enough to show you what he was saying about the pyramid text. So I could just excerpt that in real quick. Bye.
Commit to you, copy, and then east. Next line.
All right, so
hold on, here we go. Hold on, it's just the part
right, so
that you
now,
must see. So I started a little too
let's
late.
continue.
Commit to you.
Hold on.
Kemetic language.
Here we go.
Next.
Right here.
Brother Reggie gave a text from the pyramid text, and this text is actually from the text of the pyramid of Pepi I. And the line is here. His transcription is in the second line there. Aha ek kinti kemetiu hapi, and then east. Next line.
All right, that was just the part now y'all had to see, just so y'all can know what he was talking about, that the good brother's about to reference here. When we get where they stopped it, let's get to where they stopped it. Right about here.
Who he himself admits that he said there's something going on.
Professor at New York University, I actually worked with him when I was scholar in residence here at NYU. And I actually have all of his files that were thrown away in the trash by NYU. That's another story. But Ogden in this next slide. Well, before I come back to Ogden, I'm going to.
Okay, I want to pause it there and not to conflate the issue. And so what needs to be addressed here is what Dr. Beatty was saying when it came to the pyramid text. All right. And he made a reference to the brother Reggie and some points that the brother Reggie made as well. And so let's offer clarification for our good brothers, both
I see you, Chuck.
brother Reggie and Dr. Mario Beatty, who he himself admits that he said there's something going on with this idea of a Kemet, but he doesn't necessarily know what it is. All right. So let's help them out and go over this for them. So just to kind of go back now, if you all are familiar with the previous videos that we did, we had the brother Reggie on our channel, and he gave a presentation. You know, we gave him the opportunity to give his full presentation uninterrupted, and he gave a presentation on his contribution of this particular topic. And during that presentation, he had offered this particular slide here.
Here we go.
And he also said the same thing, similar things at this ASCAC conference.
Now he putting on
So
this.
here is
Hold on. He putting on his white gloves right now. Putting on them white gloves, calling us assistant out to the stage, and watch how this go down. It's called Medew Magic, but I'm about to show you the tricks. Let's go.
Screenshot of his particular slide that he used when presenting. Now, what he says here, I'll just read it. He says both Asar is dependent of his European quote, but does not check other sources. Both are incorrect. The first usage is in the pyramid text of Pepi. Now, mind you, this is at a point where the brother Reggie is attacking Ogden Gole, which is the same thing that same person that Dr. Mario Beatty brings up. And so you're going to see the connection between brother Reggie and Dr. Mario Beatty, where they're arguing the same thing, where they're referencing each other. So Brother Reggie says that Ogden Gole is incorrect. And Asar, Brother Asar Motep, is incorrect. And the first usage of Kemet is in the pyramid text of Pepi, utterance 674, section 1998b. And he says, Kemetiu. Well, here it is in the pyramid text. Those of Kemetiu. All right. So hopefully you all can see that. And it says he is incorrect, speaking about Asar Motep. And then in red, he has he and his team does not know chronology. And by his team, Brother Reggie is referring to myself and the brother Sanjetti. All right. And so here is the transliteration of that particular line. And then the translation, it says, stand in front of the chiefs, divine ancestors of Kemetiu Hep. And so here's the actual hand transcription, all right, of that particular line of 1998, A and B. And then this is Brother Reggie's notes on the side. He says, this plate is hidden from almost every translation of the pyramid text, but is referred to. Egyptologists hide this. And that,
Is that him pausing or is that you?
oh, I was muted. Sorry about that, y'all. Good gracious. So I paused it here. And again, welcome y'all who tuned in. Appreciate you all who tuned in. This is me live right now, y'all. So I apologize for that. I was on the mute. I thought y'all could hear me. So I paused the video just now because I want to reinforce this point. So what you all are seeing on the screen right now is me showing the brother Reggie slide from his presentation. All right. Now you got to go back and watch the presentation, and I encourage everyone, if you're interested in this topic and you don't want the confusion, you have to watch the videos. Find the time and watch the videos on your free time. All right. That's the only fair thing to do, and trust me, everything will be made crystal clear. But during this particular presentation of the brother Reggie, he had did a long build up to these particular slides. This particular slide where he was trying to attack one of our sources, as he said, the European court, as you see at the top. But off to the right hand side, you see that he says that this plate is hidden from almost every translation of the pyramid text, but is referred to. He said Egyptologists hides this. Okay, so that's something that Reggie emphasized. So he made it seem like there was a conspiracy to hide this particular text from everybody. Okay, as you can see clearly in his words. All right, so I want y'all to remember that, because the next slide that I show after this is to prove that Reggie doesn't know what he's talking about, and that this particular, as he called it, plate is not hidden, that you can readily find it, and I'm going to show it. And that's the purpose of me showing the next slide that's going to come up. All right, so I'm giving y'all the heads up, but I'm going to let it play. And that's his own opinion and commentary. And then he goes on to say at the bottom here, it says, this is a handwritten note of Kurt Seth of the miscellaneous utterances of the pyramid text. This note is written in 1908. Though this plate should be well known, it is not. The implications are enormous. In the Old Kingdom, stand before the chiefs of the black community or state at Hep. This is Reggie's wording. And then he goes on to say that the 11th dynasty leaders simply used a theme from the past to reform Kemet. Kemet was originally a mythical land of black concepts such as Kemwer, Per Kem Kem, a black ancestral house associated with the Nubian goddess Bes. So this is me live again, y'all. Y'all realize that Reggie originally says that Kemet was a mythical land of black concepts. All right, so keep that in mind as well. We don't hear that in any claims recently, but that was definitely, these are brother Reggie's words. All right. So I'm gonna let it play. So all of that is Reggie's commentary based on this. So this is what is being referred to. All right. Now, in terms of this conspiracy that this is somehow hidden from people and that Egyptologists hide this, et cetera, you know, when Reggie made those comments and said those things,
All right, this the first. Here go the first sleight of hand trick. So, Brother Ujahu, and we have to keep the overall conversation in mind. Here, brother, well, let's let him do what he's doing before I explain what he's doing.
I told him that he's incorrect, that it's known, it's in the dictionaries, and I actually presented this as an exhibit to show that you can look this up online. Anybody can look this up and see right here in the TLA, which is the online Wörterbuch dictionary, German dictionary, and you can see these very same lines and the very same entries where you can see this information. All right, so it's not hidden at all. So this is me live again, y'all. Now I paused it right here because Smash paused the video and broke it up so that the reason why I have this slide up at that time is now lost. So I'm gonna ask the chat, and I know there's a delay. What was the reason that I just stated of the purpose of me showing this particular slide with these entries that you see on the screen right now? All right, I'm gonna ask that of the chat. What did I actually say was the reason that I show this particular slide? And I'm not gonna wait for an answer, but I would like for y'all to answer. But I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna repeat what I said in the video, and you all can match it up in your head. I specifically said that I show this as an exhibit to show that this passage that Reggie claims that is hidden in some conspiratorial way, that is not hidden, and that is just hidden from him, but anybody can look it up in the dictionary. It's available in the TLA. This is something that anybody who studies and familiar with these dictionaries and the TLA and these online databases have readily access. This is free. This is absolutely free, a free service. It's not hidden. Nobody's.
No, I just wanted to remind you. Remember, at this time, he had no idea that the TLA existed, and we introduced it to him.
There you go. Exactly. So this is confirmation that he didn't know about it, because if he knew about it, he wouldn't have made the statement as if scholars are trying to hide this kind of stuff. This stuff is readily available. It's been available. All right. So just want to keep that in mind. And then Kirk Seth's rendition of the pyramid text and everything has been available. And I believe it's been out of copyright where it's floating around online where you could download it for free. All right. So that's the purpose of me showing this particular slide. So what Smash is doing, he broke up the flow of my statements, but he's gonna charge me of my first magic trick, of magic Medew Netcher, and so on. So you're gonna hear him. So I'm gonna let it play, and then we'll address some more.
All right, but let's stop and understand why this being in your face, but not reading what it says is very significant. It's because if you go to the right and can read what it says small on each one of these definitions, even up here where you probably can make it out, it says Medew, Egyptians. Obviously it's in your face, but it's not being mentioned that the reference that we're going to, which actually has this Medew in the qualified TLA, says you will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt like a Threbus. Each one of these, you will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt like a Threbus. So that's that first little trick. That's a standing on the corner of Vegas trick. Probably didn't get you to stop because you ain't peek out what it's gonna lead up to. What we have here is a source that he's using to make another point about Reggie's error. Yes, ultimately, this source agrees with Reggie. You see, this source does not say the inhabitants of a Threbus. But watch what he do as soon as he take it off. And notice how he noticed, because he pulled his cursor over here, so that's when he peeked. You can watch how a magician do, just watch closely. When this mouse scroll over to the right is when he noticed not to say nothing about that, then he gonna keep it moving and watch this. Trust me.
So I'm gonna pause it right there. This is me live again, y'all. Smash is absolutely wrong, and he's just really, really reaching at this point, because my cursor didn't stop because I didn't realize what the text said or anything like that. The point of me even showing that slide was to demonstrate that Reggie was absolutely wrong about what he said to the right-hand side that you see right there. The fact that this plate is hidden almost from every translation of the pyramid text, but it's referred to, Egyptologists hide this. That was the reason. And then as far as the translation, I go into that, as you will see. So this is the beginning of the buildup of Smash just making up stuff, really, really, really reaching and pretending that he knows why the cursor stopped on the screen. If you watch it, my cursor is flowing, and that wasn't the reason. As I'm talking, just as I'm doing now, it had nothing to do with what he's saying. Let's keep it moving.
We're gonna go in, not just like this. We going in. Watch.
Okay, I'm sorry. You had something.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the audience and inform others that on the TLA, the Thesaurus Lingua Egyptiae database is simply that. It is a database. What they do is that they look into a number of dictionaries and they just digitize it. And so what they don't do is they don't change the definition of the words as they, well, I shouldn't say that because I found them doing that to a lot of words. But ideally, they don't change the meaning of the word. They just copy it from the dictionary and then they post it online. So they just digitize it. It's a digitizing process. And this is important. Why? For example, when we get into the whole Kemet Tu argument, why the TLA still has old and outdated source material, because they're citing directly from the Ehrman and Grappal Wörterbuch dictionary. And so we're going to show how on that entry, all the latest texts have Kemet Tu being those of Athribis, and how the Ehrman and Grappal dictionary on that entry is outdated. And we put this information, of course, in the 2019 text that they didn't read. So I just want to remind folks of that, so that they can understand. So they're not, the TLA is not a new dictionary. They're not going over all of the entries and then giving their own definitions. They're just copying dictionary entries from older dictionaries and digitizing them and putting them online, because many of these entries were all handwritten. So a lot of these old dictionaries were handwritten, and so it's difficult for people to access it if especially if you're not used to reading people's handwriting, and especially handwriting in other languages like French and German, for example. So just keep that in mind. All right,
So I'm gonna let it play. Of this conspiracy that this is somehow hidden from people, and that Egyptologists hide this, et cetera, et cetera. When Reggie made those comments and said those things, I told him that he's incorrect. That
Follow the mouse.
It's known, it's in the dictionaries, and I actually presented this as an exhibit to show that you can look this up online. Anybody can look this up and see right here in the TLA.
Okay. Now let's go online definition with our hand.
German dictionary, and you can see these very same lines and the very same entries where you can see this information.
All right, now, right? So now let's keep it moving.
At all. And so what he should say is that people may not be familiar who don't study this particular information, but it's not hidden. No one's trying to hide this from anyone. All
Remember
right?
this card. Remember this card.
So here is those same two lines, but here's some more context around it. And mind you, all of this is
Stop. What did they write on the screen? You will stand before the inhabitants of Kemet, Athribis in parentheses, as Apis. You see how that magic trick, that's Medew Netter magic, y'all.
So this is me again live, y'all. I want y'all to pay attention. So let's keep count. Smash was wrong about his assumption, which is a minor thing, but he was wrong about his assumption why my cursor moved and that, you know, I'm not dealing with the definition or whatever the case is, because that wasn't the purpose of that particular slide. I was very clear at what I was addressing with that slide to show that this thing is readily available online, easy to find, and it's not hidden. No conspiracy there. All right. Now, right here, I want y'all to remember, he said, this is Medew Netcher magic. And he says, he read that third sentence there where it says, you will stand before the inhabitants of Kemet in parentheses Athribis as Apis. And so he says this is magic. But I want y'all to remember this. All right. So we're going to keep score. So Smash is wrong about one thing. So we got one wrong thing so far. All right. And so let me let it play. But I want y'all to remember what he just said right here. Because now, like I said, I did not jump on the panel until about 4 hours into the video. So some of this stuff is repeated when I get on the panel. But I'm playing it from this point before I got on the panel. And most of it I should be able to take care of live with y'all right here tonight. All right. So, but I don't want y'all to think so I made forward to show so that you all can see how I responded to these things in real time last night. All right. So I may switch back and forth and go back and forth. But here we go.
Let's go back. The slide he showed you right here. Look, you will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt. But when the mouse rolled over there, he peeked, let me not even, you know what? Let me go on to the next slide. Because if I thoroughly go over this slide, I will show them. Say, look, it says, commit to you, Egyptians right here. That wouldn't help your argument. And so what we're doing right here is that first magic trick I'm showing y'all is the definition that supports Reggie's argument is used in his first source. It says inhabitants of Egypt, not Athribis. So he wants to go to the source where he type in his own words and don't give you the source on who else say that. We know we can find it. We know it's out there, but that's old homework.
I got to pause it here, and I'm sure Saw probably say the same, that the sources are given in our text for Athribis for this part. So I just want to say that. So this right here either confirms that that Smash didn't read the book or he didn't understand the book, or there's games being played. All right. But even in this video last night, I showed a source and it's listed in the 2019 essay book that we did collectively. So before I play it, sorry, I don't know if you had any comments on that.
My bad. I'm thinking I'm unmuted. I'm ready to read what we wrote in the text.
You wanna say it again?
I said I'm ready to read what we actually wrote in the text. Okay,
you want to share that?
Yeah. Let me. So I'll do that. Is everything clear?
Yeah, let me switch up. So just for y'all, those are listening, the statement I just now made is Smash says that there's no source given. Now on this slide here, the purpose of me having this slide is already stated. It's already clear. It has nothing to do with what Smash is in La La Land imagining me doing, but I actually say what I'm doing with this slide. All right. And so what we're about to show, what Asar is about to show, is in our text where we actually do show and explain this particular passage, and we give the citation. All right, and it's actually in my section of the text, the essays. So sorry, I'm gonna share yours real quick. So I'm gonna switch screens, y'all, and then we're gonna come back to playing Smash the Video. But I just want to show this in our text from 2019. All right.
So I'm actually going into my section of section 3, and we'll go back up to you because in other words, we said it twice in the text, right? So in this section, I'm discussing the nature of the 3 strokes in the words and how they're not all plural, right? And in the Egyptological literature, you'll see them refer to them sometimes as false plurals, but that's not accurate. And so starting on, and so those who have the text, you can confirm that this is in the text, starting on page 78, right? So I'm gonna start from here because we're discussing the form kemet with the seated man and woman in the 3 plural strokes. That's in the Kahun papyrus. And so I say, thus, let me see if I can increase. Matter of fact, I think I can. Full screen mode. Oop, go back up. And I'm gonna just do that. So that'll be a little bit clearer. All righty.
Yeah, it's clear.
All right. So starting from where you see the mouse here, it says, we argue here that Kemet is to be understood as the nation in the abstract and not the inhabitants of. Grammatically, if we wanted to say the inhabitants of Kemet, we would have to write Kemet to you. And this is the hieroglyphs for that. However, although this form is present in the literature, the word Kemet to you is never used to refer to the Egyptians as a whole. They refer to themselves simply as Remech. There are many Egyptological publications that render Kemet to you as Egyptians, including the Erman and Grappal Wörterbuch. However, scholars have come to realize that this is a mistranslation and only refers to a nome called Kemet, short for Kemet Weret, in Lower Egypt. In many publications, remember that the Erman and Grappal, at least for volume 5, for which the Kim entries are, that I think that was published in 1956. So let's keep the chronology. So remember what I stated, that the TLA, all they do is just take the entries from the dictionaries and digitize them, right? They don't update the entries. So in many publications, it is simply known as Kim Were. And I get a citation here. The capital of this nome was known as Hut Hiri Ibit, which became Greek Athribis. So notice the language that is being used here. In many publications, it's simply known as Kim Were. The capital of this nome, so the capital is a smaller space of a greater expanse of land. So just like for Texas, Austin is the capital for the state of Texas, right? So the capital of this nome was known as Hut Hiri Ibit, which became Greek Athribis. Essentially, the entire area became known as Athribis and is today called Tel Atrib. So when they're sitting here making these arguments that we're saying that Kim Were equals Athribis, and we're trying to say that it's connected to the temple and it came later and all, they didn't read. They can't read and understand. They just make up stuff. They just make up arguments that we're not making. So this clearly gives you the timeline, or that gives you the context for how Athribis came to be, right? So and it's today called Tel Atrib. Rainer Hanning, in his De Sprach der Pharaonen Ribis Han Wörterbuch Egyptisch Deutsch, correctly defines Kemet as Lut aus Atrib, People from Athribis, 1995, 883 is the page number. Jean Leclant, in his journal article, and I'll just translate, from the Pyramid of Pepi I, the north wall of passages of passage AF, in the antechamber and the funerary chamber, confirms as well that Kemetiu is in fact a reference to Athribis, based on his analysis of the pyramid text of Pepi I. He informs us, and keep this in mind, remember it was Pepi I who they were trying to argue for, that had the earliest rendition of the word Kemet in reference to the nation. So that's how this whole conversation started in terms of Athribis. So in here, I cite directly the note here that's in French, and then I give the English translation for you. So here it is. We have for a long time interpreted Kemetiu as Egyptians. An interpretation in an essay by Otto, section 1998, was presented in this text, right? In this article, in this text, in this journal article, right? Page 14 through 15. Faulkner, in Ancient Egyptian Pyramid Text, page 288 and 327, assumed that it was the people of Athribis. So already Faulkner, correctly translated this as the people of Athribis. The presence of the bull and palimpsest in our new text of Pepi I confirms this hypothesis. Kimwer is mentioned as such in Pyramid section 556. So 1975, page 146. So you see in the Wartabush, they thought it was Egyptians, but in this journal article, this peer-reviewed, we got to use Ned and Nebs, the peer-reviewed article already corrected this, and even Hanning in his dictionary corrected this. And we even stated this in our presentation, for which Smash tried to do a half-ass job and say that that we didn't present this information and it wasn't in there. So as you can see, this is mine, because I have the physical book. I took the photo of the dictionary. So this is the Rainer Honig dictionary, right? And on page 883, as I correctly stated, you see the word here, Kemetiu, the people of or from Athribis, right? And so Smash said that didn't exist in the text. Then he tried to change it up and make it something else. He's good at that. And so here's the journal article from the review, the Egyptology, right, from 1975, and here is exactly what I cited, in our 2019 text. So all of this was even presented again when we made our first video critiquing Dr. Mario Beatty, who made that claim. And that's why we said that Dr. Beatty on this point is not up to date when it comes to the scholarship. And you can see it clearly. This is a screenshot from the text, and here is my translation. And so anybody can compare them. And then we do some more here, and where's that other section? So remember when he brought up this, we'll probably get to this later. Smash said that why didn't I translate it? If he would have paid attention to the first video, here's the translation. And time and time again, we have to keep going over this, because they want to keep making videos and say stuff that we allegedly didn't do. It's amazing that the stuff that we actually did do, they never pull up. And then, they just make up stuff talking about what we did do, but can never pull up exactly what they say that we actually did in terms of making up, particular arguments. And so even when you look at even the Vigus dictionary, the 2018, the latest one, he has Kemet Tu, those of Athribis. And so this whole argument is just null and void. It's just a pointless argument. And it's because Smash don't read and can't read and understand what he reads. He keeps giving people misinformation. And then, you know, because he talks loud, you know, he thinks he's saying something. And all you have to do is read. All of our points are in the text. You have it in, I have a 2014 article. I have the 2019 text. I have the 2020 text. In Illusion Volume 2, there's a whole chapter on Kemet. And then I have the whole full book that's coming out in 2023. But instead of reading, they want to make up stuff in their mind because Smash is used to freestyling on his couch, making albums and stuff. He think he could do this with scholarship. And it just gotta end. Kemet Tu means those of Athribis, those of Kim-Wer. And the fact that it is Kemet Tu and it is a masculine plural Nisbe adjective, it was Kemet. And I'll stop there.
All right. So I highlighted Smash right now, his comment. And so this is going to be a confirmation of the lack of comprehension and confusion. So on the screen, Smash says no Athribis definition for Kemet on that page. So this is what I meant last night when I told Smash that he is the king of straw man building, like that Wizard of Oz type straw man, that come to life type straw man arguments. These ghosts, since Smash like to use ghost, the word ghost words, these ghost arguments. Because here's the thing, I'm gonna explain to y'all, make it very crystal clear. Smash is asking for, or last night he asked for, Kemet on the page of the dictionary being defined as Athribis. But yet, if you notice when he's talking about this particular page behind. Let me remove his comment. The page that you see on the screen, or my slide, is talking about the pyramid text of Neith that Dr. Beatty and Reggie got wrong and said the pyramid text of Pepe, but it's the pyramid text of Neith. And in that particular text, it doesn't have the word Kemet right here in this line. It has the word Kemetiu. Kemetiu. So the fact that Smash is asking about Kemet while we're discussing and focused on Kemetiu at this particular point is nonsensical and it's utterly silly at this point. So you see the comment, he's asking us to pay attention, but the brother needs to pay attention because he doesn't understand his own arguments. All right. So, and you're gonna hear that. So I'm gonna play it, and we're probably jumping ahead a little bit, but you're gonna hear this come up again, and you're gonna see it when I join the panel. He's gonna do it again, and we're gonna see it. So I'm gonna let it play a bit. Now, let me interject this as well. Dr. Mario Beatty in his presentation says at this point of this particular line, Dr. Mario Beatty says Kemetiu implies a Kemet, but he doesn't know one way or the other what's about. By his own admission, he said, we don't know what's really going on here, but Kemetiu implies a Kemet. And as Asar rightly spoke, because Dr. Mario Beatty understands a bit about the grammar. In order for a Nisbe adjective to exist, these are derived adjectives. They're derived from a predecessor, either a substantive or a preposition. I repeat, a substantive has to exist or a preposition in order for a Nisbe to exist. Kemetiu is a masculine plural Nisbe adjective. Therefore, it has to be derived from a substantive. That substantive is the very word Kemet. Beatty knows that, but he doesn't know how it's being worked in the text by his own admission. We do, and as you're going to see, I'm gonna let it play. Sorry, do you have something else? I see you put something else up on the screen.
My bad. I just had Gardner ready.
Okay, so let's show that real quick. So we're gonna share something else again, and this is gonna be the grammatical rules for a Nisbe adjective. And what you're about to see is, remember, Kemeti you is a masculine plural Nisbe, and it takes a feminine substantive or noun, and then it changes it into a masculine plural relational adjective, aka Nisbe. And you're about to see the rule for it right here on the screen. I'm gonna share it.
You want to read it? Or?
It's on the screen. Okay, I'll read it. This is section 79 in Sir Alan Gardner book. And you can pretty much get any Middle Egyptian grammar book, and it's going to say the same or similar. It says adjectives end y as a suffix. The ending y is employed to form adjectives from nouns and prepositions. Didn't I just say that? Because I don't want y'all to think that I'm working some Wujau magic or some Medew Netcher magic. This is coming from the expert that people like to appeal to authority for. All right. To go on, he says exactly the same formation exists in the Semitic languages, and the Arabic grammarians have invented for it a term, Nisbe adjective, or adjectives of relationships. This name is sometimes applied to the Egyptian counterparts. Examples are, then he has Resu, and then he has Resu, south wind, masculine, singular masculine, Resi, southern, Receipt, and I'm just going down the list, Resiu, Resiut. Then on the right hand side, and since Asar is sharing that, I don't know if you could do your cursor as I'm reading it. On the right hand side, we have Mehit, or from the word Mehit for north wind, which is a feminine, by the way. You'll have Meheti, northern. Then you have Mehetit. Then you have Mehetiyu. So now, mind you, let's stop here. So the word Mehit at the top, the very first word, is a feminine substantive or a feminine noun. When you go down to where Asar has it highlighted, it changes into a masculine plural Nisbe. And so now you see the TYU on there. But it's masculine and plural, but it was feminine as a noun. And then the feminine plural is beneath it, which is Mehetiyut. All right, so enough said. So hopefully everybody understands that, and maybe I'll do a separate video to reiterate.
You gotta read up to this on the next page, because
all right. So let's keep
continue reading from here. From as.
So as the above.
Hold on,
it's a little too big.
One.
All right, there we go. As the above writings indicate, the formative Y suffix is never written out in the feminines, and the semivowels Y and W are also elsewhere usually suppressed, aka omitted. For reasons of practical convenience, the less correct transliterations given in brackets are to be preferred as a rule. The Y suffix of the masculine singular is often, but by no means always, written out. And as regards to the masculine plural, the latent presence of that semivowel is betrayed by the use of the sound sign TU, which is that G6 buzzard glyph, in derivatives from feminine nouns. So Mehetiyu above, or from the masculine words ending in T, etc. Keftiyu, opponents, enemies, an adjective used with the noun and derived from the preposition kefet, before or opposite. So I hope that's clear to everyone.
This is why Mario Beatty said that a commit to you implies a commit with a T, because the commit to you is the masculine. They would only use that if the word ended in T, even if it wasn't necessarily written. So when we read, when we listen later, when Smash is talking about that there's no Kemet, referring to Kim Were, and which later was become Athribis in the Old Kingdom. Notice he says that it betrays with the sound of the presence. So the fact that it is Tu, Kemet Tu, which everybody recognizes and knows, lets us know that it was that Kim Were was referred to as Kemet in the Old Kingdom. So I'll end there. You can go.
But keep it on your screen for a second, because I was just asked to reread the part about Keftiu. So again, very quickly, Nisbe adjectives are derived adjectives. They're derived from nouns or prepositions. The word Keftiu is a masculine plural Nisbe, but it's derived from a preposition in this case and not a noun. The preposition is derived from is the preposition kafet, which means before, to be before something or opposite of something. So kafetiu means one who is of or pertaining to the opposite, which we translate as an English idiom as enemy. And since it's masculine and plural, we say enemies with an S. Just that simple. Those who know the grammar know the grammar. Don't listen to people who don't study the grammar, who just know some glyphs and peruse through dictionaries all day. All right, so I'm gonna let the that was it. So I'm gonna let the video play.
Where they translated Kemetiu as inhabitants of Athribis. So watch what happened. We go to the next slide, and instead of reading you the qualified definition, he gonna start going in on his writing he put on the screen, and then we're gonna talk about that.
Right here in the TLA, which is the online Wörterbuch dictionary, German dictionary, and you can see these very same lines and the very same entries where.
Only thing he didn't show really is that it means Egyptians, because that's going to be the significance. So I said, remember this card, please.
Where you can see this information. All right, so it's not hidden at all. And so what he should say is that people may not be familiar who don't study this particular information, but it's not hidden. No one's trying to hide this from anyone. All right. Now, so here is those same two lines, but here's some more context around it. And mind you, all of this is within our publication that we just produced, that we showed at the beginning of this session. But so here's the transliteration of these.
I want to know whose translation is this, because Wu read Medew Netcher wonderfully. So we need to know, it ain't no quotation marks on here. So this is his translation. Instead of giving us the one on the TLA, he's giving us this. But let's keep rolling. I'm gonna show you why this is happening.
These lines and then the translation at the bottom. Now this is me live, y'all. Again, I pause it right here just very briefly to remind y'all of what I just said in the video. I said that all of this that you see on the screen is in our publication. It's right in our publication. And it is my translation. All right, so it's in our publication. 2019. This video was done last night. So there's a time gap right there. All right, so I just want everybody to understand that. And I wish I could share that in the let me see something. Well, I'm sharing this. So sorry, I don't know if you still have the publication up real quick.
My bad. Yeah, I do. Where do you want me to go?
If you go to page 53, where I have this transliterated and translated.
And let me reduce that. You said 50.
I believe it's page 53.
Okay.
So for those of you all who have our text, I believe it's going to be on page 53. I just can't share it myself because I'm sharing this video. So Asar is going to share his. And I want to show you all that this is in our text. And I believe you got it. So let me switch screens.
You want to read the main text, or you just want the where this is?
No, go up above, a little bit above. Okay, yeah. So you gotta shrink it down a little bit. Okay, that's good right there. So I'm gonna read that paragraph that leads into the transliteration and translation. I say we draw further attention to the last above example, kemet, which is the short form of kemet weret or Kemwer, and the 10th nome of Lower Egypt. This area is also known as Athribis. This is what Asar meant earlier when he said we mentioned this stuff twice. So Asar showed it earlier in pages above, and I'm reiterating it here. This area is also known as Athribis, from the Greek Athribus, from the Coptic Athribi, so named from its temple complex Hut-Hiri-Ib. In the pyramid text of Neith, pyramid text 674, we read, and then I have the transliteration right there and the translation beneath each of those lines. All right, and that's what y'all saw on the screen, but I want to read the paragraph beneath it. In this passage, the demonym Kemetiu refers to the inhabitants of Athribis, and I give the citation Faulkner 1969 page 288 and 327, and then Hannig 1995 883, which is the same source that Asar cited above, not to be mistaken for the entire kingdom of Kemet, known after the 11th dynasty. Later in Edfu, at the Ptolemaic temple of Heru, there are references to the inhabitants of Kemet by the demonym Kemetiu. See the table 6 for more examples of Egyptian demonyms. Now, mind you, in this section of the book, I'm explaining demonyms and how grammatically ancient Egyptian language expresses those. So that's all I wanted to share. So now we get back to this this video. So in the video, what you see here on the screen that Smash is playing is the slide where I'm just addressing Mario Beatty's presentation. So obviously I'm gonna put this on the slide and show the actual Kurt Seth's version and this, that, and the third on here. All right. So now you're gonna see where I got "you will stand before the inhabitants of Kemet" in parentheses Athribis, because the experts say so. These are the experts that these folks liked and love. PhD. They don't even call them experts. They don't even call them by name anymore. They just say a PhD, as if that's somebody's name now. But let it play. And so 1990.
And then the translation at the bottom. Whose translation?
98A and B is right here, but I'm also giving the previous line, which is 1997, and then also C, which is also a part of 1998. So I'll read the English, and it says, "The mourners will call you as Osset." And this is where you see Jesui, Enek, Sementi, Osset. All right? This is what it's saying. "The jubiler will cheer you."
That's the second magic trick. If you could read Medew Netcher, why is you pointing to the transliteration? I keep telling people don't do that. You're not reading Medew Netcher when you reading transliteration. Any of us could go the Sui and NK, Shemiti, Aset. Why you ain't reading from over here? And that becomes significant too, and you'll learn why.
You.
If you paused on purpose and are talking,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was muted. I'm up here running my mouth. So listen, I had to pause it here because Smash is saying earlier he gave me a compliment, knowing that I deal with Medew Netcher and I do so very well. So he gave me a compliment earlier, but here he's questioning why didn't I read from the glyph side on the left and instead read from the transliteration side on the right to imply something. So let me tell y'all why I did that. Because when you're presenting, most people, and you got to cover all of your audience. Most people are not going to be able to read the glyphs. they're more apt to read a transliteration than the glyphs themselves if they're not a student of the glyphs, of the language. So if you see anybody do a presentation, if they have the glyphs and the transliteration together, they're going to read, if they have a pointer or a mouse or the laser beam, if they're on stage or whatever the case is, they're going to read from the transliteration and or really the translation. They just show it for references purposes for those who can or would like to investigate further. So there's nothing an issue with that. And plus, you could barely make out this handwritten form of the glyphs, let alone people being, studious enough to even be already familiar to read it. So that's why that's done. All right, I just want to clarify that, because these little things is like reaching things. And that's why I said last night that Smash wants us so bad to just be wrong. They just nitpicking at things. This is like some real petty stuff. And we're gonna see. And then when I make a little minor adjustment to Dr. Mario Beatty and correct him as a PhD, Smash gets overly defensive. And y'all gonna see that a little later. You as Nebet Hood. You see Nebet Hood here.
Don't fall for this when people do this shit. No.
Or you can see the glyphs here. And forgive me if it's too small on your screen due to the avatars. And I'm going to read it. I know the avatars are probably blocking the bottom of this slide. Yeah, but hopefully you'll be able to hear me read.
I'll show you why he ain't reading the glyphs as soon as he finished
this out. Then it goes on to say, you will stand before the shrines as men. And that's the second part here. And then it goes on, this next line, it says, you will stand before the inhabitants of Kemet, which is Athribis, as Apis, or Hapu. And you can see the term Kemetiu right here in the glyphs here. All right? And this is what Reggie is referring to, and thus this is what Dr. Mario Beatty is referring to. And then it goes on to say, you will stand in the wide lake as Sokar. All right, you see Sokar here. You see the word for wide lake. Okay, so with some context, because the opinion that Dr. Beatty gave was that the emphasis is on the color black to compare. All right, but if you read this entire section, I'm only giving you four additional lines, but if you read the entire section, you'll see that that's just not true. There's no emphasis on people being black whatsoever.
So now we got two different claims, and I don't know if it was done on purpose or not. He said Mario Beatty said it had something to do with black. Then he said what he denied was that it had something to do with people being black. Let's listen back to that, please. Please catch that. He said Dr. Mario Beatty was manifesting that it had something to do with black. Then he contended like, no, this don't got nothing to do with people being black. Let's keep it clear, because we got to break this all the way down before we start getting into these texts and these documents.
Wide lake. Okay, so with some context, because the opinion that Dr. Beatty gave was that the emphasis is on the color black to compare. All right, but if you read the entire,
see, Dr. Mario Beatty said the emphasis is on the color black to compare, but look at what you're negating.
This entire section, I'm only giving you four additional lines, but if you read the entire section, you'll see that that's just not true. There's no emphasis on people being black whatsoever.
See how he did that? I'm showing you, this is Medew Netcher magic. Dr. Mario Beatty didn't say the emphasis was on people being black. He said the emphasis, I'm using your words, he said the emphasis was on black and to compare, which it is here, and we're about to show you. I don't know why we lose the wordplay and the way they do things in Kemet. The metaphors and the comparisons, we always do that. And so let's keep going. Let you say that before we break this down.
Now, but what's important here is that Kemetiu, the Kemet here that this is referring to, those who inhabit this place called Kemet, this particular place, Kemet, is Athribis.
You see? Remember that first card he whipped out on the corner of Vegas? That card said Egypt. For this attestation, So until we put these words up here, we're gonna know this is some old words probably coming up out of some old work. But you trying to stand on this, and this is gonna get beat up thoroughly today.
So this is me live, y'all, again. Y'all just saw that he's wrong, that we showed in the Virtual Book or the TLA, it says Egypt there, but we just went over where that scholars once thought that that was Egyptians, but now have changed that, have updated the translation to say those or people of Athribis. Those of Athribis. Showed the Hannick Dictionary, page 883, Faulkner, and Jean Leclerc, etc. So all of that is knocked out the box. All right. But he's going to bring it up again when I come on the panel and I showed the dictionary that he doesn't have, the Hannick Dictionary. I showed it where it said it, where he said it, we couldn't find it because he was invoking a PhD, Capochichi, who must have stirred him wrong. So we're gonna let it play and get to that. I'm gonna fast forward it down there. I'll let this play for a little bit.
But I hope everybody's seeing what's happening. That first card that he showed, probably thought we forgot 10 minutes ago, said inhabitants of Egypt. Now he telling us, no, this is Athribis. You want to know why he doing that? So that we can't say that Kemet to you was a term that existed before the toponym Kemet. So then you would have a root at black and then something TU, which they're saying means inhabitants of, but you can find TU on terms that simply mean like them. I ain't saying those people, but TU is on the term for a opponent.
That's why Smash Tonight, this is me talking live again. That's why Smash Tonight wanted me to go back over Kef to you because he don't understand grammar. So that's why he says, not those as a people, but as an opponent. That's what the word kef to you actually means. It's from the preposition to be opposite of something. So the relational adjective, what a Nisbe does, is establishes a relationship between what's derived from what is derived from. So if the preposition means to be opposite of, then the derived Nisbe adjective is setting up a relationship. He or she or those, if it's plural, who pertain to or relate to being opposite of something. And in English, we shrink it into a single word idiom as the word enemy. If you are in opposition to something, you are an enemy of it. Or opposer. We would say opposer or enemy. So a Nisbe adjective, there's no rule where a Nisbe adjective has to deal with the place. The Nisbe is a relational adjective. Is nicknamed Nisbe from the Arabic grammarians, because the Arabic word Nisbe means relations, to relate. That's it. If you understand and study grammar, these simple mistakes would not be made. And so this is what's causing confusion. And so watch, based on the lack of knowledge about all this stuff is why things are being said, and he's reaching, acting like I'm doing some magic tricks and I'm doing things I'm not really doing and things like that. But it should be clear.
Just someone who's your opponent, he's a kafet to you. So now kemet to you is what? And so if we got this term kemet.
This is me live again. See, he don't even know the difference between kafet being from a Nisbe derived from a preposition versus a Nisbe being derived from a substantive or a noun. There's a difference there. So let's keep it playing.
To you being used before we got kemet, then we got the people who say it don't mean nothing about the people got an issue. And so what they're doing is they're anachronistically taking a term, Athribis, and applying it to a 6th dynasty text when Kemet or none of them terms was used as a toponym at that point in time. None of them. None of them. Matter of fact, you messing it all up. And you don't even know, and we're going to walk through this slowly so everyone can understand. So what you're doing here is, again, you on purpose referring to some old definition of it, or maybe your own translation. Now,
I got to pause it here. So again, Smash is wrong. This is not an old definition. The TLA has the old definition. as we just demonstrated. The more up-to-date definitions in Mark Vigus as of 2018, in Hanning as of what year is that? 1978, I believe, and Leclerc and Faulkner. All right, so again, if y'all are keeping track, that's another one that Smash is wrong about. But if you listen to him, because see, you understand, as Asar pointed out, Smash is a performer, and you know I've never seen him perform live, but you know he has tenure in the rap game and stuff, so he's a good performer, and so he knows how to perform and convey. So he will convince you that he knows what he's talking about by you know through the skill and tenure and experience that he has doing that kind of stuff. But don't let that fool you. Just like he's telling y'all, don't let me fool you with some Medew Netcher magic and stuff like that. Don't let it fool you when I read the Sweet Kim Sneckish Knock Knock Shock Shock when he was on the top of that screen. I'm saying the same thing. Don't let skills in rapping and the stage presence and the skill at doing that fool you when it comes to scholarship. Don't do that. And he says, show it in Vigus. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show it in Vigus. But right now I'm sharing the matter of fact, I'm gonna stop sharing because I have to stop sharing that video. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do that. This is how you do it on the spot. So I'm gonna have to stop sharing this video to share Vigus, and I'm gonna pull it up for y'all real quick. I'm gonna oblige the brother in the chat right now because see, this is part of the
Hold on, what is
like, you know,
what are we looking for in Vigus? Coming to you?
Yeah, commit to you saying people of Athribis in Vigus.
I already got it up. Hold on.
All right, you can share. That means I don't have to unshare mine, so you can share yours.
So this is Vigus 2018.
All right, let me put it on the screen. So there you go. You're going to have to make it bigger.
Yeah. So this is Kim Ware at Rivers. Hold on. And this is Commit to You. Page
all right, you
8.
probably to blow that up some more. So don't want any excuses. So in Mark Vigus, oh go ahead. I'm up here talking. You go ahead.
No, you can say what you.
Okay, so in Mark Vigus, what page is that?
This is 815.
Page 815 in Mark Vigus of the 2018 edition of Mark Vigus, which is the updated edition, because I know there's some people out there using the 2015 or 2012 version. You see Cometiyu as inhabitants of Ethribis. All right, so I was just asked to show it, and we just now showed it. All right, so that's that. All right, so I'm gonna get back to this video and keep it pushing. So again, Smash is wrong again. So now, you know, I know people got favorites and stuff like that, but we're gonna keep score.
Now let's show how Mario Beatty was right in his assessment of this comparison. Because when we talk about Kenti, well, I'm losing these signs, but they got it for a Sinut, RA, and then we got men or whatever, and then is like, so basically they saying in front of the shrine, just like you got the shrines as men, like just like it says down here. Kenti, look how fake this is, y'all. This is why he not reading the gosh darn Medew Netcher. You see this glyph? Kenti. He translated right here as stand before. On the next.
That's not true. See, this is why this is why understanding grammar is important, and Smash doesn't study grammar. Kenti does not. I'm not translating Kenti as stand before. The word aha means to stand. When it says aha ek is the second person masculine pronoun. It is the subject of the verb aha, to stand. You stand. Aha, you stand. Kinti is before. When you say Kinti Amentiyu, it means foremost of the Westerners, which is an epithet of Wasir or Osiris. So he's wrong again. So y'all got to keep count now. He's wrong again. I'm not translating Kinti as stand before, with stand and before. The verb stand is the word aha. So again, that's not why I'm not reading the glyphs and stuff like that. These are conspiratorial things and reaching. That's what you call Oakland magic. Smash magic. Magi magic. That's what that is. But to continue. Shout out to my grammar students out there. Shout out to people who are interested in language and are currently taking the courses and things like that. Shout out. Big ups.
Next line is say Kinti. And he translates it as inhabitants of. I can't make this.
I do not translate Kinti as inhabitants of. Again, that's 5. Y'all got to keep score. Matter of fact, I need a pen. Let me write this stuff down. Smash is wrong once again. Kinti is not translated at that line as inhabitants. Kinti is the same thing. You see how both sentences start the same way? You will stand before. You will stand before. That's aha ek. Aha ek. Look at the screen in the transliteration. Aha ek Kinti. Aha ek Kinti. That's why it starts off the same way. Inhabitants of Kemet is the Nisbi. This is some basic stuff. Basic. This confirms that, you can't be a dictionarianist. You have to learn the grammar. People have been spending all these years talking about Egypt this and that and dealing with glyphs, playing with glyphs and stuff like that, but not taking the time out to learn grammar. And it shows. It shows. So again, let's keep it moving.
Pick this up. I'm just like taking away. I mean, hey, you don't even want to see a magician tricks after you know all the tricks. Tell me I'm wrong. Anybody.
I just did. You wrong. Let it keep playing. Sorry, I'm not gonna keep pausing like this because I'm trying to get to the other meat. I'm trying to let it get down.
Body you right now because I'm about to go further with all these erroneous ass mistakes. I mean, all these errors. Erroneous corrections is what I was trying to say because they call themselves correcting Dr. Mario Beatty. Look what they did. You see right here, even in the transliteration, you can see these are the same words. Kinti. You will stand before the shrines because you ain't the inhabitants of the shrines.
No duh, Sherlock. This is me again live, y'all. Sorry. No duh. There's no word for inhabitants in that line. The word shrines is sinwet. It's aha ek kinti sinwet, which is the word for shrines. Sinwet is the word for shrines. Kinti is the word for before. To be before something, in front of. From the word kint, which is another word for the nose, which is in the front of your face or the forehead. So the thing is again, don't fall for the magi magic, to use, his terminology. Y'all saw that he was wrong, but now he wants to focus on something he's saying here, but he's still wrong. You can't clear that up. You're just wrong.
So now you got an issue because somebody know the tricks and they in the middle of the parlor telling everybody. Y'all can see it. Kinti Commenti you. The foremost of the Commenti you If you want to say to stand before, you got to stand before the Medew. Your translations need to be consistent. Furthermore, that ain't what I was trying to point out. Standing before the shrines, or the Sinut, if you look that up, you're going to see that's related to shrines, where related to men, as obviously the comparison and the correlation in that lyric or line is before you gonna. It's like saying you're gonna be in front of the church like a preacher, not like that, but I'm just like I don't want to say like a god because it don't work in that tradition. You'll stand before the shrines as men. You will stand now. Look at this. You will stand before the inhabitants of Egypt. So now we got a double problem. You double got caught. Because it's only one word here, kinti. Ah, yeah, you messing that up. I mean, so honestly, to give credit to, I see what they're trying to do, and it's consistent with they're trying to do. They're trying.
See, at that moment, it's me live, y'all. At that moment, Smash had an epiphany. Like he said that I realized something was wrong. He realized something was wrong right here and trying to a little bit clean it up right there. All right. But at the bottom line is that he's just flat out wrong. Why? Is because the brother does not study the grammar. He doesn't know. There's nothing that I said was wrong. Nothing on that page is wrong at all.
Trying to say that Medew don't mean inhabitants of Egypt. It's okay. So, but look, where did the inhabitants go? I'm trying to get this. The TU is coming from. He's getting that from his inhabitants. I don't want to dog that out, but I want to keep on the reason why I'm here. Now we got the blackness in the inhabitants. This is the part you're missing, and this is your analogy, where your analogy is messing up. The blackness in the word Medew is being compared to the apis. And it's furthermore indication that it has nothing to do with Athribis, because the apis is not related to Athribis. Athribis, whatever you want to call it. The apis is not related to Kim-Er. That's your mistake again. Everyone will know that. You can do a quick wiki search. The apis is related to another location. So anybody in Kemet who was making this parallel would have referenced if they was talking about Athribis, you would have stand before the inhabitants of Athribis like the bull of Athribis, like Hakim, or like Kim, or like Kemet. So standing before the shrines like a preacher or like a god is a comparison between what you're standing before and your stature. Standing before Kemet, which is black, like the apis, which is black, is also, now if I put the apis bull in, you're gonna see a big black bull. This was related to Memphis, not to no Kim-Er. Everybody know that. So now let's keep going. You will stand at the wide lake like Sokar. Who is Sokar? If I'm correct, let's look it up. That's a crocodile deity. But anytime I want to look it up, it's just simple to look it up so that everybody can see. Now, how is the lake and the watery region being compared to the crocodile deity? Come on now, or to a crocodile. But the only one that don't make no analogy is the two in the middle sentence that both have a root, I want to say a root of blackness. Oh, hold on, I don't want to mess this one up, because this is when it's going to start getting good, because this is about to be more illustrations. So Karsikka was a Memphite god of the dead, also a patron worker of the tombs. Okay, now I thought he had a representation of a crocodile deity, but I could be incorrect. So let me see. Well, I guess not. And so, because I thought this was, I mistake this for another deity that's related to Kim-Er. So I wouldn't be able to say that Sokar was standing at the water, making the the similar parallel. And so, you know, that's what I'm saying. I don't want nobody to be able to beat that up. Especially, I thought he was the other. So we'll learn that the first attestation for Kim involved this crocodile deity that I just mistake Sokar for. And this was left out of everybody's work on the subject. And possibly because the book we was talking about right here, that we gonna hear them talking about hella much, possibly because they just had a few pages from it and really didn't get to go over it. But in making my analogy, I'm just gonna walk that back. We still got.
So this is me live again, y'all. So y'all saw that whole little bit of 5 minutes was really a speed bump dead end, because he was trying to lead into something and then just backed out of it. And now it's just going to pick back up. So that was just all nothing, and that could confuse people, especially the way that it's being said. So don't fall for the Oakland magic, the Magi magic, or anything like that. So I'm trying to find some more of the key points, because like I said, I'm not going to play this whole video though. So I'm gonna let it play for a little while, see what he's building up, and see. I'm just trying to scan through right now. See, he's still got the post up. He's gonna get into the Athribis situation. So we're gonna go ahead and get into that.
Got the analogy being made between the app, which is the black bull, and the black, or whatever we have in the term commit to you. But it was just my mistake to say that this water was also being stood before, like, what you call it. But let's keep going in on Sokar before I turn that over and we keep going. Because why you standing before this lake like Sokar? It's all gonna make sense. Everything makes sense. Yeah, but I messed that up right there, thinking that this was a deity that I'll show you in a second. All right, hold on. See, hold on. Hold on, man. Because now I did know a few things, and this is why we need to look into Sokar, because it's starting to tell us something else. Let's go back to the text. This temple. I pretty much know that all three, well, it looked like two of these locations are now have something to do with Memphis. And this is all other stuff we're going to get to in a minute. But let's go back. You will stand before the shrines as men. These shrines are actual location, and then in front of the inhabitants, which they say is Athribis, as Apis. Apis was related to Memphis. And hold on, and I think men might even be associated with Memphis. So this is going to be a mess up. And you will stand in front of the wide lake as Sokar, which we just looked and seen she was related to Memphis. I ain't trying to stretch that out, but I was just trying to show that if we do translate Kemet having the root of black, and then we got the Apis bull hap here, I would say that brother is not in error saying that this comparison is being made the same way a comparison is being made between a chapel and a god in the line before it. You'll stand before the Sinut as men. You'll stand before the Kemet to you as Apis. And then you'll stand in front of this lake as Sakar Hor, it appears to say. And so, again, when you go into the glyphs, the one thing that I was on over here is that we got Kintiyu, which is being the foremost of or standing before. Therefore, we got Kemetiyu here, which is, and we're gonna let them speak, which is like, this facsimile is like the second use of it, but it does occur where Mario Beatty says it occurs. So I'm just gonna let them go.
All right. And so, along with that, now remember, the brother Reggie said that he and his team does not know chronology, because they're of the mindset that Athribis comes much, much, much later. But here's how you know that this Kemet that's mentioned here in 1998, Pyramid Text 1998. By the way, this is Pyramid Text of Neith, not Pepe, as Dr. Mario Beatty incorrectly said. All right, it's not Pepe. This is the Pyramid Text of Neith. And
so let's stop. It is the pyramid text of, oh yeah, so back. Okay, so Cora, thank you. I didn't look over to the chat. Look. This is just a common error we could all make. He's correcting Dr. Mario Beatty, who said this was the pyramid of Pepi. And he's pointing to his facsimile saying this ain't the pyramid of Pepi, this is the pyramid of Neith. But the original attestation is actually in the pyramid of Pepi. So Dr. Mario Beatty is not incorrect. And we're gonna look at that here. And so what happens is, this is what's happening here.
Let me pause it. This is live me right now, y'all. Dr. Mario Beatty. See, this is when people go overboard to defend instead of just simply saying that that's a minor issue. And you see how fast I made mention of that. Dr. Beatty had on his screen the pyramid text of Neith, but he was translating and quoting the pyramid text of Pepi. That's just something, that's a minor thing, but that's something that you don't do. You don't show the Raunuyu Peret Himheru of Ani on the screen while you're talking about the same papyrus for Hu-Nefer of a same spell. You just don't do that. So that's just something minor. But Smash goes out of his way to defend and say he's not wrong. But this is a facsimile or a transcription of Neith's pyramid, not Pepi's. And we just got to keep it real.
Again, he got this facsimile in the pyramid of Neith. It says something else that they about to mess up grossly. It don't say that extra part in the pyramid of Pepi. So this attestation he got up, or this facsimile, is from Neith, but Dr. Mario Beatty is not incorrect. He could have been looking at this same statement from the pyramid of Pepi. We're gonna go over all of that and look at all the primaries. You'll have all the primaries by the end of this show, so don't even trip.
You can see the N on the sides here representing Neith. All right. In these particular pyramid texts, this is also Neith, this is also Medew and pyramid text of Teddy.
So now look, this is what I'm saying. This line, when you switch to this slide, is not in the pyramid of Pepi. Everything I'm telling you is facts, as you can see right there. This is not in the pyramid of Pepi. And notice how he do this again, though. But he gonna do it for real this time. This is gonna be crazy. Watch this.
Okay, so all three of these are saying the same thing. So you have three lines that are repetitive, okay, because they're coming from different renditions of the same pyramid text, and the N is Neith.
So I gotta stop. This is what they're leaning on to spread this lie that Athribus was called Kemet Eret. That's a complete lie. But watch how I break this down so you can understand it, please.
This is me live, y'all. I want y'all to pay attention, all right? Because he's about to do some Oakland magic and some straight up and down non-comprehending mumbo jumbo jammo stuff. He about to bedazzle y'all right now, all right? So watch this. This is kind of funny to me. Watch this. So also within the same pyramid text, we have a reference to Kemet. And so I'll read it here.
That is a lie. See how he did that? What is this a reference to? Kemet or Kim-Er? Because in this pyramid text, this is not a reference to Kemet, but we're going to point it out. Maybe that's just a mistake, or maybe you making a play on words for people. Ain't no T under these glyphs, and we're gonna break this down for everyone. And if you a Mr. Grammarian, you know god dang well that you breaking some grammar rules, trying to add this word way over here to this word and then making one location out of it, even though your source contradicts that. But watch how this works.
It's in this portion C, but I'll read B and C. Hold up, this is me live, y'all. I gotta say, let's pause it here. He just completely made that up. You listen to my words and read what's on the screen, and then listen to what Smash charges me of doing. It's totally made up. The dude is definitely reaching, and this is what I mean by he wants us to be wrong so bad that he's willing to just make up stuff that defies what you see on the screen with your own eyes and my own words out my mouth. And you're going to see it. Watch this. And see together so you can get an idea of what it's talking about. It says, me ma'ach sa'ech, which is come, see your son. Then it goes on to say, peker in F, kemet. Peker in F, wereret.
First of all, it don't say Peker in F Kemet. All of these is the words he writing on the screen. This says Kim at every qualified source, and I'm about to share them. Once you understand that, this T says Teti, this M is Mary Ra or Marin Ra or who have we, and this is Neith. And these are three renditions of the same text. When I show you what the scholars translate these acts, you have to ask, where did he get these translations from? This is horrible, because even if I dealt with his translation, watch what he say and look at this. Try to falsify anything I'm about to say about what he's about to say. Try to bang for him. I'm going to bring it back some. Try to be objective for them. Listen.
This is also Medew Ra and pyramid text of Teddy. Okay, so all three of these are saying the same thing. So you have three lines that are repetitive. Okay, because they're coming from different renditions of the same pyramid text, and the N is Neith. So also within the same pyramid text, we have a reference to Kemet, and so I'll read it here. It's in this portion C, but I'll read B and C together so you can get an idea of what it's talking about. It says, me ma'ach sa'ech, which is come, see your son. Then it goes on to say, peker in F, kemet. Peker in F, wereret, which means he has passed through where? Kemet. And then also after he has passed through wereret, which is another place. Now Kemet. Now notice, this is me live talking live, y'all. Notice what I said and what I'm pointing to as I say it. I say the wereret on the end, that WRR.T, is another place. So Peker in F, Kemet, then another statement, Peker in F, wereret, not weret. And Smash is about to do some mumbo jumbo and erroneously and incorrectly think that I'm trying to combine the wereret to the word kemet to create kemet weret. That's the silliest thing that I saw. Now watch this. Watch how it plays out. This is called reaching hard. Now watch. And I even say, look at the translation. He has passed through Kemet, a gnome, because you see the Sapat glyph, the gnome of the bull, a gnome, and then after he passed through Wereret, which is a region of Upper Kemet. Clear as day. But watch what he says, though. Kemet.
So he just said this. He just told you Kemet and Wereret was another place. And then the source corroborates that, but he gonna do some magic in your face. Poof, Ali boof, and they come one word.
Never happened. This is me live. It never happened. Never poof and it becomes one word. He made that up. He made that up. Watch. He's gonna listen to me say that Kemet right there is Kemet Weret. And he's going to think that I'm trying to combine Wereret, which is the second location, and combine with the Kemet to produce Kemet Weret. Not understanding that bull gnome is known as Kemet Weret, also a.k.a. Kim Wer, a.k.a. Kim We, etc. Let me let it play.
Watch this. Poof, Ali boof. They about to become one word. Look. He just told you this is another place. Kemet right here is one place. Eret is another place, and his source proves it. He has passed through Kemet. It says a gnome. after he passed through Eret, which is a region in Upper Kemet. Now let's break this down. The source snitched on you. If Kemet here means a nome, that's in Lower Egypt. If Kemet meant this over here, Kim-Ur, that's the 10th nome of Lower Egypt.
So hold up, do y'all see what just happened? He's saying the same thing I have there, that it's a nome. It is the 10th nome. I have it as a nome, but he's making it. This is what I mean by creating a straw man. When people want somebody to be wrong so bad that they make up and talk as if they're challenging something, but they're saying everything in agreement with what's on the screen and with what's being said. That's what I'm saying. That's where that skill and performing comes in. That's what I said. Y'all don't fall for the okie dokie. Don't fall for the Oakland magic. Don't fall for that. That's that casual magic right there. Don't fall for it.
But the source clearly say he has passed through Kemet, and this is a lie too. This is what they're doing. They're reading transliteration. That's why I said, why you reading the transliteration? Because if you come over here, it ain't no T on here. And this is significant for these time periods. And this is what I'll say now. They're going to be hard pressed to find a T on Kemet, on Kim-Ur, or they're going to be hard pressed to find a town determinative on it before the 18th dynasty. Arrows up. So they really is faking. They faking. I know you faking because I can prove it. You just got a source on the screen that say he has passed through Kemet, a nome, after he passed through Eret, a region in Upper Kemet. Why you say a nome? Why don't you say a nome in Lower Egypt? So that people will know these two terms is two different words. And you about to connect them. You did it down here, look. Pyramid text attestations for Kemet Eret. Y'all see that shit? Now look how separated it is over here.
So this is me live talking. You see that this is just a reading comprehension and listening comprehension problem that Smash has right here. The bottom line says pyramid text attestation of Kemet Weret at Thribis. That Kemet Weret is the bull nome, not the Weret on the other end. But he doesn't understand that, but you clearly see it over there in the English. He says everything, but he's making that assumption. This is what you call reading comprehension problems. It clearly says he's passed through Kemet, which is a nome, after he passed through Weret, a region in Upper Kemet. They're two separate places. He even said they're two separate places. So what would make him think that I'm combining the two to make them one place? Only a hater would do that. Only a person who is hard pressed for somebody to be wrong to really reach like that. Because nothing that I said would imply that at all. But the reason why he thinks that is because he doesn't understand that this same place, this 10th nome, the bull nome, was also known as Kim-Wer, Kim-We, and Kemet Weret. It was known as all that, and it was known later as Athribis. All these are the same names or names for the same place. Not Weret, which is associated with the White Crown, which is Upper Egypt. That's a different place, as I clearly say it on the screen.
This is clearly not how he taking this word, which actually is a crown, which I'm about to show y'all. This Eret, just pop it in the dictionary, WRRT. If you don't see this right now, I'm pseudo.
Now you see how this is me again live, y'all. You see how he said that? He said that with zeal and excitement, as if he's saying something. And I saw Smash put in the chat. He said one thing of being a battle rapper is you have to be convincing. See, that's what they rehearse and do. They rehearse and try to be convincing, thinking hollership is scholarship. And it's not. You can holler all you want to. What's convincing is the evidence. And Smash is just talking at this point. Because he's not saying anything. He's saying something that I'm not saying or I'm not showing. It's clearly on the screen that whether that is separate from Kemet. In the glyphs, in the transliteration, in the translation, it's clear. The word weteret is even determined with the white crown. It's like, duh. And that's what happens too. That people will talk a certain way and say things a certain way as if they're doing something or saying something. Like James Brown say, talking loud but ain't saying nothing. But people are fooled. I'm saying it works. Because those rapping skills, that stage presence, you gotta practice that. So I get it. I understand it, but don't fall for it.
You can clearly see they parse this. He taking this word, attaching it to this word, and writing Kemet Eret down here at the bottom. Now let's listen to him do it so you can see the magic trick. You're gonna hear what I hear when I listen to this shit. I'll be like, oh, okay, people can't see what you're doing. And then, oh, trust me, I ain't even started. This might be a 5-hour video.
Here's how you know that this Kemet that's mentioned here in 1998, Pyramid Text 1998. By the way, this is Pyramid Text of Neith, not Pepe, as Dr. Mario Beatty incorrectly said. All right, it's not Pepe. This is the Pyramid Text of Neith, and you can see the N on the sides here representing Neith. All right. In these particular pyramid texts, this is also Neith, this is also Medew, and Pyramid Text of Teddy. Okay, so all three of these are saying the same thing.
But he about to go read the transliteration to the right, because this is all and you can still see this word is not connected to this word, but he about to connect them. Watch.
So you have 3 lines that are repetitive, okay, because they're coming from different renditions of the same pyramid text, and the N is Neith. So also within the same pyramid text, we have a reference to Kemet. And so I'll read it here. It's in this portion C, but I'll read B and C together so you can get an idea of what it's talking about. It says, Mi ma'ach sa'ech, which is come, see your son. Then it goes on to say, Peker in F, Kemet. Peker in F, Wereret, which means he has passed through where? Kemet. And then also after he has passed through Wereret, which is another place.
That's another
now,
place.
Kemet and Wereret is here. You see Kemet, but this is talking about Kemet Weret, the gnome. As you can.
Oh my God, y'all see that?
Now I'm gonna have to pause. This is me live, y'all. Y'all see his lack of comprehension. He pauses it and doesn't understand the context of the sentence that I just now said. I said I clearly said that the Weteret is a different place, and he repeated it right after I said it. Then when I'm pointing out and I'm circling the bull gnome, I'm saying this Kemet is Kemet Weret. I'm not combining the two words, but because it looks like it's spelled WRRT, he's making that assumption. And that's the wrong assumption. But he's going to make that assumption because he wants us to be wrong so bad. He's really, really reaching at this point. Really, really reaching. And he's talking about convincing. This is not convincing. This may be convincing to your followers and people in the crowd as you stage perform, sitting in the chair. But this is not going to work. Never once did I combine the two. That's retarded.
Do y'all see that? The word we're at is over here. This is not talking about Kemet Eret. You messing that up and we gonna prove it. Watch this.
You can see the I6 glyph here, which people
notice how he don't say it's a T there.
identify that as a piece of charcoal. which is not, and we'll go into that in a second. And then you have the bull, and you have the standard here that is used for gnomes.
Where's the
So
T?
within the pyramid text, not later, as the brother Reggie claims, within the pyramid text, this place exists, and it's called Kemet Weret, but it was often shortened.
This is a lie, and this
Wait. You see how he paused it? I'm about to say it's often shortened. Now watch. Let's see what it plays. See, he pausing it, not understanding sentence structure in English, and context in English. That's not a place to pause what I'm saying. This is a classic example of taking things out of context and a lack of comprehension. Classic example. Watch what I'm about to say. I'm saying this particular gnome, the 10th gnome, is known as Kemet Weret, which is also often shortened to Kemwer. Now, that's in our text. We showed it earlier. That's in our text. And all of the scholarship will say that. Even the Athribis book that he probably later is going to show by Vernus Pascal. And watch.
and this is the most biggest magic trick they pulling up. I'm about to prove this. So I'm gonna roll that.
And this is the big whammy. This was the big highlight. This is one of the big highlights of last night's show. All based on lack of comprehension. And I see some people in the chats like, this, it's nitpicking. If this is nitpicking, then you got to say the same thing for Smash, because he spent over 4 hours prior to my presence nitpicking then. And the nitpicking was a poor job because it was based on a lack of comprehension of what I'm actually saying and showing. Never once did I connect Weret, which is an allusion to the White Crown, which is a region associated with the region of Upper Kemet. Everybody knows the red crown for Lower Egypt, the white crown for Upper Egypt. And there's a whole thing in the myth about this particular white crown, who wears it, and why the deceased is associated with it. But that's for a different conversation. But regardless, never once in showing this slide or what I'm saying out my mouth do I ever combine the words that Smash is accusing me of. Ever. But let me let it play.
Roll that back. This claim is not a false claim. This claim is a lie.
And you have the standard here that is used for gnomes. So within the pyramid text, not later. And by the way, this is me live again. The reason why I don't point out a raised bread loaf, which we transliterate as a T, is because the raised bread loaf is not seen in these glyphs. Duh. So again, see, and people want to talk about cult. This is the thing. There's no bread loaf there, but yet people and he says that, but in this video, but in the chat, people are saying, this is nitpicking, but they don't charge him with nitpicking, the little things. And so that's the sign of a cult. Talking about blue wrenches, sign of a cult or whatever, support. Later, as the brother Reggie claims, within the pyramid text, this place exists, and it's called Kemet Weret.
That is a lie. Let's keep going, and I'm gonna prove that. Trust me.
But it was often shortened to Kemet. And so when you see the word Kemetiyu, meaning the inhabitants of Kemet, it's not talking about Kemet as the entire kingdom, which came later in the 11th dynasty. So Odin Gole is absolutely correct that the name Kemet was not used for the entire kingdom until...
Dang, y'all. Here go another magic trick. Look up here. See, this is just a Kim Black glyph and a TU bird and a town determinative. It's not even the other one that he was just showing us over there, but if we couldn't recognize where the word Kemet is on here, we would have thought he was talking about the same exact attestation from the last slide. He's not, just so we know. Let's keep going though.
The 11th dynasty, which was the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. under the king of Mentuhotep. All right. So this particular Kemet was just one spot within the whole kingdom. And the fuller name is Kemet Weret.
Now, let's show what's going to happen here. He's going to a time period about the 5th, 6th dynasty and saying what we have attestations to after the 18th dynasty existed in the 6th dynasty. You don't have no attestations and no Athribis with the T on it, no Kim-Ur with the T on it, nor do you have, well, you don't have no Athribis with a T on it or a town determinative in the Old Kingdom. It don't exist. It ain't been found yet. Show it. So now let's go in. After I let them finish, I want to start doing the homework. Because I'm just talking. I'm going to prove it.
If you go back to the video, the clip I just played, you'll notice that Dr. Beatty also said that Nigel Strudwick is probably the most comprehensive source of information that you get from text about the Old Kingdom. And he said he read his work. Now, but he's also, after reading his work, Dr. Mario Beatty is still confused because he said there's something about that Kemet and we don't know much about it. Well, what I just said should help him out and the brother Reggie out and those who were listening. But then also, there's a text that's talking all about this place called Kemet Weret, aka Athribis. Now, mind you, when you hear us say Athribis, Athribis is the name that.
Man, that's the second biggest lie in the world. It made me mad now, yo. This text don't say nothing about no gosh darn Kemet Weret. Y'all made all of this up. You made this up. I'm charging you with make-uppership. And I'm a.
Now I gotta pause it right here because when I jump on a panel, see, I can tell he never went through this book. I can tell he never went through the book because he made that claim right there. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. So when I came on the panel, I showed an instant. He said this book does not talk about no gosh darn Kemet Weret. And Kemet Weret is in the glyphs all throughout the book. All throughout that book. And in the book, Pascal is explaining that the different names and renditions for this same place. Then before, now you got to tie it back. You got to go back. This is a teaching moment. Remember, Dr. Mario Beatty, the invoked expert, the PhD, he said that Kemetiu in the pyramid text of what he said Pepi, but it's Neath. He said Kemetiu implies a Kemet. Y'all remember that? Remember I told y'all to remember that. He says Kemetiu implies a Kemet. The reason why he said it is because Kemetiu is a derived adjective, a relational adjective derived from a noun or a substantive. The substantive has to be Kemet in order to produce the form Kemetiu. If it was masculine, it would be Kemiu, plural. If the substantive was masculine, but the substantive for it to be tu, it has to be feminine originally, converted to a relational adjective that's masculine and plural. Beatty must know that, which is why he said Kemetiu implies a Kemet. But he was smart enough to stop there and say, I don't know really what's going on with that. We're not really clear on all that stuff. So what I'm showing on the screen now that Smashers keep pausing on is the clarity of it. Because this place, the known bull, was known as Kemet Weret. That's the fuller name. But it was often shortened to Kemwer and even Kemet. And this textbook, this book called The Thribis by Vernus Pascal says all of that. All right? So let's let it play.
prove it. Why would I be online doing this? You feel me? What is you talking about? There's a whole book on this place, Kemet Arret. In the chapter that, blood, you doing some crazy stuff. Because in the chapter that you pointed to, he was saying exactly the opposite of what you're saying. And we can pull a French person on right now to read it. And you messing this all up. But what this proves when I put up the real pictures, hold on, man. Just look at this blurry work. I think this is blurry on purpose, y'all, straight up. Who do a presentation with, I got a fat monitor up. I can't see none of this. I'm gonna show you why it's blurry. You know we do the work, man. Come on, man. What you thought? We gonna show them why it's blurry. Wow, it ain't blurry no more, is it? Let's zoom in. Show me one of these with a town determinative of it in the old ancient empire.
So you see, he said, show me one of these with the town determinative in the ancient empire. Ancient empire in French, that's old kingdom, right? And if you read line A, it's talking about the place with the determinative of a sapat. It's a place. And you see it on the left-hand side where you see the bull on the standard. I don't know if y'all can see my cursor. The bull on the standard, the Kim glyph, and the sapat glyph there. We know it's a location. It's a place. And when I come on the panel, I talk about that. So let me continue. Let me let it play.
That's why it's blurry. Show me one. Which temple? Pepi II? Mern Ra Teti? Huh? Here go one that debuted. Come on, what's up? The new empire or what? Middle empire, excuse me. I'm in a tap. I'm in a, nope, it's whatever. I'm in a mess. Now we got what? 13th dynasty. Where's the town determinative? You ain't read none of the stuff they talking about in this book, huh? Cats love taking the pictures out of book and not spending a few days reading it. This why that shit blurry on the screen. Show me a T, anybody.
What's funny is he did what he just accused me of doing. Ain't take time to read. He don't read French. Ain't take time to read it, because if he read it, he will understand that Pascal is doing a systematic analysis through a chronological way of identifying this particular place called Athribis that later became known as Athribis. But all the different forms, etc., etc. Kim where, Kim we, Kemet whereat, or just Kemet by itself. Names for the same location. The same way Kemet was called Kemet, it was also called Simatawi, it was also called Tawi, it was also called Kanu, it was also called Idebwi. Different names for the same place. And so Kemeti U in the pyramid text, as the expert PhD, Dr. Beatty said, it implies a Kemet. And this is why we paused it there earlier, and Asar pointed it out, that Beatty is saying that Kemeti U implies a Kemet. But if you listen to Smash right now, he's saying, where's the Kemet? Where's the T? Knowing that T's were often omitted. Glyphs are omitted all the time. But you know in the grammar that it was understood to exist because of the masculine plural Nisbi ending in T-Y-W, T-U. If he knew grammar, he would know this, like Dr. Beatty. See, Dr. Beatty was smart. Dr. Beatty said, I don't know what else is going on, but I do know that Kemetiyu implies a Kemet. And he rightfully said that it's a Nisbi. All right, but let's keep it going. So I don't know if you back if you had something to say.
Because I jumped off, I just came in when Smash was ending right before you cut off. So I don't know what was said right before. Or
all right, so I'm just gonna let it play.
All right,
I'm gonna let it play for a bit.
In the old kingdom, It wasn't no T on there to say that this meant Kemet. So look, if we at about 2300 BC, you can't say what you find at 300 BC affected what was going on at 2300 BC. We could go down the list. Show me when one of these attestations is about to pop up. Huh?
If you could pause right there. But notice he doesn't keep that same logic when he understands the issue with Coptic. And why we don't allow Coptic to be the main focus when we're talking about the etymology of the place named Kemet. So you see how contradictory he is? And so when we say that we go to the oldest text, the oldest forms, the first thing that they say is, why are you trying to bypass Coptic? But now he's trying to say that we have to ignore those later forms. We got to go to the earliest. And this is the kind of hypocritical language that you get from people when they don't, when they're not serious about the study. They're just trying to, they're being kefti, they're being contrarian. And they just need something to be in opposition of, to the point where they'll just make up shit on the spot. Excuse my language. But that just shows you the level of seriousness in which they're trying to engage this conversation. And they don't understand how when they make one argument in this area, that it affects their argument that it just made in another area. But they're, the kings of moving the goalpost when it suits their needs. So when we supply, for example, the quote unquote white, I make sure that they're all white experts because they don't trust black people when they say something. Notice there's no black experts unless they appear to be against myself and Mboli, for example. Right? That's the only time they trust black experts. Any other black expert, they all garbage and trash. So I make sure that I always cite the white experts. As soon as you cite the white experts, then they're wrong. But then when you correct, the so-called experts, we got to lean on the experts. How are you going to challenge the experts? This is what the experts say. And we pointed out that the experts say, for example, that Kemet to you means those or the inhabitants of Ethribis. And 3 going on 4 years later, they're still trying to argue against it as if this information wasn't brought to them the first time. And this is the disingenuousness coming from this camp and why I can't take them serious. So, I guess you could press play so we can hear some more holla shit.
All right, we're going to press play. And let's see how far I am. Because I want to get to the point where I come in. And so again, this is a 9-hour video. And so when I get wind and come on the panel, some things are repeated. And so I want to make sure that I don't miss anything, that it overlaps smoothly. But I'm going to hit play and let's see where it's going to take us.
Now, hold on. We got it all. Come on, cuz. We ain't playing with this. Hold on. This is 344. Here go 345. Why don't y'all do the work at the house? What does this say up here? Do I have everybody know that's the new empire? You still ain't seen a Kemet. It ain't been called Kemet. Ramses didn't call it Kemet. Now this the first person who's gonna call it Kemet is Amenhotep, but they're showing you his attestations that he used like this. And so here we go right here. If you look up this attestation, this is when it got called Kemet. What did that say? So how you taking something from, see how pseudo cats be? Now look at how they using it after this.
So hold on. Let's this me live, y'all. Let's pause it for a second here. Let's look at the logic here. So he said this is the first attestation, which is the 18th dynasty with the T. So let's look at the logic. So he's saying this same place was masculine, and then all of a sudden it switched to feminine. But notice that this is all talking about the same place. All talking about the same place.
And that's something that one has to explain. How for 17 dynasties, a place name had been masculine, and then all of a sudden it becomes feminine in the 18th dynasty.
Exactly, and I hope everybody understands that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that needs explanation. Show us an example of that happening in history, ancient Egyptian history. That is a common practice. And so they see, this is when you're doing scholarship, you got to be able to try to explain or present a hypothesis for how and why these drastic changes happen. But when you're doing scholarship, you don't think that thoroughly, because you're doing scholarship on not even scholarship. You're trying to make arguments on the fly instead of sitting back, studying a few months or even a few years, and then coming back with a well-organized, well-formed argument. But you can continue. I'm sorry.
Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Let's hear it up. So I hope everybody understands the logic. So suddenly in the 18th dynasty, a masculine place name miraculously becomes a feminine place name. All the while it's talking about the same place. Keep that in mind. No explanation is given. Just emphasis on the new kingdom. Here we go.
In the new empire or the new kingdom, now you got a 18th dynasty, Kemet. You feel me? You got a Ramses the Third that don't even say Kemet. You got a Ramses the Third that do say Kemet, or you can say Kemet, or however you want to do it.
So right there, I got this to be live again, y'all. Right there.
I was just laughing.
If you got a Ramses with the same place without a T, and then the same place attributed to Ramses III, the same person, the same place with a T, then what does that mean? It's the same place. It could be rendered either or. So I'm telling you, it's the lack of comprehension, and then the fact that there's no studying of the grammar. People spend years on YouTube, on Facebook, dealing with this, pretending to be protectors of Egypt, but don't get into the language of Egypt the way that they should. These little things would not be an issue if more people were to do that, especially these folks we're dealing with, the Keftiu, the opposers.
Talk about they magi, they're more like Jabba, for that jibber jabber.
And that's what the Egyptians called the murmurings, the babble that people were talking down in the South. They call it and I could show the attestation of that. They call the language of the people of the South jibber jabber. All right, I'm gonna let it play.
You know what I'm saying? And you got this here. What am I pointing out? I just showed you the bookwork that they was using to mess all up. Now, here we go right here. Orchison is really the first attestation. Well, no, it's Urser. It's Urserson, not Orchison. So this is still late. This is still third intermediate period.
So it's me again live. So which is it? He said the 18th dynasty was the first attestation. Then as he scrolled down, see, this is how you know somebody, this is how you know this is like live performance, real time, and what people do when they, as a battle rapper, as he said, you got to learn to be convincing. So he's making up on the fly, on the fly, where he's like saying, oh, this is actually the first attestation, after he just said that the first attestation is in the 18th dynasty above there. This is the intermediate period that he's on right now. I'm gonna let it keep on going.
Period. And so they talking about Bianchi wrote it like this, Nictambo wrote it like that. Here we got Somtech or whatever writing it with a T. We got the inventory. So what we're talking about is the emergence of the term, which I'm illustrating that the primary source work contradict what you're using it for, and it's always what cats do. Unless, of course, y'all gonna go open up that book and show me what I already confirmed ain't there with a magnifying glass. So this is why cats is menudo. Because this, in these time periods, didn't even mean a location, as I'm proving.
He's wrong again. I done lost count. This is a location. The book even says so, that he's showing, but he didn't read the book, and he doesn't understand the issues. And right there on the screen, y'all, is a standard with a bull on top. If y'all can see my cursor, the bull is on top of a standard. You have the I6 glyph for the biliteral consonant sequence KM. And then right beneath it is a sapat glyph. And for y'all who don't know, a sapat is the indigenous word for what the Greeks call gnome. Look up in Wikipedia what a gnome is. It is a location. Ancient Egypt is popularly known to have 42 gnomes. 42 locations, 42 communities. 22 in Upper Egypt and 20 in Lower Egypt, or vice versa. I may have it inversed. These are gnomes. These are places. The French says ancient empire, but it's old kingdom. Well, we would say old kingdom. The gnome is there. The location is there. And you have to remember connecting it back to the word Medew. Again, I need to reemphasize this. The word Medew, as the expert PhD Dr. Beatty said, implies a kemet. He knows that because of the fact that the Nisbe exists. In order for a masculine plural Nisbe to end in TYU, the noun from which it is formed from must have been feminine. In this case, it would be Kemet, which produced Medew. Beatty knew that, but he was smart enough to stop there and say, I don't know. It implies a Kemet, but we don't know what. He hasn't done the work. So he was smart enough to end his build there. But I'm going to keep on going.
This was a standard for a deity of an area, a tribal standard. And all the scholars is going to corroborate that. Oh, we're not no place close to done, y'all. We ain't even started. It's like you just walked in the church and you hear they on the A and B selection and you think, oh, cool, this is going to be quick. And then you be like, damn, look at your mama. You probably a young man, and it start 3 o'clock, time to play football on the streets. You gonna still be in church today. Please believe. So now, where did it occur first? We giving up valuable information. This ain't the attestation. And this is the problem when you look in one part of the book, because in the other book, that the part that y'all wasn't talking about, he detailed it in the true chronology. Actually, this is the chronology, but it ain't in order like you think it is. If we go to the beginning of the book, all right. you're going to learn that the first attestation ain't none of the ones everybody's sitting here arguing about. And so I'll be wondering how somebody say they got a book and they use the book, and when they use it wrong. Here go the first one, and there go the crocodile I was telling y'all about. And so when they reading about the first attestation of it, and by the way, in just in case anybody don't understand what's going on over here, shout out to my supporters. Here go the first attestation of it. And it comes from the ancient empire, and this is a funerary document. It ain't in the pyramid text. And so we know they're talking about the place here because they're talking about a Netcher with the crocodile on it. I'm gonna see how close I can get it. I'm gonna try to at least move my keyboard so y'all can see that. I don't want to mess this book up, which I'm probably doing. That part right there, if you could get it close. Oh, I'm tripping. I got it all small. Y'all will never see that. Anyway, that is like a Utser sin. So what did we establish here? That the people who telling us that this meant Khmer, first of all, they went to a bad attestation. Now let's go all in on that. All right, let's go all in on that. What I just showed is that what they had on the blurry screen was probably blurry for a reason. Because if you look at these, you're going to see it ain't no T glyph on none of them until you get over here where it start talking about, right here where it start talking about the Middle Empire. This whole argument happens on this page. Okay?
Let me pause it right there. This is me talking in real time again. So again, Smash does it again. This is where he's hell-bent on needing us to be so wrong that he just makes up stuff. He has this conspiratorial mentality, like we're up to something. Like there's some kind of paranoia going on. I clearly say why I'm showing those pages. I show 3 of them side by side, knowing that a single page wouldn't even fit on the slide so you could even see the full page. If when he plays the video, or if you go and play the video, you'll see that the point of me putting that up is to show that a book has been written on an analysis of this particular place called Athribis. And I'm showing this to show the various different forms throughout the different dynasties, all in one slide. That's the reason. And so you can see the forms on the 3 pages. And so it's just showing a variety of those different forms. The page numbers are there. So if people got the book or have the book, they can consult the book. That's what you do. If somebody shows a slide of something and you can't make it out, or they pass the slide real fast, too fast for you to read the whole thing, but they put the you can see where it's from, the citation, the page number, whatever, you go investigate. That's what you could do. But that's the reason why I have this up on the screen. Notice that I didn't put it up on the screen to read something from it. So there's no conspiracy going on here. Conspiracy parrots.
Blackologists need conspiracies.
Exactly.
I think they will melt after midnight if they don't have a conspiracy to fuel their talking points.
All right, I'm going to let it play.
Well, we find Kemet to you in the 6th dynasty. You gonna compare that with something that you found in the 18th dynasty? 1,000 years later? 1,500 years later? However many? So let's keep going.
That it was known by the Greeks. In Coptic, it was known as Athribi. And the Coptic got it from the Middle Egyptian form, which is Hut-Iri-Ib. Hut-Iri-Ib. All right? And what Hut-Iri-Ib is, the word Hut is a temple, is a temple, a domain. And so Hut-Iri-Ib was the main temple complex within this particular location. So Hut-Iri-Ib was a temple complex within Kemet Weret. So
that's a lie. Hut-Iri-Ib was a temple complex. At a point in time, it became within Kim but Kim wasn't initially a location. Why don't y'all be reading the books y'all pull the work up out of?
Pause. This is me talking live. Why don't he actually read the books that he pulled out? It was a location in the Old Kingdom. It was a location. The book says it was a location. Even the caption says it was a location in the book.
The pictures out of. Because you're going to be I'm about to front you off. Because you about to be pointing to some stuff, acting like you reading the French, and I'm about to put what the French say on the screen. So it's going to get ugly. Hold on. It's going to get ugly, so let it keep going.
So, just like in normal fashion with the Greeks, they would call an entire place after a temple complex. The same thing occurred with Memphis. You have Mennefer, Memphis, instead of.
I don't know why y'all let him mess that up live on TV. The same thing happened with Memphis. You have Mennefer. What is he talking about? Huh? Y'all see that mistake? I'm just saying, I'm not trying to point out your. You corrected somebody and you making erroneous corrections. That's different.
This is me live talking, y'all, again. And really, again, I appreciate everybody tuned in. But he's wrong again, and I lost count again. This is what I meant. And see, by him pausing right here, this is a lack of comprehension. He's pausing it at the wrong time, not understanding the context. So this is what I said, and this is what is meant with what I said. Here's the thing. The Greeks transcribe the ancient Egyptian word hut, which is the word for temple. The Greeks render that as I. A-I. It's spelled A-I. We spell it out. The deity name Hathor, her name, indigenous name, is Hut Heru. The Greeks call her Athir. That's that first part of the word. Athir. Athir. Hut Heru. Now, that's with Hathor. With Mennefer, within the nome Mennefer or Memphis was a temple complex called Hut Ka Ptah. The word Hut is I, and Ka Ptah becomes Gyptos. Gyptos is where we get Egypt from. Egyptos is the Greek rendition of the temple Hut Ka Ptah. Now let's move to Athribis. Athribis indigenously was known as Hut Hiri Ib. There's the word Hut again. Every word I mentioned is Hut. Hut Hiri Iri Heri Ib. Athribis. Athribis. That's what I was saying. I said in the Greek fashion, and notice what they do. They take a small temple complex or a specific location, and they start to name larger locations after the smaller one. Today, the entire country is called Egypt after Aegyptos, which was originally for just a temple complex. The 10th nome, Kemwer or Kemet Weret, became known for the name of the temple that was there. Hut Heri Ib. To the Greeks, it's Athribis. So keep that in mind. I'm going to keep going.
Mennefer. So if I look that up, what's that going to be? That's going to be Memphis, bruh. That's not going to be Hut Ka Ptah, which is the temple center at Memphis. What are you doing?
See, he don't even understand that. He said, what are you doing? That means he don't understand. He said Hut Ka Ptah in his mouth, but he don't understand that Hut Ka Ptah is what became Aegyptos. Just like Hut Heri Ib became Athribis. I'm telling you, this is easy. of the entire gnome in particular. All right, so this particular text, which is written by Vernal Pascal, does a full treatment on this particular place called Kemet Weret.
See, every time he say that, I gotta stop. Because I looked through this book for those words in particular. He don't talk about no goddamn Kemet Weret in this book.
Now, I'm gonna pause right here. You heard him just now say he don't talk. Now, he's holding the book up. He said he don't talk about no Kemet Weret in the book. Y'all just heard him say that, right? Let me rewind that back a little bit. Listen to Smash's own words right here.
That's gonna be Memphis, bruh. That's not gonna be Hukapata, which is the temple center at Memphis. What are you doing?
Of the entire gnome in particular. All right, so this particular text, which is written by Vernal Pascal, does a full treatment on this particular place called Kemet Weret.
See, every time he say that, I gotta stop. Because I looked through this book for those words in particular. He don't talk about no goddamn Kemet Weret in his book.
So y'all heard him say that, right? So let me take a moment. I'm gonna take a moment. Now later, when I come on the panel, I show him where the book does do this, but I'm gonna show this for y'all right now because that's later in the video where I actually show it. And Shaka Ndugu Kemet is on the panel. He's a native French speaker, and he reads the book, and it actually says it. So that was an absolute contradiction. And see, when Smash is wrong, it becomes just passed off. He does the battle rap shenanigans, the Oakland magic, and then makes it small. He diminishes the fact that he's wrong and tries to keep it moving and get loud and do some other things. But I'm going to show y'all it right now. So let me pull it up. I'm just going to show you all. And actually, I have to stop sharing that for a second.
That Oakland jibber jabber, and you could just tell when people are old and senile, because they don't understand stuff as well. And now he claiming that he looked all through the book and he didn't see, so now he's admitting he can't see either. So he can't read and he can't see. And so I guess that's why his hollership is amplified when he does the show. Because when you lose your other senses, the other ones that somewhat work get heightened. So his ability to see, and therefore read has totally, evaporated into the ether. And so the hollership, the hollering is what was enhanced. So that was the trade-off for his inability to read.
So I want everybody.
So it says Smash Biden now. Yep, Smash is the Joe Biden. Is him. I'm trying to see who's more Joe Biden in scholarship, him or Brother Hunt. That'll be a good contest. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just reading this. I'm just showing this because he made a claim, and I've lost track, y'all. But he made a claim that just not true. But see, you hear the way he made the claim. It's the hollership par excellence. It's that rap battle. I'm gonna convince people that I'm right, even though I'm not right, type of thing. He said in the chat that as a battle rapper, he learned that he has to be convincing. So that lets you know right there, it's not about the accuracy of something. It's about who can come off more convincing than another person. Do y'all get that?
who can convince somebody, not who is more accurate than the other. But anyway, as you can see here, if y'all can see my cursor right here, this is what I pulled up. Now, mind you, last night when I pulled this up, I was simply scrolling down the book, the text. Now, he said that we just got a couple of pictures of the book or whatever the case is. If y'all can see where this scroll cursor is, y'all can see that I have the, oh, I done lost my spot. Same thing happened last night. That I have, and I done lost my spot. I gotta scroll back up. Where we at? Where we at? Right. Nope. Right here. There we go. That's where I was. But I won't scroll. Let me read this first, and then I'll scroll to demonstrate that we don't just have, I don't just have 3 pictures of the book as the conspiratorial parrot keeps trying to imply that we have or I have. But here is the glyphs for Kemet Weret. Last night, Shaka Ndugu Kemet read the French and translated it for us last night. He translated it. But in here, when he was reading it, this is not the Ptolemaic era that Smash said last night. This is from Ramses III. And it's talking about a passage that's concerning Athribis. And notice that it has in parentheses, you see the word Athribis right here. Notice in parentheses, it has Kemet Weret. Kemet Weret. And the deity that's associated with this particular nome is Horus Kentiketi. And you'll see that all throughout this book. All throughout this book, you're going to see Kemet Weret, even Kemet by itself. So he said he looked through the book and he did not see anything. And here I am, I'm scrolling, perusing. Look. Right.
And then when you pointed it out, you know, he tried to act like it wasn't there. It was something else. Like we're looking at the glyphs. For those who can read the glyphs, are looking at the glyphs on the screen. And he's still denying it. That's when you just wish him well, wish him long life, and he just got to die at 103. Because there's just no hope one like that. That's why in the chat I said he probably suffers from narcissistic personality disorder. And these are your classical narcissists or individuals who can't admit that they're wrong and get very emotional when you try to correct them on a perspective or their behavior, because for them they can't be seen as looking bad in any way. So they will lash out in the fashion in which you saw him display and others. And these are these, I'm no psychologist, so I can't legally, diagnose someone. But when you've been around this industry for a while, you start to pick up certain traits in people's behavior, and you can see that this permeates into the scholarship. And y'all have heard me say this for years. To be a good scholar, the first thing that has to be strong within you is good character, because good character is going to you're going to know for yourself what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses, and you're honest with yourself. People with bad character behave in the kinds of ways that we see in this conscious community, and you see that they can never be wrong. You can hear them and have them on tape saying something, and then when you repeat back what they say that they didn't say it, doing the whole gaslight thing. And that's all I saw and witnessed from the exchange last night, and what you're seeing here in the video and the replay. And so what the uninformed general public needs to understand is that what the evidence tells us here is that it has always been Kemet Weret. And depending on the scribe, they picked and choose how they were going to depict the gnome. And sometimes you would just see Kimwer with no T suffixes. Sometimes you would see Kemet Wer. Sometimes you would see Kim Weret.
Wait.
Sometimes you would just
Stay. Pause. Hold that thought. Hold that thought real quick. I'm gonna scroll up. All I'll do is scroll
I'm going
up.
too fast. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was saying. I'm gonna show what you just said. Here is in the Papyrus Harris. You see the name of the king related to it. You see the rendition here with just Kemet. And look, it says Horus Kenti Keti of Athribis.
Mm-hmm.
You see in the glyphs, Heru Kenti, y'all see my cursor, Keti of Athribis. This is Kemet. The book has it as Athribis, but this is Kemet by itself. Remember he said it doesn't exist? So right below it, here is Kemet Weret. So notice that the I6, the owl, the bread loaf, and the bull. That's Kemet. Then you have Weret, the three glyphs behind it. Then up here, you don't see Weret. This is just Kemet. So he said he looked through the book.
And then sometimes.
There you go.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Oh, no, I wanted to add another form because this was a point of contention as well, which he didn't understand. And so in the early, or I guess the late pre-Middle Egyptian, there was a sound change that happened in the language where, at least for one dialect or so, the final R's in words had fallen off, or better yet, became they replaced it with the double slashes or the Y sound. And this is something that is known for anybody who studies the language. So not only will you see Kim Wer, Kemet Wer, Kim Weret, Kemet Weret, Kemet, but you will also see Kim We, KM, then a separate word, WY, Kim We. That is still Kim Wer. It is Kim We is not another variation of Kemet. Kim We is Kim Wer. The R becomes Y. And so there's just a few sound features that you just have to know from studying the language. Like we know that the T drops in many of the words going into the Middle Kingdom, for example. And so does the final R. And it becomes Y. And for those of you who are, kind of linguistic savvy, this is a common sound change. R to Y. But I'll just stop there.
Okay, I was muted. All right, so that should be enough there. So remember, I lost count, but the brother clearly said that this, what you're seeing with your own eyes, doesn't exist in the book. He has the book in his hand saying he looked through it and didn't see it. here I am. Now I did this last night, y'all. I pulled up the book like how I have it right now, and I'm just perusing through the book, and I just stop where I see it. Clear as day. And the form above it, as I pointed out, is Kemet by itself. And so what does this mean? See, let's, all jokes aside, and all the hype and drama aside, all the hollership and all the showmanship and trying to build up viewership and stuff like this to build up channels and everything, on a for real, we have to understand that this particular place was later called Athribis. Today it's called Tel Athribi, Tel Athrib. That's the name that is known to this very day, today. So if you trace it back, we're talking about the same place. This was a very important place to the ancient Remech, to the ancient Egyptians. It was the home of Heru, Kenti Keti, and others. And certain rituals and things were done here. Now, this particular place was known by various different variations. So you have Kim Wer, Kemet Weret. Even though Kim We is what you see in the glyphs, as Asar just said, that's still Kim Wer. And it was also known as simply Kemet, as I'm showing on the screen right now. The bottom line, and this is where I have to inject, and I want y'all to understand this. The only reason why we're even talking about Kemeti Yu or Kim Ware in the first place is because of the brother Reggie. It's the brother Reggie that tried and failed to try to impeach Ogden Gole. He tried to come at our European scholars, as he put it, and try to chop down our European scholars, as he put it, by bringing up Kemetiyu within the pyramid text and saying that is when you find the first time that the kingdom of Egypt was called Kemet. And Reggie was wronger than 2 and 3 and 4 left feet. And to this day, he hasn't owned up to it. And all these years from the time that he said it up until now has been the brothers Reggie's aim and goal to save face. Now you got some other people jumping in, trying to defend it.
Emotionals can't say my bad. You know what? I was wrong. That's too much. That requires too much integrity and honesty.
Exactly. And that's what is going on. All of this is because of Brother Reggie. And y'all need to go back and watch the replays or watch the original footage of our commentary on it. I have 2 more videos to put up, and then the playlist will be complete. But we have a playlist already in chronological order of these different live streams where we're breaking this stuff down. Now, mind you, all of this is 3 years old. I can't forget to mention that. This stuff is 3 years old. We've been through this 3 years ago. Smash just now getting this book. Reggie just now getting up on the TLA. Reggie just now getting Asandra Nibby's text. All these things we're introducing to these people. But if you let them tell it and the chat listens with the battle rap flair and pizzazz and that Oakland magic, you're going to think that they're saying something and that they're the ones that's coming out with this stuff. How you think, and Reggie admits this last night, how you think, or today actually, how you even knew about Nibby, which is, by the way, is an author, a scholar, author of a book that deals with the actual glyph, the I6 glyph.
that Asar cites in our text.
And he cites the wrong article on Nibby. And the articles that I listed, I just listed the articles in which the late Dr. Alessandro Nibby talked about Kemet, right? So there's different articles with different focuses. And so that's just part of the standard literature review. So when I'm asking the research question, what is the etymology of the place name Kemet? The first thing that I have to do is I have to search all the relevant literature to see if somebody else has talked about the subject for which I have the research question. So I list a number of scholars who have discussed Kemet in their work. And as I stated in the introduction, there are a few scholars who have discussed Kemet. For example, Golay, 1999, Nibby, 1997.
And we say that in the text. you say,
yeah, that's what I said
in the text.
And so, but it's later on in the text that I kind of list everything else out in terms of the exact articles or whatnot. So, but the main article that for this particular text that I'm citing has nothing to do with what they're talking about. I'm referencing her in reference to her hypothesis to the origin of the Kim glyph. And as I stated in the text, I wanted to make an argument of the origins of the Kim glyph and to see if that had any relationship to the word, because the glyph and the word could be two separate things. And you don't assume, as a number of scholars have done, such as Sheikh Job, because he assumes that the word for black, the KM for black, derives from the burning process of charcoal. And that entry in the Waterbush, again, there's so many wrong entries in the Waterbush. And when the more and more I was doing and studying this work, and I had to go back and look and verify these forms in the Ermin and Grandpa Waterbush, the more and more I found that a number of them didn't exist. Some of them, they miscited the source from which they got it from. And so you have to do your own due diligence. And you're not going to be able to do it for all the words because there's hundreds of, maybe thousands of words. But this is exactly, what we're talking about here. But yeah, he didn't even cite the actual text for which I was drawing from with Nibby. He just went to my sources in that little section, and then he just picked a random page and started. And this is something, and this is a side. He even misconstrued her argument. See, I don't know if you're going to get to that tonight, but the section of the discussion when they're talking about Nibby's work from the geography book, the reason why she was dealing with the whole cities thing, and why you saw that Kemet TU with the 049 glyph, and then you saw Kimwer with the walls, and then later on in the discussion you saw the Kim glyph in the circle, because she was making a hypothesis about the nature of the 049 glyph being a town, but more so being a forted area, like the town was like it had a fort around it or had some kind of wall or enclosure. So she was citing those forms to try to support her argument for the interpretation of Kemet being a city instead of the nation. So she's not even arguing that Kemet refers to the nation. She's arguing that it means a city in the Delta through all time periods. So they don't even read the text. And that's why I can't take them seriously. And so, like, for people for the laypersons who's serious about this, my suggestion to you, there's going to be anti what Wujawu just said. Leave the videos alone. Just pick up the books and then follow the source material in the books and just read for yourself. Don't rely on videos, because we're responding piecemeal to comments, and this can go on forever. Read the text and then come to your own conclusion.
Yeah, I second that. But even one better, get the book and read the book and watch the video. Do both. But you got to read the book. The things are organized. See, that's the one thing that books offer: organization and structure, and it allows you the ability to explain and lay things out. On these type of YouTube streets where we're responding to people making 2 and 3 videos a day, trying to build up channels and do this and that and drama queen this and that and stuff, it gets lost. The information, the quality information gets lost in the sauce. And you can see it even happened last night. And so I'm gonna let this play a little bit. I probably have to do because I want to get to some more of the points. And as a matter of fact, let me see if
your video will be 12 hours long.
Nah, it's not going. It's definitely not going to be that. Let me see. I'm just going to scrub through. So mind you, in this section, Smash is just going through the book that he said that Kemet, where that didn't exist, which I just showed. He's going through that. Spends a lot of time on that. He comes back here. Let me just play it from here and see what he says. Because remember, I'm just scrubbing through. So we're at the hour and 51 minute mark.
Of attestations of Eret the Great One, the crown of Upper Egypt. That's what that Eret means in these attestations, and I'm about to prove it. Damn, they messing up. Look, let me show you. Let's go back. Remember all these lies he was telling? Remember this? When he was telling them he was all wrong and he wasn't wrong. The fact is, you went to a part of the text that wasn't in the Pyramid of Pepi. Everything else being discussed here.
Wait, did you hear what he just said? Well, I was wrong, but I wasn't wrong. See, people be missing that. That's the Oakland Magic. That's the battle rap, like kicking verses off on the top of the dome type of stuff. I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. You see what I'm saying? See, when you have a video that goes a long time, you can even within the video contradict yourself in hopes that what you said 2 hours ago is not picked up upon by what you're saying 2 hours later. This is crazy.
It was. You took 2 words from 2 different sentences and made 1 word out of them. That is incredible. And the second word don't even mean great. The second word ain't This ain't.
Look, notice that he's just flat out wrong. He came back to this. This is what I mean by people are haters. Johnny come hately. Johnny come hately Owens. He's saying I combined 2 words, which I did not. He's saying that the second word doesn't even mean great. I never said it did. You can see my translation over there to the right. after passing through, or after he passed through Wereret. I have in parentheses a region in Upper Kemet. He's talking out the side of his neck, but he's making it apply that he's refuting something. And this is what I mean. His entire video is nothing but a Wizard of Oz, Michael Jackson playing the Scarecrow with Diana Ross skipping down the yellow brick road. That's what's going on. The biggest straw man. That's the entire video. And that causes confusion. Anyway, I'm going to let it play.
A rendition of this is a crown. Y'all all see the crown here? This is his source work. But now I'm going to take you to where we can corroborate these things. And so let me go out here and go right here. What does this say? A W-R-R-T. Now let's find the exact attestation. And just like Dr. What's his name said, it's going to be in the pyramid of Pepi first. But no, this one won't. The other part of the text will. This one that y'all are referencing, and this is it. Hold on. Look, let's read what this say. And let's read they pseudo interpretation. I mean, I can't call it nothing else. Pepi. So it is in Pepi the second, though. That's Pepi the second. You want to go back to Neith, where she have it. And so, well, it don't matter. I could go to Teddy. I could go to them all. I found it and I had it open on my screen before I started this video. So I know I got it open somewhere. Let me just look over my other YouTube tab. And because it took a while to find this one. This is why I was like, maybe they think it don't exist or something. Oh, let's see. So yeah, oh dang, did I click it out? Well, regardless, if I clicked it out or not, I can recant it. Because what we learned, this is the sentence you're going to see right here. Come and see thy son. But so we're reading it out of the pyramid of Pepi. It don't make no difference. So I could pull it. Here we go. Wait, no, this is just a different one. So let me show you something. First, catch this. You see this pyramid of Neith? When they use this term Eret, they're talking about a crown in her same pyramid. You see W-R-R-T. He said that meant Kemet Eret. I'm gonna show you how he making a grave mistake in that. And so what we want to do is find it in the pyramid of Teti. The reason why is because Teti, Neith, and what you call it all is going to have the same exact text. And so instead of me going over it to run back to where I found it in Neith, which I'm gonna do before, here it go again. Come and see me, my son, served by the great black, served by the Eret crown. Let's go look and see what he said this says. Trust me, this is the same text and I'm about to prove it using this video. So look, you see it got a T right here. That's Teti. This is the one we're looking at. This one has an M. We're not looking at this one. And notice when they got lines over it, this part is scratched out on this version of the text. So the two, and you can look and see the symbols are identical, except we have a half bull in the Neith pyramid that he referenced, and we have a full bull in the Teti pyramid. You're going to see by looking at the transliteration of all three, they are all the same. Kemet Eret is not one word. But furthermore, let's go read how he gave us a pseudo-ass or an old-ass translation, and it don't even help his point, because in this translation, these are two different locations. But once we look at the primary, it's going to go further.
So I apologize for boring y'all with this, but this is Smash video. He came back to this point after he was flat out wrong. I didn't rewind this video. We're now almost 2 hours. We're almost 2 hours into his video, and he's the one that came back to this, and he was wrong the first time, and he's daggone sure wrong the second time. Nowhere ever in my statements or in this video that he's replaying do I ever try to make those two places the same. I never combine the word Kemet Wereret or any of that stuff. I already explained that. So as y'all see, he's reaching for straws, pun intended, because he's the master at building straw men.
Well, you're going to be at this all night because again, he just repeats the same things over, and then once you come on the show, he's going to repeat the same thing. I would advise that you do a part 2, and that you just go back and pick the I would say this I was going to say the strongest of his arguments, but I guess the
You
most
can't.
ridiculous of his arguments, and you just do those individual segments as not to, because if you're only at 2 hours,
Oh
remember
no,
that
this is
it
it.
was another 7 hours of video for that night. So you're going to be doing a 24-hour plus live stream, and I don't
No, that's
know
not
if that's
happening.
going to, because by that time people will have lost the the point. So we get, so once we have defeated the Kimitiyu, doesn't mean Kim were and that Thribis and is not a place. That's all for the most part his argument, and then all the other stuff is kind of minor, and it's they're not, like, he's right now, he's probably taking a nap, and then he's going to wake up and do a show, and then we're back at it again. And it is at this point, you just got to realize that you just got to let those pseudo cats be pseudo and loud in their own space, because they're old as hell, and they didn't pick up on how to study and do research at an early age. They definitely not going to do it in their late 40s and 50s. So you're talking to old folks who are senile and narcissistic, and ain't just go they're not going to change. And so let them be. Wish them well. Wish them long life and health, and that they die at the end, because that's all you can do for folks like that. And you're just going to be repeating yourself, because he keeps repeating himself, which means you're going to be repeating yourself, saying what you said earlier. And it's clear that one thing is clear from this video, that Smash does not read, and when he attempts to read, he doesn't understand and comprehend what he reads. And thirdly, he doesn't know the grammar. And so once you have established that there's nothing else to discuss when it comes to Smash or any of them on that team.
And that's the thing. And so people have to understand that these back and forth. That's why I titled this the Kim Wars, with the Yoda figure. Continue they have, as they say. Continue they have. That's what this is all about. People are just trying to lure more viewership, and you can hear it. Smash admits stuff like that. And I mean, people was telling me him and Reggie came on the channel and say, hey, your viewership is going down. And then Smash will say some stuff, and Smash will get in his feelings and get mad. And then some slick stuff will come out of his mouth, bumping his gums and stuff like that. Like earlier on the Pseudo Killers channel. And these things happen. And this is what people feed off of. This is the fuel for all this kind of stuff. It's really not about accuracy and scholarship, y'all. Not with the kef to you. It's all about hollership, who can have the most likes, who gets the most viewers, and all of that. It's not about cooperative scholarship where we're advancing the conversation. It's definitely not about that. Because think about it. We did this video in 2019 addressing Mario Beatty. Why now? And why Smash? We weren't even talking to Smash. Smash wasn't even involved in the conversation. Y'all have to understand that. And I gave the chronology. Ned and Ned failed miserably. Reggie tried to step up and save him. He failed miserably. He invoked Dr. Mario Beatty. Mario Beatty fails miserably. And then Smash comes along and say, all right, well, let me try to do something. And he's failing, as y'all can see. But if you let him tell it, and you mix it in, blend it in with the battle rap magic, you would think that he is saying something he's not saying. He said out of his own fingers tonight in the chat that as a battle rapper, his goal is to be convincing. He learned that you have to be convincing. And so because we don't do the readumship where I'm reading sentences and putting attenuations and crescendos on certain words that doesn't mean anything, that like he does, that we must not be doing nothing. That's hollership, appropriately called. Hollership. That's not scholarship. Smash don't do scholarship. What you see on the videos is real-time studying, sharing, making mistakes. And see, I let Smash rock out. I used to visit his YouTube channel and watch the mistakes that he made in the past. And try to edge things and say this, say that, and whatever the case is. But now it's turned adversarial. Because y'all know the squad ain't the squad. So that's what's really going on. Y'all notice that comes in here and say pseudo killer's out. As soon as he step out, the rest of pseudo killer leaves. He got a nerve to say we're running a cult. Or people accuse us that we're running a cult over here. That's the furthest from true. When, in fact, go ahead.
I'll just say that's the number one sign of a cult, of folks where they're not encouraged to read. Like you don't have a cult of all scientists that's doing research. Only folks who don't and can't read. That's like the number one sign. And they're all of the cult of blackologists. The blackology.
And for the record, I offered Shaka and Dugu Kemet and the brother James last night a free copy. I said I'm going to send them a copy of our text. I said, email me your mailing address and I got you covered. Because no more excuses. I'm not going to buy a book because of this, that, and the third. Just flat out admitting that they have never read it. But yet they're doing videos.
And Sheffrin in the comments said reading isn't my strong point. Duh, we know that. It's none of y'all's strong point. And I don't this is why I don't get involved too much in the conscious community shenanigans. Because I don't have to deal with this in my circles. All of us are avid readers and researchers. And I can guarantee you that most of them have never read a book cover to cover in their adult life. That's why they're so used to skimming, trying to find spots for this to either they think that supports their point, or that is anti, one of their ops, their scholastic ops. Right? Like, folks don't read cover to cover no more. And you can tell. And if people read cover to cover, you wouldn't have time. Like, they just become experts on stuff in a day. Because they think Googleship and Wikipedia allows them to make intelligent arguments. And at some point, again, I only come into this space every now and then, sometimes just to have fun, and most times to educate. But at some point, for those of you who are serious, you're going to have to put the videos down. We introduce you to stuff because we want you to read. And we want you to read from cover to cover. Because when you read the whole book, you get context. You get other information that fits into the larger program. And what you don't want to be is those individual who is not known for reading. Like, that's shameful to be an adult who doesn't read. And I just, again, I just don't have those kind of people in my circle. Because as they say, readers are leaders. And these are not leaders. They're not pioneers of anything. They're not leading you into a more prosperous future. You have to read in modern times to be able to understand context and nuance and history of ideas. That's why you have a literature review section and a statement of the problem section, so that you can understand what the issue is. But they skip over that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, just for clarification, by reading, we don't mean just open a book and run your eyes across the characters on a page of a sheet of paper. Reading implies reading comprehension. This is something that they teach us in grade school. Reading is a shortened way of saying reading comprehension, because you can look at anything and stare at anything, but if you're not comprehending it, that's not what reading actually is. Reading comes with, by default, comprehension. To comprehend what you read, you have to understand pragmatics, semantics, context, what commas are for, subordinate clauses, independent clauses, so you know what the main point is being made. You have to know how paragraphs are structured, where the first sentence in the paragraph is basically the setup for the rest of the paragraph. The other sentences in the paragraph are supportive statements to support the topic paragraph, which could be nested within a larger topic situation. All of those things we learn in grade school. People need to brush up on and understand. And the same thing with verbal communication. You can't pause a video in the middle of somebody making a point only to argue a misconstrued point just because you didn't get the full context of what was being said. Nitpick and cherry pick words. That's what a shotgun Dougal Kemet does to you. And listen, boy, last night he had clips ready on speed dial. He played like short little 10-second clips, like back to back to back to back. I was like, man, are you serious? Like he had him queued up in a Kai, what do you call it? What do you call that? The Kai beat machine? The MPC 2000? Nah, the MPC 2000, like on the beat pads. It's like he had them queued up. Like, do you believe that Allah is this? He asked me the same questions. I said, that's not what Asar said.
Just dumb. When and this is how, see, I'm laughing because it's just funny. I'm like, dude.
Yeah. And he asked me to call. He said, call Asar right now. It was 6:00 in the morning. I said, man, we don't do that around here. We don't call a man call another man at 6:00 in the morning on a Sunday. I mean, don't call anybody, man or not. Like, you don't call anybody on Sunday at 6:00 in the morning, unannounced, just calling somebody out the blue, unexpected. That was crazy as I don't know what. So anyway, but you're absolutely right. We're 4 hours in, and see, here's the thing. I would like to go over and see. That's what I'm saying. You're right. He's repeating himself, and that's part of sounding convincing. When you gotta say something over and over again with the same attenuation, crescendos, and the voice and stuff, and then all the theatrics, it'd be like, we about to get busy, about to put handlebars on this person, that person, we about to do the homework. I'm far from finished. We only at the beginning, y'all. And then all the pauses and stuff in the speech, all of that stuff is theatrics. All that stuff is a buildup of skill to sound convincing to make up for the other shortcomings of not actually knowing what you're talking about and being all about the accuracy of information. That's what happens. So I'm gonna play a little bit more. I fast forwarded to when I came into his live stream. So I want to play a little bit of that, and then that's it. So if I do a part 2 to this, and here's the thing, you're absolutely right, Asar. Smash is gonna make another video. As a matter of fact, earlier they got in their feelings. Reggie was on Pseudo Killer's channel. Smash was on the Pseudo Killer channel. I pull up on the Pseudo Killer channel, and they were playing your video, your portion of the ASCAT conference, where you were going over your presentation. They're playing your presentation, and a comment was made that you did not give a translation for Kemet. And so I unmuted myself and simply said that, yes, if you go a few slides back, Asar does do that. And then that turned into a whole big volley back and forth and stuff like that. People got in their feelings and this, that, and the third. Cursing and this and that. Reggie's still upset for what I said last night and everything. So that's just how it unfolded. And then Smash getting in his feelings. Admittedly, he said, when I get mad, blah, blah, blah. He said that he's going to do a video about the same old thing. I'm a plagiarizer. You see how they invoke stuff? It's like you're, I'm mad. I don't like what you're saying, so I'm going to do this and that. Like somebody worried about that. But anyway, so I'm not going to keep doing back and forth videos. The point here is that everything Smash said in this entire video were straw man arguments. They were made up arguments, misconstrued arguments, blatantly. You can hear what I say. You can see what I show on the screen. And he totally twisted it. And then he has the nerve to say, I'm working magic. That I put on white gloves and ask for an assistant come on the stage. Everything he's putting on me is actually what he's doing. He didn't read the book by Pascal. He didn't even look through it. How is it that in a matter of 30 seconds, I can scroll down and find Kemet word at in the book that he says he has, which he held up, and he don't see it? It's all throughout the book. And if you notice, see, if I play it, and it's going to take time, and I'm not going to play the whole thing, but go and watch it. You're going to see how calm I am on there, keeping it light, because everything he's saying, I'm like, man, this is easy. I'm just amazed at how convincing he thinks he is on all this stuff. And see, I didn't see the 4 hours prior to me jumping on, but I'm going to play this a little bit, and y'all going to see how I come in.
Ain't woo. Hello? Oh, no, I said that like that because I thought you wasn't woo. Woo.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I was about to say, because you had a different avatar. That's the only reason why I thought it wasn't you. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
So what part, I'll let you get the floor so you can tell me. My main thing is about Athribus and the era we illustrating coming up with this Kemet. And you said in the book that they was talking about Kemet. But when we read the French, they was not talking about Kemet.
All right, so start over, because I tuned in because somebody said you popping your gums, and I don't want people to put a battery, feel like they can put batteries in back. So start over. Tell me what your issue is.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I guarantee you that you just didn't comprehend what I said. So that's my prediction, and then we'll just see.
Oh, so you didn't see none of my presentation? I've been going in.
I haven't seen any of it until the time I've been waiting, I've seen it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
okay.
So far.
So let me show you some
definitely
stuff.
Misunderstand.
Some things that happen.
Where that's from the time that I came in and tried to get in.
Oh, okay.
You were showing the slide that I had.
Oh yeah.
Of the pyramid text.
Oh yeah. So this is what you did here. You messed this all up. First of all, why?
I guarantee you I didn't.
Let me ask you a question. Why are you making this one word Eret and Kemet And this word over here means the crown and don't got nothing to do with the ret that should be found on the end of Kim Are these two separate sentences or not?
I never made them the same. So that's what I'm saying by your comprehension.
Okay, hold on, because we got the video. We got the video. Let's see, is it my comprehension? This is what y'all always do. Let's go in.
Yep.
Make sure you can hear. Let me know if you can hear this video when I play it.
I'll read B
Sure.
and C
Can you hear
together
that?
so you can get an idea of what it's
Nope.
talking about.
All right. Damn. Oh yeah, because you in the Zoom. Hold on, my bad. Yeah, you messed this all up. Just remember how.
I guarantee you I didn't.
Okay, let's see. Just 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen.
Mind you, this video is 3 years old. I'm gonna
Oh
guarantee
yeah,
you that. I
yeah,
didn't.
that's cool. That's cool. I know it's kind of old, and so we could give our disclaimer before we go in. Now let's listen to this real quick.
It says, "Me ma'ach sa'ech," which is come, see your son. Then it goes on to say, "Peker in F, kemet." Peker in F, wereret, which means he has passed through where? Kemet. And then also after he has passed through wereret, which is another place.
So
Wait, stop there.
Yeah, I want to stop
I
there.
said another place.
Yeah, I know.
So
That's what I wanted
never,
to point at.
I know. So where you say I combined the two?
You got to
I
finish
clearly
watching your
said-
video. You got to finish
No, no,
watching
wait,
your
wait.
own video.
I know,
I illustrated this for everybody earlier in the video, so you should. That's why sometimes when we do that, it's making it look crazy to the people who didn't see. You didn't see certain parts where I went over this. I said he said this is a different place, and that's your error. Look, listen to what you said.
Wait. Wait, did this me live? This is me live right now, you all. You heard him just now say that I said that those are two different places, and he said that's my error. Let me rewind. I want y'all to listen. I want y'all to really understand. See, these are the little things that go unnoticed with the Oakland Magi magic. And see, I'm very, very surgical and precision minded. And I know that if I fully exercise my surgicalism or precisionism, I would bore y'all to death because I will go through everything. Like Asar said, this video would be 24 hours long if I had it my way. But I understand the attention span. I get it. But I'm going to tell y'all, these little things should not go unnoticed. I want y'all to listen to this again. I'm going to run it back a little bit if I can. Hopefully it don't go back too far. Just listen to what he said. Oh, I did go back too far. Let me see. All right, here. Now listen to what he just said. He said he acknowledged that I said these are two different places, but he said that's my error. What in the world? Listen.
Talking. You're gonna mess it all up. Watch this. Listen.
Now, Kim.
When I play it.
I'll read B
Sure.
and C
Can you hear
together
that?
so you can get an idea of what it's
Nope.
talking about.
All right. Damn. Oh yeah, because you're in the Zoom. Hold on, my bad. Yeah, you messed this all up. Just remember how.
I guarantee you I didn't.
Okay, let's see. Just 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen.
Mind you, this video is 3 years old. I'm gonna guarantee you that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I know it's kind of old, and so we could give our disclaimer before we go in. Now let's listen to this real quick.
It says, "Me ma'ach sa'ech," which is come, see your son. Then it goes on to say, "Peker in F, kemet." Peker in F, wereret, which means he has passed through where? Kemet. And then also after he has passed through wereret, which is another place.
So
Wait, stop there.
Yeah, I want to stop
I
there.
said another place.
Yeah, I know.
So
That's what I wanted to
never-
point at.
I know. So where you say I combined the two?
You got to
I
finish
clearly
watching your
said-
video. You got to finish
No,
watching
wait,
your
wait.
own video.
I know,
I illustrated this for everybody earlier in the video, so you should. That's why sometimes when we do that, it's making it look crazy to the people who didn't see. You didn't see certain parts where I went over this. I said he said this is a different place, and that's your error.
You just heard him say it again. He said it's a different place, and that's your error. Am I tripping? The chat, y'all who are still in the chat, number one, I appreciate y'all still hanging. Do y'all understand the problem with that? Am I the only one that's tripping?
He acknowledges that I said it's a separate place, but he said that's my error. I'm gonna let it play.
Look,
No.
listen to what you say.
Wait. They are two different places, right?
Okay, yeah, they are. Now listen
Okay,
to you.
but wait. I know, but we just heard me.
No, you're not finished talking. You're gonna mess it all up. Watch this. Listen.
Now, Kemet and Weret is here. You see, Kemet, but this is talking about Kemet Weret, the gnome, as you can see.
You're telling them it's talking about Kemet Weret, and the primary ain't saying nothing about that. The word Eret is way over here. How do you corroborate that this is talking about Kemet Eret?
Again, comprehension. I clearly said that these are two different places. Did I not?
I clearly pointed that out before you came in the video.
Okay, so having said that, when I point my cursor back, or I don't know if that's your cursor or my cursor on the screen, but when I point the cursor back to the gnome, the gnome glyph of the bull and the Kim sign, I said that represents Kemet Weret. The other glyph with the crown is Wereret. I clearly show that in the transliteration. I clearly show that in the translation. Wereret is a white crown that's symbolic or has an allusion to Upper Egypt.
Hold on, let's slow down.
Wait, did y'all see me just break that? This is me talking live right now, y'all. Did y'all hear me just explain that to him? You see how easy that is to explain that to him? Now watch, he still don't comprehend it. And the reason why I'm gonna tell y'all is because in his mind, we have to be wrong. And that's the sentiment in this circus community of adversarialism, the Keftiyuism, where people gotta be oppositional. I clearly told him right there live, me and him were talking. I said that the gnome bull, the gnome of the bull is Kemet Weret. The other glyphs that he's trying to say that I'm putting together is Wereret, which is a white crown, which has an allusion to Upper Kemet. I clearly said that to him. I said it in the video, and I have it written out there on the screen right there. Y'all see the problem? And his whole video, the whole 4 hours was built around this. His whole 4-hour video was built around this point. He accused me of doing some Medew magic. And that's what I mean. So sorry, you're right. In terms of at certain point, you just got to just let it go. But I want everybody in the chat right now to understand that this is not going to be, when if I never make another video about this, other people are going to make videos and give the impression that they're refuting something that was not said, just like Smash did for 4 whole hours. That was 4 hours of people's brain cells being pacified. Let it play a little bit more.
Because your translations are on the screen. And you said
It
you
sure
clearly
is.
show that in the translation. Where do you show that this is a crown in the translation?
No, I didn't say that I showed the crown. The glyphs are right there in front of your face where you have a white crown. Do you not see
I know,
that?
yeah, but we read glyphs. Everyone don't, so we provide translations. And in
Right,
your
but the
translations,
emphasis,
you left
the
that
emphasis
out.
is that, what did I leave out?
You said it's a region of Upper Egypt. It's a crown.
And it is. I know it's a crown that represents don't the white crown represent Upper Egypt? Yes
Yeah,
or no?
Yes, but that's not
Okay,
you,
so it's yes. So it's a crown, but it represents a region of Upper Egypt. The Kemwer or Kemet Weret, because Kemwer and Kemet Weret is the same place. It represents Lower Egypt. If you read the entire pyramid text in this section,
wait, what did you just
Go
say?
ahead.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I just said that Kemwer and Kemet Weret is talking about the same place.
Yeah, but you making the
it's
error.
represented.
Go ahead.
No. See, you think that I'm trying to combine the gnome glyph for Kemwer or Kemet Weret, and then the word by itself, Wereret, which is a crown.
That is exactly
Okay.
what you're doing in this video. If we rewind
That is
this,
not that is not what I'm doing.
So let's
But
rewind.
so this is me live again, y'all. Y'all see that we have to be wrong. I have to be wrong so much that he's not even listening to me in what I'm saying. And I'm the author of my thoughts. I'm the author of this slide that he's sharing. I'm the author of my voice. And I'm sitting there live in real time last night telling this brother that he is mistaken. I don't say what he think I'm saying, and never said what he think I'm saying, never implied what he think I'm implying, or none of that stuff. But yet he continues and insists that I'm making a mistake or I'm wrong. You see what I'm saying? That's the joke. That's the joke.
Let that Negro be. Like, you know, and this is why I don't have them on my show, and I'm not going back and forth with them. It's like, no, I just, you know, I seem like the bad guy. You know, if I'm constantly, you know, like, not the bad guy, like you seem like the bitter, you know, ex-girlfriend if you're constantly going back and forth. And, you know, like, you know, if you hang around narcissists, you pick up narcissistic traits. And if you hang around and engage too much with emotionals, you're going to start picking up emotional traits. And, you know, one thing I have, and then you can call me sexist for this, and I'm willing to take all the backlash. But I don't argue with women. And I don't argue with dudes who act like women. And want to cry and get emotional, can't have an intelligent conversation that is rational and that we can build. And as you can see throughout this particular video, he it's impossible for him to get. He can't do it. And his ego and his emotions won't allow him to get it. So that's what I'm just saying. At this point, you just got to let them be. They're going to do 200 videos. They don't have any. You got to remember, they don't have original content for their own shows. That's why, you know, he playing video games and all other kind of stuff. Like without us, they have no content. You notice I don't have not one show about them Negroes. Not one. I don't talk about Shaka and Dugu Kemet. I don't talk about Smash. I don't talk about Pseudo. I don't talk about none of them on my channel. But every day, every other day, every other hour, they got one. The subject is us, and to me, that's homoerotic. At this point, you just put the stuff on paper and let the world see your arguments. Otherwise, just, you know, shut the F up, because it's not much to say at this point. You know, it's just you can tell who's always arguing back and forth in their personal relationships. But you did this. Well, you did that, and when it like children. And I ain't got time for that. So I'll just let them Negroes be. Wish them well, grow old, and die. That's how I have it. You may still be on mute.
Nah, I was sorry about that. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, you're right. And that's the thing. See, and so it's quantity. It's like saturation. You know, when you want to bombard something and oversaturate something to make up for your shortcomings, that's what happens. So people do video after video, and then also in there, you know, it's the attraction to gain viewers and stuff. It's all a game. It's all a game to some people. Some people take it as entertainment. Some people it's just a hobby, and it's just for fun and whatnot. It's all fun until you correct somebody. Then the people get in their feelings. And that's just sad. And what's happening here is no corrections are being done. It's just a bunch of misunderstandings, miscomprehension, a lack of comprehension, lack of understanding, and then just a lack of just being a genuine pursuit of accurate information. Because mind you, in the time that we've been talking about this from 2012, 14-ish, the amount of progress we would have made if it was all about cooperative scholarship. But the so-called conscious community is built off Keftiyuism. That's the new word now. Keftiyuism, which is adversarialism, opposition. That's what it's based off of. And the saddest part about this is that sincere people in the audience, in the view, in the chats and stuff, there are many people who are sincerely looking for answers and to be educated and to be, enlightened, edified. And they're coming up short. Or they're being fooled. Then you have people who have grown to like this person, like that person, when we were a team, when we were the Amun-Ra squad. Now that the squad is dysfunctional no more, or whatever the case is, now you got squad members being adversarial to one another, which leaves the onlooker to make choices. Well, who am I gonna roll with? Then they gotta pick sides and do this and do that. And that's unfortunate. And so that has to change. So yeah, I was just trying to address some things. There's more things, but people could go watch the video, because by the time I jump on, everything speaks for itself. I jump on, so I'm just gonna summarize and tell you all what happened. I go on the panel. I explain this stuff to him. He still insists that he still insists not to comprehend it. Then we move on to a Thribis book. I show him the claims. He challenged me to show him the people of Athribis in the dictionary entry in Hannick Dictionary, because he invokes Capochichi, the PhD gods, and show him. I show him that. I show him in the Athribis Pascal book where it does say Kemet Weret. I only had time to just show one. I could have showed many. What else was he asking for? Everything he asked for, I provided. Oh, one other thing that he asked for was multiple Kemets. And that's the only thing we didn't round back to get a chance to do. So he ended up closing down his stream. I go to Shakandugu Kemet's channel, and then me and him chopping it up. And my conversation, surprisingly, with him was, in terms of a conversation itself, went better, but the same things were going on in terms of what's being said, and all that kind of stuff. But as far as the conversation itself was better. But obviously that's because it's just me and him one-on-one, not a team of people. So anyway, I pulled up on that today on the Pseudo Killers channel. Same thing. Because I only pulled up because of the title of that video. I ain't watched any of that video before I clicked the link. I went there, saw the title, clicked it, said, give me the link. They gave me the link, came in there. I made one comment, and then all hell breaks loose. People get in their feelings. And then I couldn't stay. And then that's that. But what I was hearing while I was there, though, is flip-flopping. I was trying to see who read the material, see who had some questions from the material, and it's just not there. So it's just empty. It's just empty, and they're asking the same questions, making the same statements, which proves that they ain't not reading material. They keep saying that the dictionaries say that Kemet means the black land. Like, duh, Sherlock, we know that. We're challenging that. And I even asked, I said, do we have a right to challenge that? And they say, yeah. I said, so what's the problem? So if we're challenging it, then are you following the demonstration of the challenge?
But I want to interject something real quick, because what you're, the underlying thing, what you're saying, coincides with a comment that Sumo just made in the chat. And he says, as for the people, I think we have the right not to accept any propositions that are put in front of us unless, dang, it's moving too fast, unless it has been put through
I got
credible
it on the screen.
scrutiny.
Mhm.
But I can't read it because I'm on
Oh,
my
okay.
phone. Remember,
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that.
Unless it has been put through credible scrutiny, because none of our grievances will be addressed. The biggest issue for you as a layperson is, it's not a matter that an idea has been put through scrutiny. That's an important part of the process. What you have to do is to develop your skill set to understand the and the dialogue that the scholars are having. Because regardless, if you don't have that knowledge and skill set to be able to critique then you're going to be lost regardless. So you have to decide if this in my life is so going to have to take the time to kind of study, because this isn't something that you could just pick up over the weekend. You have to know the field. Otherwise, you don't know what you're reading from the scholars back and forth. You don't know who's right. Scholars have ongoing debates for decades. And you may come across material that just is only legit for one school of thought. Like when it comes to Kemet equals black people, there's only one school of individuals who believe that. That's people out of the what we call the Dakar school, the Diopian school. That's one school of thought. Then you have another school of thought, which is the German school of thought, which argues that Kemet means black land. Now, there's another group within Africa. I know I came to this conclusion independently, but as far as Africans is concerned, I would have to say the Pafumian school of thought, because he's the earliest that I can find from the African continent who argues against Kemet being black land. And that text was printed in 1993 from Dr. Oscar Pafuma, linguist and Egyptologist out of Cameroon. So there's different schools of thought. But if you don't have the insight into the field and you know its methods of things, you're going to be lost regardless. So I agree with your assessment that the issues have to be meted out in the academic space. But remember, this is a linguistic question, and this does not fall into, for example, physics, because it's easier to prove something or demonstrate something that is adherent to the laws of physics with experimentation. So if somebody was to be able to perform an experiment like that, it's easier for those scientists to get behind a natural physics type experiment. But because this is an issue of history and language, it's not going to have that type of response in verification. Like, for example, when the CERN, when the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, verified the hypothesis uh, put forth by Higgs, that there would be what they would call the Higgs boson, right? Once the machine was able to verify this with a couple thousand experiments, scientists, it's easy for them to back because they can't go. But when you're talking about language and history, those fights can go on for decades. And so it's just, you just got to figure out for yourself, is this something that is really interesting? I mean, that is of interest to me. And if so, then I'm going to have to take the time to learn about linguistics. I'm going to have to learn how to read Netcher. I'm going to have to put some more knowledge into historical comparative linguistics. And then I got to go back and read all of these texts. And that's just what you're going to have to do. So don't simply appeal to authority and just wait for someone you think is credible to come to a conclusion, because you're still lost at the end of the day. You study the field and you come to your own conclusion, which is why I recommended everybody else to not quit watching the videos, but at this point on this subject, you have access to the relevant text. Read the stuff yourself and come to your own conclusion, and then move on with your life.
All right. So Sumo is also saying, I don't know if you addressed this part of it. He says, sorry, go to academia with your research, then come back to the community after qualified people have scrutinized your work. That is the only issue here. Why skip stages? Who verified I6? Go to them.
If you would have read the work, you would have found out folks who verified it. So again, you can't be a lazy chat room troller and expect things. If you read, you find out. Just like how at the beginning of this program, we had to point out to Smash that Kimitiyu by the scholars, the updated scholars, that this refers to Athribis, and we already had the information in our text that he claimed that he read. Mofos don't read. That's why you can't keep going back and forth. If the stuff is put in and scrutinized by the experts, you wouldn't read the text anyway, because you don't read. Not you personally, I don't know you personally, but people who respond in that matter, they don't read regardless. And you can tell that they don't read. And that's why you just wish them well, wish them long life, and that they die.
All right, so I'm about to close out a bit because it's nothing really, like I said, it's just a couple. I mean, last night, just to kind of give y'all some highlights, like I said, I went on the platform. I got kicked off the platform twice. Possibly 3 times. I'm not quite sure. I know it was definitely twice, and I think it was 3 times. So I'm not sure about that 3rd time. But one time I got kicked off because of my comment to Reggie. I believe it was 3 times, because one I got kicked off comment to Reggie. Other time or times, 2 times, was just that back and forth over talking type of stuff, and then that's not my channel, so I get kicked off and whatnot. But yeah, people get mad on this channel knowing that we don't even operate that way, but then unsubscribe, get petty, cry, and then come back, resubscribe, and do whatever. And that was just real crazy to me. But I made a comment to Reggie because the brother Reggie, I came on the panel and I'm talking about the issues that Smash is bringing up from our video. The brother Reggie's on the panel, and as I proceed to address Smash on these issues, I mentioned Reggie's name because he's the author of the slides I was showing. Reggie interrupts me and tries to tell me what to say and what not to say, and he starts crying and say, "Don't talk about him." And I'm telling him I'm not talking about him. I just mentioned him because this is his slide. So he gets mad and uptight because he believes in his normal fashion that the world is against him, victimized, woe is me, that somebody's talking about him. That's a classic example of what not to do. You don't identify your psyche with information, because if somebody addresses your information, then or attack your information or criticize your information, you feel that somebody's attacking you or criticizing you as a person. And that's not the case. So I had to explain that last night. But regardless of what I explained, Reggie was still upset, and words were exchanged, and I got kicked off. I got let back on. I think I got kicked off again. And then, the night went through. So I'm just, giving y'all the highlights, but y'all can go watch the video. All right. So it's really nothing else for me to address. The whole Athribis thing, we know that Athribis is a later transcription from the Greek. The actual place was a temple, Hut Heri Ib, within a nome, the 10th nome, the bull nome, known as Kemet Weret, which is the fuller rendition, or Kimwer, or just simply Kemet. We know that Kemetiu, you all should know that Kemetiu, as it's used in the pyramid text, is talking about this particular place. It's a Nisbi adjective formed from the toponym Kemet. That particular Kemet is that particular nome. Kemet to you is those of Kemet. That Kemet is Athribis, the 10th nome. It's just that simple. It's not talking about people being black skinned and or any of that other stuff or none of that. So it is what it is. All right, so let me take this thing off the screen.
Hold on. I see the question. He's asking what the I6 glyph was. For those who have our text and have read it, can y'all put in the chat what our argument, or what my argument at least is, what the I6 glyph is?
And while you all do that in the chat, Sumo, my question to you is, it's kind of like a rhetorical question, but so I won't even ask a rhetorical question. Sumo, if you do not have our text, I would encourage you to get it. In fact, Emicat, if you can put the link to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet text, you can get it from Amazon, Sumo, and you can, if you as Amazon Prime member, you'll get it in 2 days. So that would be my recommendation. That would be my recommendation to do. Now, on Pseudo Killer's channel and on last night, or no, with Shaka Dougal Kemet, people are trying to imply, or Brother Reggie specifically implies that the reason why we're focused on Kemet and not Desheret is because there's money to be made when talking about Kemet, and that it's about money. We're selling a book. We're selling this. So it's funny how Reggie focuses on money when that book, it ain't has nothing to do with money. And I said that last night, and I said that today, and that's why I told everybody on the panel, I said, listen, email me your mailing address, and I will make sure you get the book, a physical copy of the book. And when I said that, they couldn't even back down and say, oh, all right. Because they're reaching. It's pure hate. Reggie's the type of person that whenever these debating seasons come up and debates that y'all see, Reggie will side with the person who's against whoever he don't like at that particular time. That's it. Y'all know the history. I'm not saying anything y'all don't know.
There's a lot of elephants in the room. And that's the thing. But he accuses us of doing this for money as if, wait, how much is the book? we
It's like $14.99. It's either $14.99 or $19.99. It's no
Okay,
more than $20.
right. He act like that's a like we gonna be able to pay car notes and house notes and stuff.
Like, 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 like he's seeing us on a beachfront somewhere because we done sold all these books or the contribution to the meaning of Kemet. Like that's the like that's the new come up.
Man,
But even still, like we would be in the wrong business because most of y'all Negroes don't read.
right. I was just gonna say that. I'm saying, how is it that we're putting a charge out there that people don't read, but yet we're writing a book to make money? Who does that? If anything, the money is to be made in the pseudo-isms. If I was about money, I would start a cult. I would get pseudos all outdoors. I would get some crystals. I would get a yoga mat. And I shouldn't even do that. I shouldn't even make fun. I because people might be offended at me saying that. But y'all get the idea. I ain't even got to say it. The pseudo stuff is where the money's at. The drama is where the money at. I could talk smack on YouTube, put some clickbait titles in my videos, monetize the videos.
I would have started what do you call it? An OnlyFans page. You know what I'm saying? I would have an RBG OnlyFans page.
What's her name? I saw on the news on Twitter and stuff. Black China, she made like a few million.
Yeah.
Like
if we wanted to waste money, if we wanted to make money, we would not be wasting our time trying to educate Black folks. That is the antithesis of getting rich and building wealth.
That's crazy. Black China made 20 million off of OnlyFans. That's the reports. I don't know how true that is. So if it's about money, writing books will be the last thing that you would do. For the most part. Some books could be lucrative though, certain genres, but scholarship, come on.
Yeah.
$19.95 book. We trying to get rich. So anyway, that's that. So that was an accusation that was made today and last night. Other than that, man. So, what time is it? I got 7 minutes, y'all. Did anybody have any questions for me in the chat? Or sorry, did anybody have any questions? So it's Q&A time. You know, there's some
I'll answer because nobody answered the question in the what's the name. So as a simple, you know, because we studied this in the videos, and we answer this all the time because all the Johnny come latelys to the conversation refuse to watch the old videos and or read the book. But the Chem glyph is simply a hill. It is the hill on the edge of the bank of a river. That's what it is. It's simple. It has nothing to do with charcoal. It has nothing to do with burning coals or an alligator's tail. It is a hill. And that was discussed in the 2019 text. And I go into more detail and provide even greater evidence, you know, for that argument. It's really that simple.
And I don't know if you said this earlier, but your upcoming book, 2023, will be a fuller structured and laid out argument and demonstration of all of this stuff. So from now until January, February, March of 2023, you all are going to see more and more videos put up. People are finally catching up. Now, mind you, this is important, y'all. These videos are 3 years old and older. They're no younger than 3 years old. So you got to ask yourself, why now? Why now? There's a common denominator. Smash is a Johnny come lately to the conversation. And he just happened to take an adversarial position, an opponent's position, because he's misconstruing the arguments. And being a battle rapper, you know, you that's what you got to do. So that's Smash. Reggie's been there since Netter Neb and Asar has done their talk, and he's just trying to save face because his nuclear
He's just trying to
bomb.
be relevant because he has no research. Even his pseudo paper that got a one reviewer, quote unquote peer review in a non Egyptian or linguistic journal, he wouldn't even have that as a subject if it wasn't for me. He doesn't have his own research interest. As I said, they have no content on their YouTube channels. And even when they're writing, they have no content because they don't do their own research. There's nothing that compels them inside, and they're trying to figure out in the universe, you know, what is this? This is a research question that I've had for a long time. And I do my own research and I publish it. But they don't have their own research. None of them. So even his one publication in damn near 50 years, well, how long did he say he was, like, what, 30 something years in the quote unquote community?
I guess so, yeah.
And
that's what it is.
He had to piggyback off of my research in terms of interest. That should let you know something.
I'm gonna give a little treat to the chat. Sumo, this is for you, Sumo. And I'm doing this in the spirit of you ordering the book tonight or as soon as you can, so that you can actually follow the conversation and be edified with what's actually being said and everything. All right. So let me.
This is why we say read the book. Why would I have to answer this question? He says, what is your source? We were sitting here arguing about the source the whole night. And as we discussed in the video, when I cited the source, he goes to another article in which Dr. Nibby wrote to try to argue something else instead of the citation in which I gave and the arguments for it in there. That's why it's important to read.
I just want to show him this. So Sumo, if you're watching, this is a trailer. If this was a movie, a teaser. In chapter 3 of our essay text, a contribution to the meaning to debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet in chapter 3, which is titled A Contribution to the Identification of the Kim Glyph by Asar Motep. So you have to get this book to see the arguments and the demonstration, the citations and everything like that. All right. It's really unfair. And y'all, and people have to be considerate that this was written in 2019 for the purpose of answering the question that you're answering in the chat. So you have to give us that. It is unfair to ask the questions when we took the time out to write it and write it out. So it's getting to the point where, and I understand new people coming into the conversation and stuff like that. But even if you're new, grab the book. It new or not, it doesn't bar a person from getting the book. But if you're
But
new and stuff like that, then of course, okay, we may depending on what the question is, and it depends on the length or the in-depthness of the answer. There's certain things, yes, we can summarize. We can be concise on and just, shoot this out, shoot that out. But this kind of work and issues, it's not that type of party.
look,
It really isn't.
it's clear that he's not a reader. He doesn't read. No one who reads and is serious about a research question sit here and ask them stuff about stuff that they've written in the text. You notice the difference? Remember that the brother who I showed y'all the video, the brother, at least in the comment section, who was at first adversarial to the argument that we was making in the video.
Yeah, yep.
And
Yeah, I remember that.
and I told him that we wrote it in the book, and he said, you know what, I'm going to read the book and I'm going to come back. And that's exactly what he did. But notice the difference. That brother was a PhD in Africana Studies, Temple University. And when he came back and after he read the text changed his mind because of the quality, and he made sure that he emphasized the quality and the rigor of the arguments, and that it could not be summarily dismissed. Unlike, you contrast that with what you see in the comments like of today. Like, he's talking about, I want to see who else has agreed and came up with that before I read. Why? What other things would you have to verify before you read the text? Just read the damn text or not. If you're not going to read, you're not going to read. I do not lose sleep because a person who doesn't read isn't reading the book. It's just as simple as that. I'm not insulting you. You insulting yourself. We told you that everything you need to know about our arguments is not everything, but for the most part, anything that you need to know concerning the gist of our arguments is in that text.
Sumo, here's a direct question for you, Sumo. Are you going to get the book? Yes or no?
No, he's not. He doesn't read.
I want an official on record response from Sumo. Sumo, are you going to get the book? It's just a yes or no. It's only $19.95 on Amazon. Are you going to get it? Yes or no? It's just that simple. All right. So listen, been on for a minute. What's this?
It's going to be a time delay.
Yeah, it's a time delay. But I'm gonna play this as I conclude. But sorry, yeah. Let me. Do you have any closing remarks?
My closing remarks is read the goddamn book, and then after you read that book, read the chapter in Illusion Volume 2. And if you're serious, when the book comes out in 2023, you'll get the full argument, and then you can come to your own conclusion. But readers are leaders, so you can tell who are the leaders in our community. Y'all have a good night.
Well, there you go. And Sumo has officially on record said, I am not getting, let me put on the jumbo jam. He says, I'm not getting the book. Sorry. Let your work
But he
pass
said
through
that earlier. That's why I said he's not getting the book.
People first, not YouTube viewers. Then I'll buy the book. He says, thank you and goodbye. Yep. Alrighty.
Yeah,
So, cause see how easy that is. That's just, I mean, straightforward. I mean, why beat around the bush? That's, you know what I'm saying. It's like get straight to it. You're not gonna buy the book. I mean, even if it was peer reviewed, I doubt that
he
the
wouldn't
person
buy the book.
would
That's what I'm saying. If you, like I said, when
because
it's easy for me to recognize,
he wouldn't know if it was peer reviewed. I'm sorry, he wouldn't even
exactly.
know. He wouldn't know if it's peer reviewed because he already stated in the chat he don't trust you. So if we were right now online and you said get the book, yeah, it's been peer reviewed, what would make him trust you then? Then the trust
He
now,
would
like
find
what
an
would change?
excuse. That's what I'm saying. Like you can tell by the nature of the questions that they ask in their response if they're serious. He wasn't serious. Because if someone was serious, they'd be like, where can I find the book? I want to know more about your argument. People who read respond like that. People who don't read, who depend on Wikipedia, if that, and YouTube videos respond the way that he does. And he already said earlier in the text he wasn't going to read the text.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying.
that.
You didn't have to ask him that. He already made it plain.
Yeah,
So I'm not going to sit here and answer questions for somebody who ain't going to read, because it's just going to lead to more questions. You have well, I mean they're not kids now, but you have children, and when you ask a 4-year-old or a 4-year-old asks you a question and you answer it, what comes right after that? Another damn question.
50.
About 50 like in a row. Well, what about this, Daddy? Well, what about that?
Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet?
You don't waste your time. That's what what I'm trying to get you to understand. Woo, quit stressing and entertaining these trolls. That you have too much time and patience, and I don't have that kind of time. You know, you're older than me, and I'm the old man. I'm tired of these mofos. You know, like quit entertaining these trolls.
I'm trying to stay young. So I gotta argue because I done got that from Unc. You gotta be old and just argue for argue. Nah, but that's not my thing though. You absolutely right though. And that's it. See my soft spot, or what they call it, my Achilles heel, or whatever you call that. My soft spot is the viewers, or the people, the readers, the listeners, the viewers. It's like when I see people that have the potential and they're being misled, but they don't know it or whatever. It's like, man, that really eats me up, and it always has. And so when I see that, it's like, man, I feel compelled a bit to at least address something, because I feel that there's a threshold that is a sweet spot. If misinformation swells up too much and you don't say anything, then you're like a party to the detriment, so to speak. So there does have to be some kind of balancement, but you gotta choose the battles. You gotta choose it, and you gotta do.
But you choosing everyone. That's the thing. Like, you wanna no, because that takes time. Like think about that 9-hour video. How much time could you have put into the book that you actually working on?
Exactly. Nah, but
you see what I mean? Like trolls and emotionals want to get you caught up to where you're arguing with them that you can't get your real work done.
Yeah, I had dedicated this week as a pull-up week in my mind, so I followed through with it, pulling up and on these channels. And you know, if I was at my computer earlier when Garfield was replaying Smash's channel, I would have pulled up on that channel. But that was my thing. But it's a wrap. You know, it's beating a dead horse, talking to a doorknob, all of those sayings it applies. So that it is what it is. So I'm gonna close out. So my closing remarks is the same. Get the book, and don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for the hype and the theatrics. Just put on your critical thinking caps. come out the microwave oven, put everything into a crock pot and slow cook it. Pay attention to the arguments. And if you get the book, we do it for you. From page 1 down to the end of the book, it's structured in a way where the problem is outlined, the introduction, what the issues are, what they're not. And then as a bonus, you can watch the videos where we're live explaining different things, addressing some attempts at counterpoints. And those could be educational, but you got to get the book, because it would eliminate all of this time, all of this back and forth, all of this straw man, logical fallacy violations, and whatnot. It would eliminate Smash's entire video. Smashing on our video would not have happened if more people would have read the book, including Smash. And when I say read, I'm including reading and comprehending. And on top of that, anything you don't comprehend or is confusing, we're available. I'm on my channel, Asar's on his channel. I'm on Facebook, Asar's on Facebook. It's not like we're not available.
I'm not available. I'm doing work. My office hours is between 9 and 5, Monday through Friday. Nah.
But sincere questions, because I get hit up and I see some really good questions. So I don't want to, the majority is a bunch of drama that you see on the platforms. But I do get some sincere and very good questions that turn into teaching moments or inspire me. So I appreciate that from people. And you all know who you are, whoever, may be listening. But that's the thing. Yeah. So that's it for me. And Asar, I appreciate you coming on, and hope everybody enjoyed it. I know we at one point we had 110 or whatever, 15 people watching, but people were looking for certain things, and I know I was watching the chat the whole time, and certain people came over here for certain reasons, and it is what it is, and with me it's about quality over quantity. I'm not a person. I'm not trying to get go live and have 1,000 viewers and it be a bunch of trolls or people who are not paying attention or we're not making progress. I'm all about quality over quantity, and that's just it. So it is what it is. But I do appreciate anybody who tunes in who tuned in tonight and who tunes in, period. And if y'all have suggestions or questions or things that you may want me to touch on, any of the Seshu and whatnot, by all means, let me know. All right. And so with that, that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna see where this thing is. So appreciate it, Sarah. So I'm about to hit this and see what this is at. But we closing out, y'all. As demonstration or proof of his claim, he shows this particular text. And so what I'm saying is Reggie is wrong. That particular Kemet to you is not talking about the entire country known as Kemet at that time. It's talking about a locality called Kemwer or Kemet Weret.
And so that's
what it's talking about.
Oh, so that's why you're wrong. And now's my time. Let me speak, because I have a source right here that I just put in front of you. And I told you that it's on your slide and it contradicts everything you just said. Look, it translated as inhabitants of Egypt. So so why have a slide on your presentation that contradicts your point?
Okay, my point is, even there, my point for showing that is the fact that is to show the Wörterbuch or Wörterbuch rendition of what Reggie was showing. So as you can see, it says 1998B, section 1998B, aha, ek, etc., etc. You see that there? So I show that, and this is why Reggie makes the mistake, is because it's translated as Egypt. He thinking, and you now thinks that that's talking about the entire kingdom, but it's not. It's only talking about Athribis,
and
not the entire kingdom.
There's no source on that, so how can you prove that? This source that you got. Hold on. Let me show you. Look. There's no source on that, so how can you prove that? The source, what you have on the screen is 4 of the same attestations, 3 of the same attestations. They all say inhabitants of Egypt. They don't say it's not Egypt. They don't say it's Kim or Kemet or Ret, which y'all made up. It says inhabitants of Egypt. So where is your source on this translation that is more up to date than the TLA that says inhabitants of Athribis?
So let me just share my screen real quick and give you the first thing you asked for.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, it says it's disabled.
Give me
I
one
can't share
second. Give me 1 second. Try now.
Okay, let me try it right now. Yep, there we go. So I think this one is it. So let me know if you can see that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, let me blow it up. So this is the Hanning Dictionary that your PhD, the person PhD that you
and it's
invoked.
the page you gave me too, 883. So let's go in.
883, right?
And what he said is right. It looked to be right. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you got the floor.
Okay, you see this right here where my cursor is?
Yep, I saw
my cursor.
Yep, I saw it.
It says Medew.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say?
It says something about Athribis.
And you said it doesn't.
But it's no, I didn't. See, you gotta listen, and I know you're doing this on purpose. There's no source on that, so how can you prove that? There's no source on that, so how can you prove that? This source that you got. Hold on. Let me show you. Look, the source. What you have on the screen is 4 of the same attestations, 3 of the same attestations. They all say inhabitants of Egypt. They don't say it's not Egypt. They don't say it's Kim or Kemet or Ret, which y'all made up. It says inhabitants of Egypt. So where is your source on this translation that is more up to date than the TLA that says inhabitants of Athribis?
Okay, you see this right here where my cursor is?
Yep, I saw
my cursor.
Yep, I saw it.
It says Medew.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say?
It says something about Athribis.
And you said it doesn't.
But it's no, I didn't. See, you gotta listen. There's no source on that, so how can you prove that? So where is your source on this translation that is more up to date than the TLA that says inhabitants of Athribis?
This is a more updated dictionary, by the way. Because you said the latest. This is the latest. It has Medew from the German school. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say?
It says something about Athribis. You'll never find this determinatives. You know what you're displaying on this page. You'll never find these determinatives in the old kingdom, meaning a town, or ever having a T on it. So you taking an attestation from the new kingdom onward where they might have added a T on it. The book that you read actually contradicts everything you said. That's how I know you must have had access to this book for about an hour, because if you had more time to go in on it, you would have read his argument on the pronunciation of Kim where he say the WY fell off and it was pronounced Kim. It was pronounced Kim we. So you make a lot of grave errors here. You got the floor.
Okay, so one, I have the book and I read the entire book. I translated the book painstakingly and read the entire book. So I didn't have it for an hour. So you're wrong about that. And I'm fully aware of all attestations. And that's what the book is about. He goes in chronological order from the old empire, old kingdom, middle kingdom, late kingdom, new kingdom, even in Papri, even in Ostraca, even in the Greco-Roman period, and so on and so forth. And he goes through and he shows all of the different variations for the same place.
That's fine. Address something I said about not finding it in the old kingdom.
But here's the thing. It's talking about the same place.
That
with the
don't
T
matter.
or without a P. Yeah, yes, it does.
Places take
Because-
different names, and you don't even know enough about the subject. I act like you got this
What?
book. This book says
What?
there was no temple location. Why you saying what? I'm giving you the choice.
Wait.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
No,
This
but wait,
book
wait.
says there is
Hold on,
no
hold on. But you
temple
didn't let me finish.
location. All right, go ahead.
You didn't let me finish. I'm saying whether you see the T above the gnome. Now you do know that's a gnome glyph, and a gnome is a place, right? It's a spot.
It wasn't a gnome
place.
glyph in the Old Kingdom. You need to really read the book. It say that in here. So that's
Wait,
why I know
wait,
you messing up.
wait. Hold up. So you're saying that in the Old Kingdom, when you see the bull on the standard that's rooted inside the sapot, that's not a gnome?
No, it got equated to a gnome going into the Middle Kingdom, but you will never find it with anything that make you think it's a gnome. At that time period, it was a worship center, and a fact.
Okay, so do
fact,
this.
Hold, let me finish my statement. And in fact, because this might skew some of the things you think you know. In fact, Hoot Hori Ah was not even there in the Old Kingdom. Period.
Okay, so do this. The first page on the left, right? Do you have, since you have the book, can you show that page bigger on the left
You see it?
and clearer?
You see it?
No, I see. Hold on. I'm looking at the YouTube side. Hold up.
Oh, hold
If
on.
you're showing
Let
it.
me make sure you can see it in the Zoom. It's not that hard. So yeah, it says you are screen sharing. You should be seeing it.
Hold up.
Show me anything that'll make you say that this was a gnome or that this was a location. This is and then all we gotta do is read the books. We be acting like we be reading.
Okay, so now.
So now what?
Okay, so listen. So it says Ancient Empire, right? You see where it says Ancient Empire under A?
Yeah, I see that.
No, don't, man. Let's just walk it through, right? Now, the first glyph under Ancient Empire, do you see a sapot symbol under that standard? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, put your
Got
cursor.
him.
Is that your hand, your cursor hand right there? Like wiggle your mouse real quick for me, please. Or is that mine?
Got
That's
him.
yours. Okay, now do me a favor. Now you blew it up. Okay, yeah, that's fine. No. Okay, now move your cursor over to the left from where it's at. Right there. Now, right there. What glyph is under that standard right there? What is that glyph right there? Tell us.
You can use that. You could use that to say it's a pop. You could. I mean, it looked like
Right.
Handlebars.
Easy work. Good gosh. I'm gonna let it play some more, y'all. All right,
something
thank you.
scratched. Hold on. It looked like something scratched out, but you can use that to say it's a pop. But
Okay, thank
why you ignoring what I said?
Wait. I mean, I'm not ignoring. I'm making my point. I said that it's a gnome. You said it's not, and I said
This
that
was just a cult center. There's no town determinative, is what I said, and there's no T. Stop messing things up for the people.
Listen.
But you will never find it with anything that make you think it's a gnome. Stop messing things up for the people.
Listen. Like wiggle your mouse real quick for me, please. Or is that mine? No, that's yours. Okay, now do me a favor. Now you blew it up. Okay, yeah, that's fine. No. Okay, now move your cursor over to the left from where it's at. Right there. Now, right there. What glyph is under that standard right there?
The book that you read actually contradicts everything you said.
Right there. Now, right there. What glyph is under that standard right there?
When you don't even know enough about the subject, I act like you got this book.
Right there. Now, right there. What glyph is under that standard right there?
You need to really read the book. It say that in here. So that's why I know you messing up.
Wait. Right there. Now, right there. What glyph is under that standard right there?
Never find it with anything that make you think it's a gnome.
Right there. Now, right there. What glyph is under that standard right there?
Never find it with anything that make you think it's a gnome.
Right there. Now, right there. what glyph is under that standard right there?
You can use that. You could use that to say it's a pop. You could. Period.
I lost count, y'all. That's about 20. Listen.
And then as far as Smash, I'm just gonna share my screen real quick. This is Vernal Pascal's book, and I'm just scrolling down the book. I don't know if y'all can see it. Maybe I need to make it bigger.
Yeah, zoom in a little bit.
Okay, so as I'm scrolling down, I'm simply, for the sake of speed, an instance where he's talking about Kemet Weret, because the question that was asked to me, or the challenge, was to show in the book where he's talking about a Thribis being associated with Kemet Weret.
Exactly.
So now there's many things, and I don't know if y'all can see where the scroll cursor is, and I just lost my spot. It's way up at the top. So now I just lost my spot. I was just now.
I'm about to translate that page for us so that we can see he's not talking about Kemet Weret. And anyone can look at transliteration or any of the things that we can look at. But go right ahead. Continue.
All right, cool. I actually lost my spot. So I think this is where I was.
Oh,
but
you got the page number? You got the page number, just real quick?
Yeah, the page number that I just
50,
first
50.
hit.
Thank you.
Is document 53 to 55, and it's page 50 in this particular section. So if you could see this right here, I want everybody to, I don't know if I could zoom in on it. Just right here, for those who can read glyphs and for those who don't. This right here is saying Kemet Weret, and next to it is talking about a Thribis.
I'm about to translate that page for us so that we can see he's not talking about Kemet Weret. And anyone can look at transliteration or any of the things that we can look at. But go right ahead. Continue.
Here is saying Kemet Weret, and next to it is talking about a Thribis. So the author has the word a Thribis here. And in parentheses, he has the glyphs that spell out Kemet Weret. But the emphasis, he's talking about Horus Kinti Keti, which was the deity of this particular location, and so on and so forth. So the text in this particular section is emphasizing that. But to meet the I guess you can call it a challenge, in this book, it's surprising because anybody who has the book, now you're not going to be able to do a PDF document search.
You ain't answered the question, bro. So don't act like you're doing that right now. I asked to show in the book where he's talking about this being called Kemet Weret. You can find this attestation in his list of attestations. So we know it's in there. He's not talking about this being Kemet Weret. And we have a person who reads French right here. So let's read it for the people.
Okay, so wait. So wait a minute. So your challenge is that when you say he's not talking about this being Kemet Weret, are we not talking about a Thribis?
No, he's definitely, listen, in this text and nowhere in his book is he saying we should refer to a Thribis as Kemet Weret. We know this rendition, which comes from the Ptolemaic times. We've been going over this all day. But what we're talking about, let's read what he says. He's not making no argument about pronouncing this Kemet Weret. What he does do in this book is make an argument to pronounce this Kim Way. And I'm gonna pull that up.
So have your French translator read this passage for everyone.
We got my aunt right here. He's here and he reads French. He's not my French translator, but he's just skilled like that. So he can actually read our sources.
I believe.
So let's read this and let's see if it's talking about Kemet Weret.
Oh, I can't see who it is, but I'm saying you earlier you just said you have somebody who could translate.
I thought you could see. We all in the Zoom. He right there. My app. Peace, my app.
I'm sharing my screen.
Greetings to all.
Peace, how are you?
Yeah, is there something you want me to read?
You want to read this?
Want me to read what's on the screen right now?
Handlebars again.
Yeah, of course. Now, in the notice, let's say dedicated to the work of Ramesses III in the minor temples, the following passage is about Athribis. There's a quotation. I have made numerous things useful to Athribis. Then we have Kemet Weret, 4.
And he reads French. He's not my French translator, but he's just skilled like that.
Then we have Kemet Uret. 4.
And he reads French. He's not my French translator, but he's just skilled like that.
We have Kemet Uret. 4. I don't know why there's A, like 2. My father, I think he's translating literally what the text says, like when we say his beloved son it's Sa'ef Medi F, literally his son, his beloved. Let me continue. So 4, my father, Horus Chenti.
Okay, can you stop? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, I can stop if you want.
Yeah,
you want me
can
to stop now,
there,
Smash?
Oh,
Please,
no,
you
you
can
don't
stop
need
there.
to stop because we haven't substantiated
Well,
that they're not talking about what they're talking about. Yeah,
I will
they're not
just finish the
talking about.
paragraph
Just
then.
keep going, please.
Yeah, okay. So I renewed the walls of his temple so well that they were built and constructed anew, equalized, and engraved. I have doubled for him. I'm just going to finish the paragraph if that's okay. I have doubled
Well, I mean,
for him.
this was my.
He's reading,
my
bro.
share.
You don't need to cut it. I can share it. I got it. But if you don't mind, he's reading.
No,
Just
but
let him
this
finish.
was my point. All right, go ahead. This is crazy. Go
No,
ahead.
you doing
I don't
all
mind.
that. But let him go. Let him finish reading it. Then you got the floor. It's easy.
All right. I have doubled for him the daily offering that is presented to him, the object of love, each morning, and I have procured some slaves, males and females, some fine gold, some royal tissue, some linen or clothing, some fine clothing from Upper Egypt, some beer, some incense, some honey, some beefs beefs like milk cows, Iwa and Renen. I have renewed for him. I don't know what sheptel is. The sheptel by numerous cattle to make the offerings to his Ka, the great Sir SR, which I think means noble or something like that. So yeah, I'm done.
Okay,
All right,
so now
you got it.
Okay, so in the first line, this is something that now I gotta say something, and this is me talking live now, y'all. Now notice that while he was reading that, and Smash told him to continue to read. I was trying to tell the brother that he's read enough, but Smash wanted him to continue to read, but Smash moves away from the image. That's not me doing that. Smash has switched the share away. He unshared the book or unshared my screen and shows this stuff. You see how that works? So he can't admit when he's wrong. The book said Kemet Weret. His French translator, Shaka Ndugu Kemet Ma'at Forever, came in and read it and said Kemet Weret. That is the Thribis. Right there. Period, point blank. So again, y'all, listen. I'm not going to be doing these back and forth videos. I could care less if 100 more videos is made about this. But this entire 9-hour video was an entire waste of time. Y'all are being lullabied to sleep. That's what people are doing when they watch those videos. These people are talking loud but ain't saying nothing. Just like James Brown said. These are all straw man arguments. Nobody's making the claims that these folks are saying that I'm making. I don't make the claims. Smash made so many mistakes, so many assumptions, a conspiracy parrot thinking I'm working some magic or some voodoo. I'm straightforward. I'm probably one of the most straightforward people. That's why I come on the panels, people are like, up, here come with Joe. I'm going to shoot it to you straight. I'm consistent. Even James from Pan African Designs gave me a pat on the back. He said, "Hey boy, even though I don't agree with you, Joe, but one thing I gotta say, you definitely be consistent." And I appreciate that. I can respect that, and I'm sure he respects me for that. Hopefully. But anyway, that's my piece, y'all. I'm gonna let this play. This is about to end. And I'm gonna let it roll on out. So I thank y'all. Y'all stick around. It's some more. I'm gonna let it play, and then I'll shut it down. That is concerning
Ramses the Third, which we definitely understand is not the Ptolemaic period.
Okay, Ramses the Third. It don't occur before the 18th
I wasn't
dynasty.
finished.
It don't occur before the 18th dynasty. Keep going.
I wasn't finished.
So
All
keep
right.
going.
All right, but see, that's what I'm saying. That's the little thing. But
At
earlier
this
you
point,
said,
either you're gonna rock out or we're gonna do it my way. So you got the floor. Go ahead.
all right, so that's the rules now. That's cool. Hey, you see what happened, right? You see how he got debunked on the spot, and the whole attitude changed. Like, nah, you either gonna rock out or we're gonna do it my way. And then he switched the screen and everything. You see that? Back in the day, we call that sore losers. When you playing in the playground and stuff like that, when people, let's say you playing Monopoly or you playing chess, and somebody mess around and get a piece that you weren't expecting, and then you kick the board over. That's what's going on right now. The board is being kicked over. What? The whole attitude changed. Oh yeah, we're gonna do it my way or no way, my way or the highway. That's basically what the brother's saying to me. And by the way, I got kicked out of the Zoom twice, maybe 3 times. It was late. I don't remember. Probably 3 times. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna let it play. And by the way, this is me talking live. I'm gonna let it play. So this is not Ptolemaic as you wrongly stated before he started translating. So this is Ramses III. Okay, so let's be clear on that.
I'm not interrupting
in this particular
you.
passage.
I'm not interrupting you. They can't see. They can't see.
Passage.
I'm sorry, they can't see. That's all I'm trying to say. So is it someone needs to reshare or something? Sorry about that, Woo. Go ahead.
I'm sharing. I'm still sharing. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I can see it. So this may be in the back chat. I don't know if they can see it on the actual. Let me go see.
All right, there you go. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's showing Wu Jao's right now, but we might be on delay. Right now, I'm seeing Wu Jao's screen.
It's probably on the YouTube. On the YouTube, it doesn't
on the
look like it's
YouTube
showing.
side, I'm seeing his screensaver right now.
I think
the YouTube is behind, but we can see it now, so they'll catch up. Go ahead, Wu. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so, all right. So just to rewind a little bit. So this is not the Ptolemaic period. This is Ramses III, and which is kind of a sidebar. But the point here of why I pulled this up, though, was to show that Athribis is being referred, in fact, to as Kemet Weret. And so as you can see in the glyphs here that we can all read, and the brother even read it as he was reading the French, he stopped to read what was in parentheses, and he actually said Kemet Weret.
And he reads French. He's not my French translator, but he's just skilled like that.
And we have Kemet Uret 4.
I'm about to translate that page for us so that we can see he's not talking about Kemet Uret. And anyone can look at transliteration or any of the things that we can look at, but go right ahead. Continue. I asked to show in the book where he's talking about this being called Kemet Uret.
Just right here, for those who can read glyphs and for those who don't, this right here is saying Kemet Weret. And next to it is talking about Athribis.
Then we have Kemet Uret 4.
And he reads French. He's not my French translator, but he's just skilled like that.
I guarantee you that you just didn't comprehend what I said. So that's my prediction. All right, well, there it is, folks. That's all I'm going to do. I could go on and on and on, but again, the entire 9-hour show, if you see it as entertainment, then hey, you all good. But if you thought you learned something, then it's sad, and that's what's disappointing to me. All right, but anyway, I didn't see any questions in the chat. But shout out to everybody who stuck it through. I know it's late right now, it's Sunday. Everybody getting ready for the work week, and so I appreciate y'all hanging out. And yeah, these Chem Wars, don't expect me to keep responding. You know what I'm saying? I pull up on the channels in good spirit to address different things, but people really ain't trying to advance the conversation, because I pull up and everybody wants to be adversarial. It's a game. Everybody's picking a side, want to be adversarial. People are hating, people in their feelings or whatever the case is. People are not really understanding. They're not trying to understand. They ask you a question, you explain something, but then they ask you a question, the same question in a different way. and they won't move off, and that has to do with being stuck on whatever position that they're on, and they don't understand how it's done. And so again, people are asking the same redundant questions, and we're giving the same redundant answers. People are asking, well, does Kim mean black? And I keep saying almost every day now, lately, that yes, there's an adjective in the language, Kim, that means black. Well, why don't Kemet mean black? Well, that's our question. That's our research question, because nobody came to the conclusion. We outlined this in our text, in the introduction. Everything is crystal clear laid out there, but people feel like, okay, if they spend $19.95, they're giving us money, and they don't want to support. The brother Reggie earlier made it seem like we're doing this for money. He said, the reason why they don't do Desharet is because there's more money in when they deal with Kemet. And they're selling the book. They're selling the book. And then Shaka and Dougal Kemet had the nerve to ask me, how many copies of the book you sold? I only see 11 verified customers on the Amazon page. I'm like, I don't even know. I said, that's how much it's not even about the money. I don't even know how many books sold. In fact, I bought a group of them, a bunch of them, and I send them out for free. Last night and today, I said, listen, my email is wujao@gmail.com. Send me your mailing address, and I'll shoot you a paperback copy. And did anybody retract saying, "Oh, dang, it's definitely not about money"? Never was. Nobody knows me for doing that, making it a money thing. And who in their right mind will write a book in this type of community where people rather watch videos than read, try to write a book to make money? That's stupid. I can make more money making copper jewelry and unks and stuff like that than writing a book. I could start a cult, throw some incense on, get a costume, get on YouTube and solicit followers and make way more money doing that. Look at Nature Boy. Nature Boy had like somebody give him 300 grand or something in total. Serving him and stuff like that. I mean, listen, there's ways to make money. Pseudoism is a big cash cow. So people can miss me with this whole money thing about the book and stuff. Oh, it should be free. I get that too. It should be free. Well, time costs. And I do so much things for free. It's free to other people, but it costs me. I don't play victim and be like, look, listen, when have y'all ever seen me post a Cash App? When have y'all ever seen me post a Cash App? Now, I'm not saying I never will, but the point I'm making is I'm not known for that. You don't see me, these lower thirds and things going across the screen. Cash App Ujau, Cash App this, send this, donate this. Do the what's the super chat? I don't make y'all do a super chat for me to answer questions. I appreciate any super chats that come through, but those, man, I don't get super chats. We don't get super chats on this channel. I got a few. I could probably count on one hand how many super chats we've ever had on this channel. Definitely less than 10. So y'all gotta understand, it's a different thing. I come from a different background. Anyway, so much love to everybody who came out, chilled out, and if you learn something, that's what makes it worth it. If you can love it or like it or whatever the case is, it's all good. We live another day. Hopefully everybody is healthy and successful, whatever goals you set forward. And man, just do the daggone thing. We got to do better collectively, y'all. We should be pushing, just like people are pushing STEM. People are gung-ho about pushing scientific literacy in STEM. Ask those people who push that so hard, why isn't there a push for cooperative scholarship? Cooperative scholarship means put together teams to collectively investigate research questions instead of setting up adversarial teams, set tripping, so-and-so channel against this channel, this squad or this team against that team or that squad. Why is that advocated and not cooperative scholarship? You got to think about that. That's what it's about. So with that, I'm going to say appreciate everybody coming out. And any last minute questions or concern? I see Sat 12. Peace, Sat 12. The Seshu, people get upset over the nation name Kemet not having to do with black. I don't think anybody can prove it one way or the other. Gone from land to people to just color itself. Yeah, well, Sat 12, sit back because the work is being put in. The first quarter of next year, we will have moved the conversation forward. Trust me on that. All right, we will have moved the conversation forward come the first few months of next year with the release of the upcoming publication. And I will be publishing my grammar book that's going to handle the other side of things. People who really want to get down and get to know Egyptian culture and move past whether they black, white, purple, brown, whether they super Saharan or sub-Saharan, whether they're Mediterranean or black African. Once people can get past that, then we can have some real fruitful conversations. Because those are shallow conversations. Those are conversations that kids have. Not kids as in age, but kids as in on this path. It's like amateur stuff. Are the Egyptians black? Are they white? That's some silly stuff when you really, really think about it. You never pierce the surface. You never get into the genius of the people. Where's the genius? Oh, and I do have a super chat tonight. Hold up. I saw something. Up, Damo. Appreciate that, Damo. LA, Oklahoma is in the building. Yeah, like I said, Damo is probably the 9th person to ever give a super chat. Appreciate it, but you don't, like I said, it's not about money. Now, here's the thing. You do something, and then any reciprocity is icing on the cake. That's like those blessings come naturally. All right, with that, hopefully everybody learned something. Like I said, there could be 50 videos made tomorrow, and I guarantee you, call me a prophet, there is going to be more videos made. Okay? On various different channels, not just it's going to be all over the place. Yep. I already know it. I could tell by how people were in their feelings. Even earlier, forgot who somebody on the Pseudo Killers channel. I think it was Smash. So he's gonna do a video revisiting whether I plagiarized James P. Allen or not. That's how you know people are butthurt. That's crazy. And see, what happens is people do it, and then they do it with the anticipation of me putting me to work to do another rebuttal or a video, and then video for video. That's how it starts. But on that issue, I did a video years ago, back in 2016, on all of that. Matter of fact, I'm going to post it on this channel. Right now, it's on Jehudi Ma'as channel. It was on the old Amara Squad channel before it got shut down. And luckily, it was downloaded before the channel got shut down. And that was real sad. I'm telling you, the old Amara Squad channel had a lot of jewels, y'all. Y'all don't even know what was lost when that channel went down. Not the channel that's there now. And notice, the channel that's there now, Amara Squad Media, if you look at the thumbnails, look at the banner artwork, look at the logo artwork,
all that artwork. Who do you think did all of that? In case you don't know, and I'm not saying it for a pat on the back or nothing like that, and you probably know who did it now that I said that, but I did all of that. So I'm consistent. I advocate teams. I advocate professionalism. I advocate order, structure, things organized. Just go look at the Amara. It's the channel's called Amara Media TV or something like that. Amara Squad Media. I turned it over. I was running that because here's the thing. We had an Amara Squad channel. Unc had a channel. So there was two channels. We had the first Amara Squad channel, and then Unc had a channel. Unc got some strikes and did whatever, and got both channels shut down. His channel and then our old Amara Squad channel. So we created a new Amara Squad channel called Amara Squad Media, and we collectively did not give him login access, because at that time YouTube was tripping. Because if Unc were to log in, they'd be like, "Oh, nah, you trying to circumvent the ban." Cause see, they banned Unc. Whatever logins, whatever IP address and MAC address for his machine or computer, YouTube can detect all of that. So two channels got shut down. And so we had Amara Squad Media. So I was responsible for Amara Squad Media. But then, what was it, earlier this year, late last year or last year, I turned all that stuff over. And y'all notice that Amara Squad Media, there's no activity on there. But my point for bringing all that up is that we collectively have to do better. We need to promote and push collective scholarship. And the Amon-Ra squad, when the squad was tight, was like a beacon of hope. You had different people on the squad that had different areas of focus, different personalities. And when we came together, it was a nice blend where everybody in the audience could fit in. Because there's people who like Unc's style of talking. Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh wee. Y'all know what time it is. It's Bobby West in the building from Baltimore with the Dougs. What's up, Sheffrin, with the Dougs? And y'all know that just how Unc sound. You had Jonathan, myself, Asar, Sanjetti, Dr. Ma'at, Brother Ben, Brother Nahisi, Ngozi, Brother Ishmael Bey, Sister Sutanette, Sister Naya, Voices of Fire, Sister Naya. Do y'all remember those days? The squad was a beacon of light. And so I didn't mind, obviously, being involved. That's what I advocate. Teams. Cooperative scholarship. That's what's up. That's what time it is. Not this stuff that we seeing now. Everybody at each other's throat and playing games and picking sides and getting all uptight and playing victim this and victim that. What was me? What was that? Burning books. Snitching. Calling TLA. Oh, those guys. I'm not Karen. I'm her brother Ken. So I'm going to snitch and I'm going to tell the TLA, I believe these guys are plagiarizing you. Can you do something about that for me, please? People snitching on a trying to snitch. TLA, the administrative staff contacted us back and said, ain't nothing wrong with your text. And see, we haven't even done a show about that to show receipts. Let y'all know who snitched. Being on these platforms supporting people who snitch like that.
Anyway, I hope. Yeah, I'm just killing time. I'm trying to end this at right on now. I got 5 minutes. Let me look at the chat. So Sat 12, what you got going on? Oh, you have good impersonations. You should do one going back and forth between Unc, Ned, and Eb and Reggie. Now I used to, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you a story. I got kind of good at doing vocal impressions, not maybe not facial impressions, but vocal impressions, because I used to actually do that back in the day when I was younger. And I got to the point where whoever I'm around, I can imitate. But then if I'm not around you for a while, it fades. But if you're around me, I can imitate. But what happened is I used to do that, and I was getting so good at it that it started happening unconsciously. And so I started to sound and act like people around me without me intentionally doing it or saying things, not acting, but saying things. And you know, I had to stop. I had to cut that out. So, you know, so I don't really be doing those impersonations like that. But, you know, I'm not as good as I was before. But you know, it's like, you know, picking up a bike, riding a bike. You never really lose how to do it. So if I'm around you, if I hear it, like I could play a video of Sarah Suit and Seti right now, and 5 minutes later, I could definitely rock his voice. I mean, my rendition. You know, of course, and I don't sound exactly like. But anyway, so yeah, that's that. But what else we got going on? I got 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes. I'm going back up. So in the last 3 minutes, y'all tell me what do y'all think about these videos? What do y'all think about tonight? Here. And what I showed. And mind you, I'm not showing this. See, this is the thing. This is a reaction. This is a reaction video because remember, Jonathan Smash, he was not a part of the conversation. The conversation was with the Shimsu Heru research team putting forth this research question, and then people around us took an adversarial position just on GP and then just started going at it. Because our book is not even directed at anybody. Have y'all noticed that? Our book is directed to the scholarship itself, the assumptions and the hypotheses itself. We don't mention people's names. So other people injected themselves into this conversation. And the last one to do so is Smash, trying to defend Dr. Beatty and Reggie, or that side. So this video I'm doing here is just a clarification that in Smash's entire video was just a huge series of straw man logical fallacies. He charged me of saying things I didn't say, doing things I didn't do, mischaracterizing arguments, not really looking through a book, faking it, but you let him tell, he turning on everything on us, on me. I don't have the book, I ain't read it. Like, what? Even the title of that section he was showing when it was talking about the gnome, the word sapat, it says the Kim glyph plus or and the bull along with the sapat determinative right there for the old kingdom. Anyway, get our book, support, and again, you know, push come to shove, hey, hit me up. Hit me up on Facebook, inbox, and all this other kind of stuff. And then don't forget, we got classes going on every Saturday at 12 p.m. Go to saberuniversity.com. If you're interested in learning the beginner's level Egyptian hieroglyphic, or what we call Sesh Netcher, we'll definitely make sure you get straight. Got a good crew right now. We had our first new session, but the session's going on all the time. But 12 o'clock Saturdays, Eastern Standard Time, 12 p.m. All right, go to saberuniversity.com if you want to register, or if you got any more questions about it, hit me up, wujao@gmail.com or info@saberuniversity.com. All right, so with that, I am going to get up out of here if I can. How fast can I get up out of here? Because man, I got too many windows open, y'all. But I really appreciate y'all tuning in. I did an all-nighter the other night. So this is it for me, y'all. I did my pull-up routine. I did my pull-up. I drove up and pulled up. All right? Because I haven't been on the platforms. I went up, visited a few platforms. The only platform I didn't get a chance to visit today was Garfield's, because he went live, and I wasn't. I was out of pocket. I wasn't at the computer. That's the only reason. But I saw that he went live, and I had every intention, if he stayed live longer, I would went over there and just kicked it. Not looking for trouble and everything, just making myself available for any questions on these different topics and things like that. So let me find this, and I am out of here if I can do it. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? All right. So, Shem Hotep, y'all. Peace. Appreciate it.
And this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term, and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of them. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We're a complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things. And we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history. And I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.